Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I hope you had a fantastic day and enjoyed the recent episode 8 of the Rings of Power Season 2, which we will here analyze quite a bit and talk about this quite a bit. It was an interesting episode, let's put it that way. I found it was, again, kind of wild. But yeah, I'm very curious what you people actually think. Also, welcome Priscilla. Yeah, I know I started late today, very late. It was a rough day, but I think we can definitely do things here in the stream and understand what is actually going on a bit better. Also, Oakenbird, nice to see you as well. Thanks for these analysis. TBG, thank you, much appreciated that you enjoy that. Also, I always think how the name is pronounced. J. Side Soden? Something like this. Welcome as well. Devon, welcome as well. Well, here we are. I just released some moments ago, what is it called? The first impressions video of episode 8. Took me a bit to make that, I have to admit again. But yeah. It's interesting. Imagine buying a box of salted crackers and then 2 crackers had salt on them. That's the show. I don't know what you mean. But at least there was some salt in it. So yeah, there will be salt, definitely, for sure. But yeah, I don't know where to start, chat. It's always the same. Like, first of all, I'm quite interested in how did you people like the episode. Also, of course, here at the beginning, Crafty Spirit, welcome. Someone will salt the earth before Dagon. Let me just see what I wanted to do. I want to do something production related. I remember now, chat. Spoiler warning. So for those people who have not seen episode 8 yet, we will go through the episode frame by frame. Mostly, I would say, discuss quite a few things and so on. There's basically no spoilers. Everything is out right now. So, spoiler warning. Last chance for you people. Just get this out of the way. I liked it, but it's Rings of Power, so I did not like it very, very much. I liked the episode. Okay, make a poll, I think, again. Let me just set it up really quick. In the meantime, you have time to think. How did you like episode 8 of Rings of Power Season 2? Question mark. Okay, there's a typo there that I have to be fixed. I always have to go with 3 options because I only have 4 at max and I don't know. So we start with I liked it. Good. Was okay. Neutral. And I did not like it. Bad. And people know what they are voting for. Let me just see if everything's set up. Yeah, should be okay. There's for sure a typo somewhere. Ignore it. So let's have the poll here just to see how people actually enjoyed this episode this time. I like parts of the episode per usual. Yeah, it's kind of similar for me. Most liked episode Numenor was unfortunate. A dumpster fire and the confrontation with the Black Wizard ended prematurely. The rest was mostly engaging. Yeah, I really think as well. Numenor was really strange this episode. I expected this episode to be busy, but it was, for me, a far too busy episode, I have to admit. It was really, really busy. I think it's never smart to try to conclude so many plot parts of your thing in such a small amount of time. You know what I mean? That's definitely a problem. What I'm surprised is nobody posted bad so far. That's interesting. I would also say it was not a bad episode. I would say it's decent. I would maybe more in the neutral part for this episode. It had strong moments, as many episodes in this show, I think. And I guess it depends a bit on how much you weight these strong moments and how much you enjoy those. It did not leave such a sour taste than episode 8 of season 1 for me, that for sure. Though I also think episode 8 in season 1 was a good episode, but I just hated it because of, some decisions there. So it's kind of similar with this episode, if that makes sense, chat. I think, like I said, it had strong moments, but there were too many moments in this show where you simply can't think about this. Like, you can't think how this moment was created, what happened there. Also, for people just tuning in, there's a vote currently running. I'll let it up for some time, so your people have time to maybe vote how you liked the current episode, episode 8. Also, again, spoiler warning, of course. Isildur. Isildur. But it's rather Isildur. Whose eyes aren't short. I would say the stress is on the second syllable, so it's Isildur. Because of the double consonant before the last syllable. Also, too nice. Nice to see you. Yeah, I slept well. But also worked already quite a bit. But yeah, it was pretty on point. I give him that. Okay, let's look into the vote. Now, currently one person voted bad. I'm not sure if it's one person, to be honest, but kind of figure. Very good, awesome. Hope you're also doing well tonight. As you can see on the screen, currently we discuss episode 8 of Rings of Power. But yeah, it's interesting. I think pronunciation was not like, there are some episodes where the pronunciation was really off. Sometimes it was okay. Like what is it called? Turngorthat. They had a really strange pronunciation of that name. So chat, it seems like most people liked the episode. That I find interesting. Gandalf. I realized that Sauron sometimes does not roll the R in his name. Yeah, I mean, for I guess English speakers, it's sometimes a bit annoying rolling or trilling the R, it seems, if you're not used to it. I guess it depends on where you're from. Some English speakers roll the R, but that's a different story, I think. That depends a bit on your background. But yeah, let's not discuss pronunciation this episode, else we will never get done anything. So yeah, if people just tuning in, as said, feel free to press some option in the vote thing, which is only on YouTube for the Twitch people. Bad luck for you. Also, I need to close a window here. This one. Next couple of... after I've covered the show, I need to really clean up my hard drive with too much stuff. I just have too much stuff on my hard drive right now. Okay. But still, I would say most people enjoyed the episode. That I find very interesting. So I'm glad people enjoyed the episode. Because it's always better to have an episode where... Isildur. Probably most would say Isildur. I know. I think the Isildur flows better. We can move on, don't worry. Yeah, there's another word with seal in it, that not on my bingo card, which was Narsil, appearing in this episode. But yeah, like the Numenorian part is really absolute dumpster fire. So let us start, chat. 10 votes, 60%. Let's end the poll here. And see what's going on. So 60% said they liked it. 20% said was okay, neutral. And 20% said I did not like it. Very interesting result. So here in chat, at least, most people said they enjoyed the episode. We can maybe repeat this later if we get some more viewers, so who knows. But let us start with the episode, I guess. It starts with the dwarves. So I discussed the dwarf section quite a bit in my review video. And we see what was announced basically in the last episode. There, the announcement was, hey, you have to basically not send the troops to Eregion and help your best friend. We have to deal with your father, else he is destroying the kingdom. Interestingly, he seems to destroy or want to destroy the kingdom anyway, so I still don't understand. Like, send the army and only... I don't fully understand the incentive still. Like, it makes very little sense in my opinion. Like in last episode, it was like, no, you have to call off the army. They can't go out. Maybe we need them here or something. Okay. In the end, only Durin, like Prince Durin, went there. So maybe just Prince Durin could have stayed at home and tried to talk to his father. That I think would also have worked. So that already I found a bit strange, to be honest. However, we see that he killed the dwarves here that tried to hold him off, which is very strange and doesn't make King Durin look good in this context. And they amped up the effect of Durin's ring, his ring of power that he got, to 11 basically, or to 25. I don't know how high, but they amped it up quite a bit because it usually just makes them greedier and so on, but it doesn't influence them being like rational beings. Like like King Durin behaved like an absolute madman here, and that is strange. Disa is still here and looks after the dwarves that are injured or dead, sees what she can do, and tells basically her husband where his father went. What I find then interesting, the next shot we see, let me just see how I can make this here kind of work because it's so incredibly dark. It should be the next screenshot. And then we see Prince Durin going downstairs. We have seen this shot here before, but here you see like the big mining parts, I guess, of Khazad-dûm, the dwarves making all these passes here everywhere is light, so it gives you a kind of a feeling, okay, it goes deep down and so on. Kind of like this shot, I have to admit. I predicted the king would kill Disa. Well, that was not my prediction. My predictions were mostly not that bad, I have to admit. In some cases I was very wrong, but mostly I think my predictions were actually spot on. I understand correctly, Prince Durin recalled his army because of his father, but did not send the army go after his father? Yeah, I don't understand. I could imagine, okay, we need like literally an army to hold off my father or something, so, or maybe they need to defend in case the Balrog the defenses in case the Balrog breaks loose or something. I don't understand this. But it was like, I understand it like it is a condition of the father that the army is stopped and then he maybe is willing to talk. Like I understood it more in this direction. I felt this, like I said, kind of strange, I have to admit. In the end, only Prince Durin, though, goes down this shot here and confronts his father with an axe and said, I'm ready to battle. Come at me, bro. Of course, he also says, I can't hurt you, you're my father. Like, it's I guess, a tough situation. Let me just get the next screenshot here. Done. He talks to his father, and he has a really good speech to his father. But as so often, it is not intended by the screenplay that his father is in any case, shape, or form able to listen. And then he destroys the tunnel, it breaks, and they see the mithril wells of Khazad-dûm. Not like Prince Durin has in theory already seen this because he found the mithril and opened this tunnel with Elrond, I think, and then they closed it again. So they both should have seen it before. Like, it's not really a big surprise. This scene here felt a bit. I mean, yeah, it's a cool vista. It looks cool for sure, and it's a massive amount of mithril and so on. Everything is awesome, but the thing I'm just wondering is, like, they have seen the mithril before. Like, they should not be that surprised, in my opinion. They know it's there. They have opened this tunnel again, and then the father, like King Durin III, closed the tunnel again. So here in this regard, I found that a little bit strange. Screw me. Prince Durin the Fourth, please Mithril. Here's another shot, just made it for you so you get an idea. There's a lot. I took it to be this was a new cavern with much more mithril than they have seen before. Okay, yeah, that's also, I guess, possible, but the other cavern also had a similar design. Like, we have seen this already. Forget the story about those visuals. I think the visuals were pretty good. I suspect mithril is radioactive and the glowing Ethildin, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I like this theory, but I guess it would be bad. And then, yeah. And they're sitting there and they're talking, and it seems like that they like King Durin, or no, Prince Durin says to his father, "You taught me once that the mountain does not belong to us." So it was more. I forgot the exact lesson. Maybe somebody in chat remembers. Maybe there was something like this said in the previous season or so. I forgot, but yeah, I don't know. I like the way Durin the Fourth looks at it. Like, it's a mountain, it's part of their culture, it just does not belong to the king and so on, for riches and so on. And then King Durin changed so much that he said, no, maybe I was wrong. With those rings, it could be ours. Yeah, there's some contradicting information about the mithril stuff. I think there was, in theory, wasn't there also in some Unfinished Tales version a mention that it could also be found in Numenor? I think it was. Yeah, Oakenbird says it here. It was even found in Numenor. I can maybe try to find the quote here, chat. To be honest, though, I have no idea how it was phrased, so we could sit here for an hour searching for the exact quote. Maybe somebody in chat knows it a bit better. Second Age. Mithril. So, the 15th king of Numenor, Tar Telemaite, the king was so called because of his love of silver, and he bade his servants to seek ever for mithril. For that metal was found in Numenor, author's note. In the line of Elros, Tar Telemaite, I was thinking how this name is pronounced. Telemaite, the 15th ruler of Numenor, is said to have been called so, silver-handed, because of his love of silver, and he bade his servants to seek for mithril. But Gandalf said that mithril was found in Moria alone in the world, Fellowship of the Ring, and so on, like in the Fellowship of the Ring. So quite interesting. Still, there is a note that mithril Now there it is. Disaster of the Gladden Field. One was small case of gold attached to fine chain. It was empty and bore no letter or token, but beyond all doubt it had once borne the ring about Isildur's neck. Next to it lay treasure without price, long mourned as lost forever. The Elendilmir itself, the white star of elvish crystal upon a fillet of mithril. Note 31. That had descended from Silmarillion to Elendil and had been taken by him as a token of royalty in the North Kingdom. And note 31, as I just read, yeah, I'm a bit surprised that it's like this. Where's note 31 in this text? 33? "27, 29. Can't see it right now, chat. Man, I believe that I can't see 31. Is it not marked in the text? I don't get it. I currently don't see it, but yeah, somewhere in this text, Mithril is like Thranduil, present but unnamed in the Hobbit. Oh, great, Grebo, welcome, nice to see you. What are we discussing? Currently, if Mithril was or Numenor, but yeah, there was a note, as Oakenbird already stated, it's Numenor, and there's some contradiction here. Well, they talk. I find it a bit strange. Like I said, the power of the One Ring changing him so much, losing all his reason, everything he said before. That's simply my opinion. Too much. And then we have Peter Jackson moment 5903. Then yeah, what I liked about this. Let me just see if I can get the other scene. They were talking. King Durin talks to his son. Like I said, I don't like that he changes so much. Like the ring just has far too much influence for my taste. This shot I kind of liked. So Durin talks to his son, and then I like how the red light slowly fades in, because as a Balrog approaches, and then yeah, King Durin watches and thinks, hey, what's going on? Where is this light coming from? The Balrog approaches, as said. And Durin suggests that they leave now. And then, yeah, like I said, we have the Peter Jackson reference, moment 5000. I mean, it's in the book. It's not a Peter Jackson reference per definition, because the whip is a thing. It's described in the books, and I think it also grabs the foot, so it's a book reference, if you will. But of course, it's very iconic how it happens. He is there, the whip on the foot, and then he gets pulled towards the abyss. All that was left, that they left out, basically was that King Durin said, fly, you fools. At least he didn't say fly, you fools. Yeah, well, it was close, so I think they thought about it for a moment. I don't know what it is with this show. Like, on one side, I don't mind them referencing the books. On the other side, they always do it in a way that it feels wrong. I don't know how they manage to do this, but they're very good at this. Transporting this feeling, if that makes sense. Well, that means with a terrible cry, the Balrog fell forward and its shadow plunged down and vanished. But even as it fell, it swung its whip and the thongs lashed and curled about the wizard's knees, dragging him to the brink. He staggered and fell, grasped vainly at the stone, hard to say word, vainly at the stone and slid into the abyss. Fly, you fools, he cried, and was gone. So it is not a Peter Jackson reference in a way, it's a book reference. This is how it's described in the book. And on a way, it is cool that they do this here, like it is described in the book. It always feels, I don't know, out of place, if you know what I mean. I don't know how they do this in this show. Like, it's a bit annoying. Like, we had this discussion previously in an analysis stream. Like, when they do stuff that is not in the books, we complain that that's not in the books. And when they do stuff that is in the books, we say, well, that's also wrong. But I don't know I have no idea how they do this. Like, it always feels a bit cheap. I mean, we know this moment in a way. And we know this moment has no place in the Second Age. The Balrog, Durin, Spain is not anything that we need beyond the second, that we need in the Second Age. It's simply not the story for the Second Age. As a result, it feels like, well, we just put it into our Second Age show because this is like a classic Lord of the Rings moment, and we have it on our very long list, a very long checklist, and we just want to make the check there and say, yeah, I don't know, some character gets pulled by a flame whip and pulled towards the ground and potentially says, fly, you fools, check. I hope Saruman the Dark is not Saruman the White. No, I mean, I hoped, like I said it in my critique video, I think most people knew by now that the stranger must be Gandalf. Everything else makes no sense. I still think, though, a lot of people hoped it was not Gandalf, but it was Gandalf to me. Like, I called Gandalf, I don't know, when did I call Gandalf? We started calling him Gandalf after he says, always follow your nose. He looks like Gandalf, talks like Gandalf, has the moves of Gandalf. He uses quotes of Gandalf. He has a stuff like Gandalf. So, yeah, then I guess it's Gandalf. If something looks like Gandalf, smells like Gandalf, talks like Gandalf, moves like Gandalf, and says what Gandalf would say, then the probability is very likely that it's Gandalf. Let's catch up with chat. Wasn't the flash where, yeah, it made contact with the blade of the Balrog. Yeah, there was contact. That's where the explosion comes from. Still, I found it a bit surprising that when two swords clashes that they explode. That's not usual. What usually is experienceable. It's only disappointing when you have expectations. Disappointing to see an opportunity of a good show that portrays Middle Earth. Yeah, that's maybe. I remember when the writers said, with Lord of the Rings, what would it be a Lord of the Rings adaptation without hobbits? I hope they would. I don't know. Also, Sash, nice to see you as well. Welcome. This was utter nonsense for me, not redeemable in any way. Well, to be fair, like I think 60% liked the episode. And I don't want to call people out here or anything, but let me just scroll up. 60% said they liked it, 20% said it was okay, 20% say it's bad. So far people are more positive. And we can repeat the vote later because there were not that many people when I did the vote and so on. Chat, so yeah. If there's interest in repeating the vote. I mean, to be fair, like most people here that watch me and watch my channel are deeper into Lord of the Rings anyway. And there the probability of them disliking, especially the changes and the weird ideas they have, is very likely. So maybe we are not the target audience for this. I would love to repeat the vote. Okay, we can do that. I mean, why should anybody have something against repeating the vote? Like, you can just vote what you voted last time. I'm just curious, maybe we make the same vote again later. Again, at the end of the analysis stream, when you're still when you all have fallen asleep. Just copy paste my answers here from the other vote really quick. I wish there would be 5 options. That would be my favorite, like having 5 options. So we start the poll again. I hope I copy pasted it correctly. Looks like it though. So feel free to vote again. Very curious. Maybe let it run for some time. You can change. I'm not sure if you can even change your mind once you voted, but it doesn't matter. You did not get any notification. Yeah, maybe because I released the other video or so. I mean, I released a video and scheduled the stream, though the stream was very, well, I start in 15 minutes, like, usually YouTube doesn't like that, I think. But I posted on Twitter and on Discord, so that's on my usual channels, basically. And will Sauron be captured by Numenor? I think next season. Depending on how busy next season is. I don't know though, it's just speculation by my side. Sounds like a definitive answer, which it was not meant to be. They made a checklist and wrote a really bad story around the list. Yeah, that's an impression I also kind of got. Is Durin's encounter with a Balrog the first time in history a dwarf saw a Balrog? No, probably not. Like, not in history. In theory, from the first age, they could have known Balrogs in any shape or form. Hard to tell if the dwarves, or how much the dwarves fought in the battles of the War of Wrath, but they potentially saw a Balrog here and there. It's not explicitly mentioned, but you could argue it's plausible at least. Yeah, for example, they fought at the Dagor Bragolach and so on. Bragolach. I think it's pronounced Brago, double L. Stress on the O. Whatever, doesn't matter. I think there's a Goldilocks zone of knowledge. Lord of the Rings lore fanatics, aren't it? Yeah, potentially. I watched it again with my non-Lord of the Rings fan. Welcome, Armin, by the way. And we enjoyed it. The books are the books to me, and I know the show isn't accurate, but it was enjoyable. Like a popcorn show, not taking it too seriously. I think that's a good approach if you want to enjoy the show. Oh, interestingly, now the votes are more even. Like neutral suddenly shrink down to 6. I like the episode is still in the lead though. Very interesting to see the results here. The B is always right. Will Sauron be captured? I had this. Melkor screaming when he returned to Beleriand, and Balrog's rush to his aid. Possibly that some dwarf notices. Yeah, also possible. There's no reason why this episode was good. All meaningless. I wouldn't say it was all meaningless. I think the episode definitely had strong moments. I think Celebrimbor and Anatar definitely carried it again. Like, I found this section really good. I like the redemption. Like, somebody in the comments of my first impressions video wrote, or was it on Discord? I forgot. Somewhere somebody wrote they liked that Celebrimbor got back, or out of this manipulation of Sauron, and got back his dignity, and then took over. I think that was a strong moment in the episode, and found this really good, to be honest. We will talk about that later as well. I just want to say the dwarven plotline, I felt in now everything seen here felt very weak. Let's maybe go through the rest of the scene here, because there's only one scene left, and then I hold a long monologue why I didn't like this part here of the episode, because it's kind of a good example of what the problems with the writing are, in my opinion. Even though, I mean, we have talked, like, this is the 8th. No, it's not even the 8th stream, because there's some streams, analysis streams, that have 2 parts. I've done maybe, I don't know, let's say 10 streams or something, and I always tell you people the same. I feel kind of bad for it by now. Oh, Travis is also here. Nice to see some people finding their way here. First, Longbeard, Durin the First. Too much ring swapping. Yeah, the ring swapping was extreme in this episode. Yeah, it was a closing narrative by Poppy. It's an interesting point you make there. But they had to give the actress something to do this episode, so there's that. Oh, it was in Nirnais Arnödiat, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, the Dargor Nirnais Arnödiat. It's never called Dargor for whatever reason, because Nirnais Arnödiat just means things, you know, classic things. I'm also, to this day, I'm not 100% sure how the O and the E is pronounced. Like in German, O and E would be Ö. Oi. Nirnais Arnödiat. If I say it like this, you can make a diphthong out of it, but it has to be one syllable, because due to the thing, yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's not get distracted by names that have nothing to do with the show. In the story, dwarves call it Durin Spain rather than the name it Balrog. I thought maybe they didn't know it was Balrog. That's a good point, Joe. I think you are right in this. I think some dwarf from legends or in the First Age might have known Balrogs. I think, though, that the dwarves later did not know it was a Balrog. Maybe the dwarves, when they met it in Khazad-dûm, could have known something like this, what this entity was. But it was so, like in the 2,000 years into the Third Age, the last time a dwarf has seen a Balrog was 6,000 years ago. Or 5,000 years ago. It was, let's say 5,000, not 6. It was a long time ago. So as a result, I think they might have forgotten how a Balrog looks and so on. Really hard to tell. The elves kind of remember because they are immortal. That's different for dwarves. So there's that. I can't wait for season 3. I'm not sure if there was a date announced, but I assume it will be 2026. So in 2 years. So we have to wait quite a bit of time. Like, I think season 2 made it better. Also, welcome, Emil. It made it better than season 1 for sure. I like this season much, much more than season 1, I have to admit. And it's still not, in my opinion, not there where the show needs to be or could be. Like, I see huge potential in the show, but I often feel like they don't fully utilize it. But I think they got better. If they now next season get better again, then I could actually imagine that this show might generate a greater pull. Or might maybe make people... I assume it's an umlaut Ö. Yeah, I also think it's an umlaut Ö. It sounds a bit strange, an elvish name to have an Ö. Nirnais Arnödiat. The difficulty is if I have O and E, Arnödiat. It sounds a bit strange, right? Nirnais Arnödiat. Would maybe work. You can use it as a diphthong or something. It has to be a diphthong though, at least. Doesn't matter. So 2026 is going to be crazy year for Tolkien adaptations. Is 2026 also the Hunt for the Ring date? Chat, do you know? I forgot. I'm very bad memorizing dates. So when it comes to year numbers and stuff, I always forget those. Nine rings for mortal men and 1 ring to rule them all. Season will be great. Yeah, that will be interesting. Season 3, I think... I mean, they still have the 1 ring to create and they have to explain why the 1 ring is needed. I prefer the German pronunciation for it. Well, it's distantly similar. The Dark Wizard must be an unknown study since Saruman doesn't become evil. I still think he is one of the 2 blue wizards, the thing. I also don't think it's Saruman. It would make so little sense. I think Chris is right. Numenorians will be the focus of season 3, like Brimbor and Gandalf and Sauron was this season. Yeah, I also think that. Also welcome Tar Elendion Maranwe. That's the name. Please don't be Saruman. Yeah, I also hope for that. Yeah, the creation of the 1 ring, the giving out the rings, the 3 rings of power, and then I think working towards the downfall of Numenor. I think maybe Sauron established... You have to consider also, Sauron still needs to build Barad-dûr in parallel to making the ring. That's also a thing. So I think Mordor might become more important, and we will see a lot of this. Excellion Throne, hello, still streaming? Well, we started an hour ago or so. I'm just started very late today. I'm sorry. It's very terrible for my European viewers. I'm sorry for that. But at least I slept quite a bit, so that helped me being fit for the stream here, I think. Or will help me, I hope. personalities flip-flopping back and forth is maddening. An example like the Numenor crowd or King Durin. Yeah, King Durin that's a good point that you make, because we need to discuss the scene here further. I'm just catching up here with chat and so on. It's always interesting to see what you think. But it seems like currently the vote, we're 23 votes. 52% so far say I liked the episode. 9% were neutral, say it was okay. 39% would say it was bad. So I would say the overall reception of this episode is more positive, which I find interesting. Gonna miss your long streams. Well, we might make normal book or related streams or something. The problem is a bit with my streaming schedules. If no show is running, like when the show is coming out, I'm kind of forced to make a stream because I want to talk about it to people, and so on. I have a high motivation making the stream. First of all, I personally want to talk to you people and think, what did you think about the show? Second of all, I want the traffic, of course, as a YouTuber, because that's a topic that is clicked. As a result, it gets views on the channel. I like that. I like views on my channel. And it's a win-win situation. That's sometimes a bit different when there's nothing in the room and I feel like, well, I could also sit on Twitch and play Elden Ring all day. That's also not bad. So, yeah, there's that. Maybe, I don't know. In the comments sometimes write, hey, Chris, could we make a book lore Q&A stream or something soon again? And then maybe I feel more motivated, But will try to make these streams more often, even when the show stops. I can't promise you I do 2 streams a week, but maybe we can get 1 stream a week or something like that. I'm not sure if people are interested in this, though. Also, there will be War of the Rohirrim later, but yeah. I also kind of like having you people here in chat and discussing the show and so on. That's always pretty awesome. It's like therapy in a way. I also think it's Saruman. Yeah, I mean, if they already put in Gandalf, it would make sense that it's Saruman. But I still hope it's a Blue Wizard. Like, the Stranger is Gandalf since season 1. Like, even in season 1, it was relatively clear that he's most likely Gandalf. Like, there's that. The Dark Wizard only appeared this season, and he had, like, screen time of, if you combine everything, 10 minutes or something like this. Let's say 15 minutes screen time in 8 hours of material. Over 8 hours, but I think. Let's say 8.5, or I don't know how long the episodes altogether are. So that's not that much. As a result, we have a far smaller connection to the Dark Wizard right now. We have very few information about him and so on. As a result, he doesn't need that big of a payoff than a main character like the Stranger, and who is he gonna be? The mystery box is not that strong, so it doesn't have to be like a very big name or reveal. Maybe his role becomes bigger in the next season. Who knows? We have to find that out. But yeah, so I think here they are a bit more free when it comes to how much payoff do we need. Like, for the Stranger, a main character, you need a huge payoff to justify this mystery box. That's different for, I think, for the Dark Wizard. He could turn out to be Saruman, of course, even though it makes no sense, but it's possible. The writers don't care about what is in the books, I think, and often the stuff they write makes no sense anyway, but in my opinion at least. Still, I think it would be possible to say, yeah, this is this cool new character you have not heard, or you have only heard maybe book fans talk about. Some blue is LotR or Palando or whatever. Who knows? I like this. All characters talk as if they were people on Facebook posting quotes of Einstein. That's a kind of funny quote, a funny line in my opinion. As I would say the dialogue is sometimes hit and miss, I feel. Like it's not everything is bad, I would say that's exaggerated. Some lines are definitely not that great. And I feel like the writers think the line is better than they think, but whatever. Also, I mean, it's more interesting if it's not Saruman, then I can say I called it, you know? Like most people will now say, yeah, the Dark Wizard is Saruman. But when he's not Saruman, I can say, well, I always said it's not Saruman. I called it like years ago. It's always an awesome feeling if you make a right call. But sometimes to make a good call, you have to take a risk. And some people took the risk with Gandalf. But I felt like the risk, it made no sense, not enough sense to justify it. Here I can see it working better. Whatever. Not talk too much about the stupid prediction game, but for me it's kind of fun making predictions. Like I'm very invested when I make content like this. I watch every episode multiple times, talk about it multiple times. I watch all the trailer material and so on. So I know a lot about the books and I'm a very kind of analytical person, and this combined gives me the ability to make good predictions, and when I'm right, I feel good about it. So it's kind of fun for me, if that makes sense. However, doesn't matter. Let's get back into the chat here. Much needed therapy, yeah, for sure. It can't be Saruman since his intentions were always secret. The Dark Wizard was pretty frank about succeeding Sauron. Yes, that's a good point by Emil. If they reveal Aragorn is the son of Isildur, I'm personally going to supplant the writers. Oh boy, don't speak terrible thoughts like this out aloud. The enemy could hear it. Oh boy. Gandalf called old friend. I mean, Alad, in theory, they know, like I said it in my prediction video, all the Istari knew each other. Of course, not all were friends. I would also not say that Saruman and Gandalf were friends. It was not like, hey, I'm calling you Saruman. How about next week and we could go fishing together or something? And Saruman said, yeah, cool, Gandalf, let's do that. And that's not how the relationship of Gandalf and Saruman worked. It was like, yeah, every 200 years we visit each other. Because we're in the same order. Much needed therapy. It could be nice to have a stream dedicated to the whole season after a week or so. Yeah, maybe we do this. Maybe we make another stream where we discuss everything. We maybe make it more like whatever chat wants to talk about, except it's some weird. I don't want. I just want to point out. I won't talk skin colors again. So let's never go into this topic again, please. I wish they had waited for Sauron to get back to Numenor before the faithful were being targeted. I want to see Sauron personally influencing Farazon, whispering to his ear. I'm very curious where they go with this, but I can definitely understand this idea of yours that it would be cool if Sauron's influence on Farazon would kind of push the Kingsmen further into going against the faithful. But yeah, we will see. 2-week break and we should do episode watch parties again, please, Chris. I'm not sure. Like, see it from my perspective. I just discuss every episode like I have 1 or 2 analysis streams, I have 1 watch party, and then I discuss it again 3 hours on the German Tolkien Society channel every week for, I don't know how many weeks it's now were, like over a month. Like after the show here ends, I also need some time to recover a bit. If that makes sense. But I feel like I would rewatch season 2 more likely than I would rewatch season 1. Like I will never rewatch season 1 again in my life. Like I hate it so much, you have no idea. I guess before he started smoking mushroom. Sure, Aragorn is already born. Yeah, and I hope not. Aragorn will be born season 4 or 5. It would make no sense. It's not about payoff. He's Saruman simply because Saruman is a popular character. It could be. It could be right, Crafty Spirit. I'm not saying that he's 100% not Saruman. I just say my call is he's not Saruman because I think he doesn't need to be Saruman to work. Because he's so far a too unimportant character for all of the story that we have seen so far. What makes you think they would care about the Blue Wizards? There was a rumor that they negotiated rights for Blue Wizards. As a result, when should they use them if not in Rhûn with this dark wizard who formed a cult? Like, Saruman never had a cult and some weird acolytes around him. He was like a loner, and he wants to go later to Isengard, take his tower there and say, yeah, this is my home now. I'm sitting here in my tower and scheming all day. That's what Saruman does. He's not a cult leader or anything. Well, later he becomes Sharky, and then he has the ruffians and so on. It's a different topic. I feel like it's different to be in a desert temple and have these cultists with I don't know, I cut your hand and then blood drips out and the moths are coming. It's not Saruman simply. Like from his the style seems so out of place for Saruman. Salty. They already made Galadriel look like an absolute idiot. Well, I would love, Adam, to disagree with you, but unfortunately I have to agree. Though in this episode I thought Galadriel did some good moves. She had no chance against the screenplay in this episode because teleporting, but she made, I guess, the right moves. Gollum and Bilbo come to Lothlorien to wait. Yeah, maybe I have to skip a bit forward, chat. I'm losing here track. I like the stranger Gandalf, Grand Elf he is. I also like the actor I like. I also would not... do I mind that Gandalf is in the show? Technically not. I feel like he has nothing to do in the Second Age, in my opinion, but okay, whatever. Your book knowledge may not be very helpful in predicting this. I think it is helpful if you know, like, you have to think, what are the big major points in the show? And where do they want those they have to reach? But how they get there, it's up to them. It's more about which point at the end do they want to reach, you know, and how they want to get there. It's really difficult because like some stuff in the show is so nonsensical that not even I can predict that. It's impossible simply. But I remember making this episode 8 video for the first season, and I really nailed it. I nailed it so hard in season 1 that people said, wow, that was a good prediction video. It also had like 15k views or something. It was awesome. Celeborn is still missing, I see. What would they say, particular scene no one liked? Yeah, it's a good question. Celeborn, no idea what they're going to do with that. That for me is impossible to predict. He should be there. He is not. When will he appear? Will he appear? Where's Galadriel's daughter? Is he already born? Is he not born? If not, it would be strange if Elrond marries her, but whatever. In this case, the connection between the two was not friendship, but similar goals, therefore empathy. Something called eccentric, but I like the scene. What bugged me in this is the Dark Wizard states that Olorin was a Maya that encouraged the Istar to depart from Middle-earth when he was the one that doubted himself in going to Middle-earth in law. Yeah, that is kind of true. I think that was kind of a line to go, oh, that's maybe the Blue Wizard, because I think, was it Alatar or Palando? One convinced the other to go to Middle-earth. You see, as a love interest, I personally appreciate the show being a lot more diverse in the movies. Yeah, that was a huge topic. I don't mind that to be as well. A lot for a lot of people, it seems to be a problem. Gandalf never went to Rune and travels via meteor. Yeah, that's also true. But these are just details, like where Gandalf was and was not small. It's a small detail. The meteor thing, also a small detail. Sorry, I'm late. Needed to watch all Peter Jackson films to cleanse my heart. So bad, Christiane. It shocked me. I enjoyed feeling like a silly teenager for a moment, and it kind of felt like Elrond thought that they were likely to die altogether there. Ivan's defense attorney on Twitter reported speaking to one of the showrunners, talked to Patrick, and he confirmed that she's not born yet. Wow, that would be so weird. In preparation of season 2, I could only bear to rewatch the last 2 episodes of season 1. The last episode, especially the last episode, is the one I can't watch. Like, even though it is a decent episode, but I hate it so much. Do we know why Isildur heard voices in season 1, or did they ditch the storyline? When did he hear voices? Can you refresh my memory a bit? Let me just think. He heard voices. What did Isildur even do in season 1? It was so unimportant that I forgot already. Oh, the dream. Yeah, that was him feeling guilty for the death of his mother. Like, he had these visions of his mother, and she was calling, I don't know, from him. Yeah. I think it has definitely to do with this. Either it's like how he processes his feeling of guilt for the death of his mother. Maybe it's a vision of the Valar or whatever to tell him, hey, Isildur, do some stuff. Hard to tell. I think it's not ditched, though. Honestly, as much as I enjoyed the movies, my friends were criticizing it all the time because of lack of diversity. This all almost racist. I mean, they were made in the early 2000s. I think their things were not that diverse yet. Oh no, Tolkien never mentioned Isildur's wife. Would it really be Asteroid, I think you mean. Tainting, yeah, I don't know. This whole tainting blood stuff. Really hard to tell. My theory of Gandalf is he will follow Tom back to the Old Forest and perhaps meet with the Half-Woods in the Shire. That would be the weirdest thing ever, but you could be right, yes. I predicted Adar would die easy. Yeah, that was also my prediction. I said he would be stabbed with a crown. That was not true, though. I'm lucky that I said, like, the Gluck thing in my updated prediction where I said, I can't imagine that Gluck kills him. That would be weird, but maybe he helps Sauron killing him. So that was kind of correct, but also a bit incorrect. I'm a bit surprised. It would seem like the show is actually second and third age show, really. They are impatient and putting third age stuff intermingled with second age stuff. Yeah, they mix it too much. Have we got an answer why Gandalf looked like Sauron's eye in season 1? No, I think it's for bait reasons. I think they just wanted to bait us to make this mystery. Is he Sauron or is Halbrand Sauron? That was the big mystery in season 1. What Armeo said they made. Where did they say this? Is there a source for that? I have to admit, when the show, someone first said old friend contrived me, I paused for a moment and was, were they going for blue wizards? But the following lines, yeah, I think that's why the line old friend is there, to go with the blue wizards. Playing around with our expectations of book fans. Yes, I don't have Twitter, but I got linked console. In Council of the Rings Discord. Okay. Today I feel really bad after watching it. It feels like a part of the story failed suddenly. On the boat, yeah. Anton, yeah. I know what you mean. I remembered. I think I answered that. It might come back, who knows. I think that bothered me very early in season 1 was Halbrand ending Galadriel Finrod's dagger twice, his handling the Mithril, give it back to Gimmer and handle the red stone, yeah. I also did not like that. Middlewich Trump's logic and planning it felt more Earth and Third Age to me. Yeah, Rivendell looked kind of cool. I also said in an earlier stream, there was also a prediction that it might, and I'm not sure if I said it in my first prediction view, that Elrond at the end might found Rivendell or something, or the place for it. I think that I also called. Also, I also said he comes there and maybe has to heal people as a healer. That was a really good call, in my opinion, even though it was just Galadriel in the end, which also makes no sense because she should be completely destroyed after falling down like this. Why didn't they just make some water down there so it's at least somewhat plausible? She could still be injured, but no. That she fell down a cliff 30 to 40 meters. It was high, really, really high. Like if you look at the tree, how tall it is, like a pine tree like this becomes, is it called pine tree, whatever, it's like 15 meters, 10, 15 meters a tree like this, maybe up to 20 in rare cases. Yeah, and this was like, I don't know, more than 2 times a pine tree from height. That's at 30, 40 meters. Do you know how dead you are when you fall down? She fell on the tree. Yeah, wow. I know there are cases where people from parachuting or fell in a tree and then get less damage, but from the falling, but I don't know. I feel like if you fall down this and land on the pine tree, you're simply dead. Like, so dead. Especially when you got stabbed through your lungs before by a crown. Yeah, I mean, she's an elf. Elves are more durable and so on. But I'm not sure about this one, to be honest. Rambo did it in First Blood, but it's Rambo. She fell on the ring. I think it's plot armor, as Oakenbird said. She fell softly on her plot armor. I mean, from this, the problem what they do with this is, if you, like, let's say she falls down, in ideal case scenario, her fall is a bit slowed down by falling through the tree. Okay, I can see this. And then she lands on the ground. From this logic standpoint on, I think every injury in the game in the show now with these two rings is healable. Like, you can heal everything now. Like, it's basically, if you have two people with rings of power, like two elves, let's say Gil-galad and Elrond around, there is no way you can die because they can heal everything. Like, you need to be literally thrown into a volcano to die in this. Like, you have to be completely vaporized. But every other injury, no problem at all. Maybe it was not really a tree. You mean it was maybe made out of rubber or something? They won't be able to use them once one ring is created, or will they? Yeah, I'm curious how they will solve that. But chat, I've caught up with chat. We had a little discussion because, oh, you mean an end? That would be a funny idea, actually, Henrik. That's actually a funny idea. I did not see where you would go with this. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Findle is the only elf to return, and his deeds were far greater, I would say. A lore question. After Celebrimbor's death, he goes back to Mandos halls and getting a new body, right? Can he come back to Middle-earth then? That's a good question, first of all. I think it's never explicitly explained if Celebrimbor gets re-embodied. I think, though, it might be possible. The only else where we know they did not get re-embodied was, for example, Feanor and his sons, because they did so many evil deeds. Celebrimbor was tricked, but in the end he did not reveal where he hid the rings to Sauron, and dying in this process. So even though he made a mistake, he tried to make up for it. He also hid the 3 rings of power. As a result, you could make an argument for him redeeming himself, and then, yes, I would say Celebrimbor could get re-embodied after some time in the halls of Mandos and healing and so on, get a new body and return to Aman then. However, once you are there, you won't return to Middle-earth. The reason is the elves have the ultimate goal and also wish to live in Aman, because that's the only place in the world where they can live, because Middle-earth clashes with their nature in a way. So returning to Middle-earth, I think, is for elves usually not really an option to do this. I'm not sure if they're actually not allowed to leave, but I think it is part of, like, when you get re-embodied in Aman, it's part of your destiny as an elf to stay there. The only exception we know is Glorfindel, and he did like something great, of course, and he was basically the idea behind this elf was that he became kind of like he was sent on a mission back to Middle-earth. Due to his noble deed, sacrificing himself and protecting very important persons like Idril and so on, Tuor, Eärendil, on the way on fleeing from Gondolin, like the survivors of Gondolin, helping them, sacrificing them, fighting against a demon and so on. his deed was considered so great and noble that he also, this kind of empowered him. And you can even read that he became somewhat similar to a Maiar in a way. So he was like very special when he was re-embodied. He was just, yeah, simply very special. As a result, he got a mission similar to those of the Istari, and the Istari also was sent to Middle-earth to help the people there, and he was also sent to Middle-earth to help the elves, especially like Elrond is mentioned in this context. So he was sent around the time, according to the latest writings of Tolkien in Peoples of Middle-earth, between the years 1200 and I think 1600, so when the ring was created around this time, he was sent to Middle-earth to help the elves, especially Elrond there, and to help him resist Sauron and the others and prepare them, be advisor, and so on. And he stays on Middle-earth for the time, and that is his task. That is the reason why he returns to Middle-earth. It's not 100% clear to me if it would be impossible for other elves to simply return to Middle-earth, but last time elves left Aman after the Great Journey and returned to Middle-earth, they definitely were banned from returning, especially Galadriel. Like the leaders were kind of banned. Though there is also a version where they are not getting banned from Aman. Complicated topic, but let's say the Valar were not the greatest fans of this. Especially they went there to take revenge on Morgoth. And that is nothing I think the Valar would support. So maybe for the right reasons, you could return to Middle-earth, potentially, maybe not. I don't think so, if I'm honest. But if the Valar sent you on a mission to return to Middle-earth, like Lord Findle, then yes, it's possible. I think it was far before my time as a Tolkien fan. There was a debate if Glorfindel from the First Age and Glorfindel from The Lord of the Rings were the same person. And then later in a text, Tolkien wrote, yes, they were the same. Because elves usually, like elf names are usually unique. There are some exceptions to that, to be fair, but usually they are unique. Especially if you're a noble elf like Glorfindel. Glorfindel is one of the lords of Gondolin. He was not just some random elf number 5011. He was a royal, a noble elf. Glorfindel was awesome to read about in Fellowship of the Rings. Loved how he was described. Yeah, I agree. The wizards are in the next scene. Is anything else you want to say about this one? Yeah, we skipped a bit because I felt like there was a lot of desire here in stream to discuss the episode in a bit more, or the episode in general, and some questions. We should maybe, chat, we have to make a little cut here and focus back on the episode. So I hope we come to further stuff here in a moment. So I wanted to talk about the dwarves for a moment and why I think the plot is nonsensical. It's maybe a hard word, I know. One moment, chat. Takes the ring off his finger. I have a couple of cool scenes here that we need to discuss. So let's jump back to Khazad-dûm and to our friend King Durin III. He takes now off the ring, which is a very common thing for dwarves to do. Also, I just let the vote keeping on in the background so people can decide. They join or so. If they like the episode, I would still, the majority of people still liked the episode, but it got closer now, interestingly. From one of Finwë's rather unknown daughters, yes. I did not like it. The biggest welcome Mo. The biggest disappointment was the scene with Celebrimbor. Well, I would say the Celebrimbor part was actually the best part of this episode, to be honest. I personally didn't mind that they didn't like go too deep into the, I don't know, torment side of things, to be honest. It felt already pretty tormented, to be honest. Thank you, don't, if you mean me, don't worry. Was always nice answering questions. The innocence portrayed by Sauron and the orcs was not convincing. The Rainbow scene was just about the only scene I liked. I agree. Because of what they said to Sauron. We'll talk later about this scene though. They're covered in gold. I mean, he's pretty... Like, it seems like the dwarven nobles always have gold on them for reasons I don't fully understand. But it's definitely a thing. I also noticed this though with the gold on the fingernails. Found this an interesting detail. Oh, we got a little Celebrim banner. I think during the third act, stroke meeting the Balrog sword, recollapsing the tunnel, so Balrog trapped again. I don't know. Yeah, I also didn't like that. What if Durin the Third would have turned into gold like King Midas? Yeah, might be a distant idea of that. So what I wanted to say is, King Durin takes off now his ring of power because he knows this might be his end, and that is kind of a classic motive for the Durins or for the kings of the Longbeards. Shortly before they die or something, they put off the ring and give it to the next generation. We know this, for example, as the most prominent or one of the only examples we know of this is King Thror. And he, before he went to Moria, and he knew it was dangerous there, he took off the ring from his finger and gave it to his son Thrain, however you pronounce the name. But the Old Norse pronunciation would be Throin. And in this case, he had the ring. And then later Sauron got the ring when capturing Throin. The second, I should say. Like, I'm not sure if people remember Thror from the films. I think for sure people do, but... Unexpected Journey, yeah, that should be this year. Here we have Thror on the throne, and the man to the right, the dwarf to the right, I should say, that is his son Throin, the father of Thorin Oakenshield. Throin the second, Thorin the second is his son. Thorin the second is Thorin Oakenshield. So yeah, this happened in the past. So here, I think it's plausible that he said, okay, I might die here. I give you my ring just to be sure. And then in the next scene, and this I find a bit strange, I have to admit. King Durin III puts the ring down on a rock. This scene I found a bit strange. So he puts it down where he was standing, and then he goes fight the Balrog. But what happens if, I don't know, like, what was his plan? This makes so little sense. I don't understand the plan. King Durin III looks at his son and basically says goodbye. He does not say goodbye, but I forgot what he's saying. He has some last words to his son, and that is also a shot I used here today in the scene thing here for the thumbnail of this thing, and I think that's a pretty cool shot, to be honest. I kind of like that. I like the light, how he looks, and so on. It would be a pretty cool scene if it would not be the build up to this thing and the idea behind it would not be so, I don't know, limited, I would call it. King Durin III jumps at Balrog. Just to give you some imagery here. Visual effects, I think, also fine. And then he jumps at the Balrog, and his axe clashes with the fiery sword of the Balrog. So the Balrog, or Durin Spain, we know from Lord of the Rings, has two weapons. They have the sword and the whips. I think the whips is even something like fiery sword and fiery whips. That's something that Balrogs also have in the Silmarillion. So there is that. A very nice shot here. I agree. Like, the shot looks so cool. And I think what the writers of the show did here is they had very early on this shot in mind. Like, they thought, okay, we want this shot. We want King Durin jump with his axe towards a Balrog and they clash or something. And then something happens. And then they started to write a story or bend a story of all of this to this point. And that is like kind of a problem in my opinion, simply because the moment in of itself is cool, and I also like the word. So to be honest, just like there was a story where at the beginning of the plot here, where Prince Durin said to his father, when we'd arm wrestled, yeah, I noticed you let me win, and then he said to his son, no, I did not let you win, but let you pull up his arm. That was you getting stronger. It was like a cool scene between both of them. You could argue, though, I don't know, if they... It's hard to tell how the relationship between both of them was kind of before, but yeah, I don't know. It's a bit strange if you just go on a rampage and kill, as a king, your own subordinates or your own people because you're absolutely crazy due to the ring. It doesn't suddenly, you know... It just so amped up to this that it's hard to tell what is going on here. You see how crazy he is, how much is this the doing of him, how much is this the doing of one of these rings. We know from the book, though, that the rings should not influence him that hard that he just suddenly starts killing people. That I find very strange. And it feels, as a result, that everything towards this feels constructed. The reason for that is, at least for me, in my opinion, as soon as he puts on the ring, King Durin has no chance. He can't be reasoned with anymore. Not even by his son, not even by Disa, by nobody. It was previously already difficult to reason with him. We remember when he had not the ring yet, I think. It was about that he and his son should reconcile and talk to each other and so on. And he was so stubborn that he would not go to his son and try to make the first step. He expected that his son would do and take the first step, which he did at the end. And in Now with the ring, though, there was no chance of reaching him. Like, it was completely against the screenplay. And it feels so unorganic because everything in the story was bent towards this moment. It has to escalate to get to this point here, to get this shot. Otherwise, what could have Prince Durin or Disa could have done better? Nothing. Because they were fighting against an overpowered opponent, the screenplay. What the writers did, what the writers wanted. And this is very, very noticeable. And this diminishes, in my opinion, everything of character development, everything of writing, all the scenes before. Like, they could have just straightforward jumped to this point, because everything that happened before did not matter to come to this conclusion. What we see here, to this scene, this shot had to happen, and it only happens because Durin is so stubborn that he does not listen to his son, does not listen to Disa, does not listen to Narvi, to nobody, kills his own people, gets down here, delays the army so that the elves in Eregion get wiped out. Just imagine if these powerful dwarves would have arrived in time, how much trouble the orcs would have gotten there if this would have been the case. It would even be a cool moment, to be honest, if this is how stuff would have worked. And Sauron could still have gotten the rings and escaped. So a lot of things could have worked out in this context, and you would have gotten far better payoff, in my opinion. But everything was basically scrapped to make it more dramatic, to make the Adar story work, and also to get this particular shot. And I'm not sure, I don't like it, to be honest. I like the dwarf part, I like Khazad-dûm, I like the actors, everything is fantastic there, and this part of the show, in my opinion, carried the show very hard in season 1. I think the Elrond, Durin, Khazad-dûm part was always a highlight in the show. And here, the story became so nonsensical, because the ring has far too big an influence, and the ring is too much a plot device. Because as soon as King Durin put the ring on, as I said earlier, he gets into this mode. He gets into this, he can't be reasoned anymore. You can't talk to him, and also he's now super strong, so you can't remove the ring from his hand without killing him or anything. So this feels like that the protagonist, like, he's just a side character, King Durin. He's not a protagonist, but the protagonist, Disa, Durin, the Fourth, and so on. Navi is also a side character, but whatever. They had no chance of winning, of changing this, of preventing this outcome, of saving their king. There was no chance. And the reason for that is not because it was so well written into this direction, and because the development was unstoppable, and maybe they made a mistake and could have done things better. But they had simply no chance, because the screenplay is more powerful than the character, always. And in a good show, in a good written show, you never think about, oh, it's a screenplay. You think, oh, that's why it doesn't work. That's why he decided like this. This is a cool twist, and the end, make up a twist here for why this end could have also be achieved. But, you know, it's better if you understand why stuff is working like this, instead of, no, it's impossible anyway. Because then everything they do before makes no sense. Everything they do before doesn't matter. It's devalued in a way. And that I find very unfortunate. I hope I could kind of express why I really dislike the conclusion of the end of King Durin here and what happens now. I think, though, to be fair, what might come next could be interesting, though, because now King Durin is gone. And now Prince Durin becomes maybe king, maybe not. And he has, there was a brother in season 1 mentioned, I think. There was a dialogue between Disa and Durin, I think, or something where the brother was mentioned. I wouldn't say that is a rant. That's maybe just my analysis why I think this is not a good scene. But it was not supposed to come over as a rant. For Balrog with wings, or not this topic again. I mean, like I said, the ring has to survive until the Third Age, because Durin's ring has to survive. It's not flying, it's gliding. That's the difference. I think it can't fly with it. It's like a chicken. But yeah, Durin's brother now also maybe makes claims. And now the other Dwarven realms who gave a tremendous amount of resources to Khazad-dûm now want their rings. And Prince Durin knows now how terribly dangerous those rings are. And now he's in a big problem because, first of all, he has to become king. As a result, he has to be strong enough to make this claim. And second, he has to deal with the other kingdoms now and think, what's going on? It's a 2-minute conclusion in a place of a 2-episode ending. We took it off, otherwise Durin wouldn't have a plot device for season 3. Yeah, I think they won't repeat it though. But I think it's interesting now that Durin has... Do I use the ring? I promised my wife to not ever use one of these rings. And from this point it was clear that the show will play with this. That the writers, even though the writers... Like there are some writers that on paper are good and know what they're doing. I think it's the showrunners or whoever makes the calls there that kind of leads to this nonsense in the writing that we often see. I think on paper these people know how to write because they wrote, I don't know, at Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul and stuff like this. There are writers on the show, working on the show, that have kind of names that you know from very successful and well-written shows. It's impossible that they just, in the matter of a few years, forgot everything about writing. But I don't know, something is definitely going on in this writing room. Could go for some Balrog wing, sounds tasty. I like you. Light blinded fool, I like the joke. Every plot device strikes out so much it's unbearable. Yeah, that's unfortunate, I also think. But yeah, I hope I could kind of express what I mean, why I don't like this. And I think, I don't know, so far in chat nobody said the stuff. I had also a lot of time of preparing for my, let's call it, rant. I wouldn't say, like I said, I don't mean this as ranting. I just see this as expressing why I think that is a very flawed way, or why it's so flawed, this particular story arc, and especially the conclusion of it. Like I said, what might come next could be interesting, because now we get new dwarves introduced. They mentioned the dwarves of the Blue Mountains want to come here and get their ring. Call it venting, not renting. Venting means I'm angry. I'm not angry at the show. I'm just trying to express why I think it's stupid. That was kind of my analysis, why I think, yeah, that's a terrible scene as a result. Like, it looks cool. I get the idea, I get the appeal, but they had to bend every other aspect of writing so much that they all suffered. And in the end, the payoff is not good enough to justify that. It's not an arc, it's a cliff. Call it whatever you're speaking facts. Yeah, kind of that thing, right? I'm not sure how you people feel about this particular plot here, or this particular line, because, yeah, I don't know. I like the dwarves. These are Prince Durin, King Durin. They're awesome, good chemistry. I like Khazad-dûm feels very alive most of the time, even though it's also we don't know that many dwarves in Khazad-dûm. But if you compare this to Eregion, like Eregion feels far less alive as a whole city compared to Khazad-dûm. An autopsy. But that's a bit unfortunate in my opinion in this part. I looked at this and thought, yeah, the imagery, like look at this. It's a cool, like this is such a cool shot here. It's awesome, but a cool shot alone is not enough if everything else has to be kind of ruined for it. Like King Durin is so crazy when he uses this ring that he feels like a completely different character. That doesn't help. And as long as he has this ring, this character doesn't work anymore. And you can't interact with him in any way. He's not listening, he does his own stuff, and he's also completely resistant to any approach of changing his mind, to reasoning with him. There's no reason, he's mad, he's crazy. It's like he lives in his own world. You could say, yeah, the rings are doing this, and I wouldn't mind that if they showed better solutions to taking away the ring for him, to reason with him, to try to read. Like, there are so many of these confrontations between Prince Durin and King Durin, where Prince Durin tries to convince his father to take off the ring. Father, please, I beg you, take off the ring. If it's so easy for you, prove it to me. He tried all the tricks and nothing worked. And you feel he could not have done anything better. He could not change the mind of his father. And since his father now is super magically super strong, super magically super strong, a good word, it's impossible for him, without hurting his father, killing his father or whatever, or I don't know, do whatever, it's impossible to take the ring away from him. And also it's impossible for others to do this, because then his father takes an axe and kills everybody. Like, even killing his own kin, or his own dwarves, the citizens of Khazad-dûm, so to say. He would even do that to just keep the stupid ring. And this just crosses a line. Like, we can of course read in Lord of the Rings as well about the effect of these rings. Let me just see if I find it really quick. Appendix A. Just so we have some book backup support. Nonetheless, it may be well, as the dwarves now believe, that Sauron by his arts had discovered who had this ring, the Ring of Durin later, has nothing to do here with the Second Age, the last to remain free, and that the singular misfortune of the heirs of Durin were largely due to his malice. For the dwarves had proved untamable by this means. The only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. So that's a very important point, what Tolkien expresses here. Yes, they could get angry if you deprived them from their gold, but this never happened to Durin. He was not deprived from his gold. He was not. Nobody tried to say, no, we take this away from you, or we try to betray you. That was never a thing. Like, everybody was very patient with Durin III, and he still killed them. That is not what this sentence says. But they were made from their beginning of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows, enslaved to another will. And for the same reason their lives were not affected by any ring to live either longer or shorter because of it. All the more did Sauron hate the possessors and desire to dispossess them. So here Tolkien even says they can't be dominated by a ring that easily. Yes, it makes them more greedy, and they get angry if somebody betrays them, and it seems like if all other things besides gold and precious things seemed profitless to them at some point, so it had definitely an influence on their character. But if you look at the dwarves and so on, they were still, you could still kind of reason with them. You could reason with Thorin, you could reason maybe with Thror and so on. There were definitely parts where we could say, well, there's some reason behind this. There's dragon sickness is a different topic, but all these things exist and all these things are there, but they are not so extremely strong than it is here shown in this episode or in the show. Few good shots could be an alternate title for the show. I hope the brother of King Durin the Third is not also called Durin. I hope he has a different name, because it gets really annoying. Also, I still don't understand the payoff now between Durin the Third and Durin why is Durin, Prince Durin, called Durin as well? I don't understand this still. Makes no sense in my opinion, but whatever. I don't like King Durin murdering his people, yeah. But it seems supported by text to an extent. They just dramatize the wrath. Yeah, for sure. I think it would be possible for him to maybe kill a dwarf. But like I just read, let me just read it again. Untamable, blah, blah, blah. Inflame the heart with grief of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other things seemed profitless. And they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance, and on all who deprived them. But King Durin was not deprived. Like that's a very important condition. Tolkien does not write, and they were also filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on everybody under every circumstance, by any means necessary. That's not what Tolkien writes. He writes on all who deprived them. But who deprived them? Nobody. You could say they want to take away their ring or something. That's one thing, but like I said, the situation is just too constructed just to make maybe the sentence distantly work. Like, people were very patient with Durin all the time. And that is not how I would understand the word deprived. Like, nothing was stolen from him. To the end, King Durin had all the control. Until his son said, no, we need to help the elves, and people noticed that it was a bit too extreme what he did. There's a very dark element to the dwarf. That is true as well. That's true. It reminded me of the naked wrath and greed of the dwarfs who murdered Thingol. I mean, yeah, that's also a complicated topic. Because in the case of Thingol, like if we just look at the Silmarillion version, though to be fair, this version is changed quite a bit due to how Tolkien let's say a little bit at least, how Tolkien envisioned it. It's a complicated topic, this particular example. But then in this case, the dwarves wanted compensation for it, and they demanded the Silmaril, because the Silmaril was the most beautiful thing in existence. And they put it into the Nauglamir, the most beautiful necklace in existence. And as a result, this created desire. It's kind of a design, like these stones were so, the Silmarilli were so beautiful that even Morgoth desired them. So you can't blame the dwarves to say, well, we want this. And then they felt deprived, and then there was a conflict. But here in this situation, like, nobody wanted to steal anything from King Durin. At some point, of course, his son wanted to overthrow him. You can make the argument, isn't that depriving? Of course, that would make him kind of angry, but I think his son had kind of good reasons for this. And like I said, also Tolkien does not write in this article, in this text that I just read, that dwarves can't be reasoned with anymore. Like, that's also not what Tolkien writes here. But whatever, at the end, he jumps at the Balrog. Let me just get here the final scenes together, chat. And then the Balrog and King Durin III clash. Sword and axe, and explosion appears. It looks pretty cool. The explosion, if you just stop it and look by it frame by frame. Balrog after explosion. Here, give you another shot of that. Okay, I have to look up the word. Ah, that's how, and just knew I just spelled it wrong. Looks sounds so weird. Okay, next shot. Here you see the stones coming down. This is the last frame you see of the Balrog. Next frame is it fades to black. Now it's okay. To be fair, there are two more frames, but this is the last where you can see the Balrog clearly. And then after that, the intro plays. I also forgot the name of intro for some time for whatever reason. I was there, not Gandalf. I was there 3,000 seconds ago when not Aragorn took the ring. I was there the day Strength took the... I let not Aragorn into the heart of Mount Southland. Did the weapon break? I think that's hard to see, to be honest. I think no. I think the sword is intact of the Balrog. Here they touch each other. That's the exact frame. Then there's light. No, I think it's still intact. The fire changes a bit after that. It's a bit difficult to show as a still image. How much more can they stress the Balrog plot? I have no idea. So my question now, chat, is the following. What was the plan of King Durin jumping? I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks pretty cool. But did he know it was exploding? If he knew that, then wasn't it very dangerous that this ring gets kind of, I don't know, buried under rubble? Like, this ring could be completely lost in this process, chat. Twin with White will return next season. So, was this a plan? Did he know that there will be an explosion? Like, did he think he could just kill the Balrog? Or hold him off? Like, was the idea an explosion appears and the ring could get lost if in the process? So it was not very safe. At the end, they saved the ring. We don't see it how they did this, but we know the ring survives. We see it later again. First of all. And then second of all, like, let me just see if I maybe find the later screenshot. Here, that's well, we see it. We see the ring later again. Here in the middle. If we zoom in, that's definitely the ring. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I overlook? Can't I count? Where's the last ring, chat? I think there's a ring missing. I think 1 is behind the ring, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's 7? I assume 7 is behind the ring in the middle. I just claim that. Yeah, the big one in the middle is Durin's ring 100%. That's the one with the big stone that's very recognizable. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I assume there's one ring behind this. I can't zoom in that much, chat. It's difficult to do. Could try to zoom in massively. But yeah, if you look through the whole ring part, you know, through the ring hole, there behind is another ring. Wait, I have an arrow somewhere. That here is the ring, right? So there's 7 rings. So all the 7 rings are still there. And yeah, I don't know. Oh, Liana is here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Great you could make it. We are not far into the episode. Surprise, we just discussed the episode for 2 hours. So yeah, what was Durin's plan there with the ring? This, in my opinion, as said, it makes no sense that this ring could get buried then if he knew an explosion would occur and seal the tunnel, because that is the only thing that makes sense. He wants to seal the tunnel, and he does this by clashing with the Balrog, and then he knows his axe will explode or whatever. He might die in the process, but it doesn't matter. Now he becomes Durin's Bane. The axe explodes, the tunnel explodes, collapses, and the Durin is trapped. The Balrog is trapped. If he fails, though, the ring is lost. And if there's no explosion, the tunnel is not sealed. As a result, he dies in this process, and at the same time, the Balrog can just go into Khazad-dûm and kill everybody. It could also be that the Balrog is now angry, and the Balrog might not care that the tunnel is sealed. He's maybe so powerful that he can just punch through the tunnel and then kill everybody in Khazad-dûm as well. So the whole situation, the outcome, and the plan of Durin III here is so constructed and makes no sense. It's such a cool looking shot. Don't get me wrong, like, I really like the shots here. Like this one, and him jumping, that looks pretty cool. And the clash at the end that we described, and so on. Awesome. But it makes no sense, to be honest. Also, happy birthday to whoever has birthday in chat, I think. Light Blinded Fool. Yeah, they all did it because the writers wanted to kill off a character, for sure. But yeah, that was the dwarf section. We later return to that. Let us move on. And the next section would be also very short. We have Gandalf now in the show. I'm not even sure, like... Some nice dark shots here in the show. The problem is always you don't see anything. Like, some parts here are so dark, it's impossible. It's still less confused than the Amazon map makers. It's unfortunately true. I wish I could say no. You're over extending now. Übertreiben, verdammt. Exaggerate. Thank you. They're exaggerating. No, but it's unfortunately, the map makes absolutely zero sense. Stranger goes to store village desert shot. I don't know how to call this image here. We jump to the stranger. Here it is. I make it a bit brighter so you can actually see something on this thing here. So this is how it looks bright. This is how it looks originally. You see very little. It's not that you see very little here. It's not that bad, to be honest, because it's just a landscape shot. Couldn't even tell you if the stranger is in this scene here or not. I think he's not. And yeah, he goes to visit the Stur village, and then the stranger appears, but the rest of it is also... Thank you for brightening. Don't worry, we will have. I think we will have to resort to a lot of brightening thing. Then stranger finds eye symbol on horse. This is also brightened up. Originally it looks like this. So I just keep the brightness on. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, so he finds the horse and then there is a symbol on it. Good that you tune into your least favorite part. Let me just sit a bit differently. And drink a cup here. Where the stars and stories is strange, or are strange, yes. So, I don't know, the eye symbol, usually the eye is a Sauron thing. The e-study, though, has sometimes symbols. Like Gandalf had not really a symbol. Like, he often used the G for Gandalf as a rune letter. Let me see if I find it. Yeah, that's in the Hobbit film. That's in the Tolkien Kir's alphabet. That's a G for Gandalf. I think it was also an S for Saruman. The white hand symbol. Stuff like that. G for Gandalf because he was the original G. I like it. Yeah, he had an eye staff, that is true. And then, yeah, the Dark Wizard simply talks to what's his name? Stranger. Gandalf. Dark Wizard talks to Stranger. This section, I think this section we can just go through very fast because there's not much to discuss. We have seen this in a vision already that Gandalf had last episode, so we knew they were meeting each other. Let me just see what the dialogue is here. If you hear the episode sound, please let me know because I'm not allowed to stream it. Oh, there's an important shot actually I want to talk about briefly. That was, in my opinion, a cool little detail. Like it goes through in this place, and there. Is a cool detail I liked. I found cute, I should say. There was a little turtle. Look at this. And the turtle is eating, I don't know, a bit of salad or something like that. Very cute, in my opinion. I always find it very cute if turtles eat a salad or something. If you see a video of this, it's always very cute, in my opinion. So that's, I guess, the best scene in this. The little turtle. It also shows that this area is kind of fruitful. Lettuce. That's the word. German would say Salat, whatever. Can't wait to see him smoke pipe weed next season. A tortoise. Yeah, is this the more accurate thing? When I think of turtle, I always think of the Ninja Turtles, but it might be more precise. Thank you for the hint. Tortoise, I think it's pronounced. Very fond of pizza also. A land turtle. A small, large turtle. But don't look the feet of the turtle. Like if we make it a bit brighter still. Now the color gets a bit strange. But doesn't look the foot here more like a swimming thing, you know, like it's a sea turtle or something? Like I have no idea about turtles. Tortoise. Forgot already how it's pronounced. Tortoise. I know about these animals, but I think they are cute though. The shell is different. Like I said, I have no clue. So if this kind of helps you to identify this further, let's make it a bit darker again so the colors are not completely weird. But I think, yeah, that was a cute scene. In my opinion, though, the most important part here in this. Not much to discuss. He meets then the Dark Wizard. And there is like a line, Manwë promised you would come, or prophetized. Manwë promised you would come. I confess my patience wavered, but my faith in you, old friend, did not. You know me? Know you? We are as kin. 5 of us there were. But you were the one who convinced me to leave the uttermost west for this world. Because you knew none of us could ever hope to defeat Sauron alone. So a bit of context. So each of the Istari is each of the Istari serves one of the Valar, basically the highest. Like the Istari are Maya, and the Maya are angels of lower rank, the Valar are angels of higher rank. And then there's God, the highest authority in the Tolkien universe, Eru, Ilúvatar as he's called. And the Istari are Maiar, and each of them serve a Valar. Gandalf served Manwë. Originally he also served Nienna and so on, so he served multiple Valar, but later on he served Manwë, and he was chosen by Manwë to become one of the Istari. And then Saruman was chosen by Aule, and he was a Maiar of Aule, same as Sauron once was a Maiar of Aule. And Radagast was chosen by Yavanna, and Yavanna basically had to beg or to go to Saruman and ask him, hey, this Radagast dude is one of my Maiar, take him with you, please. And then Saruman said, okay, and took him with him. But Saruman was not a fan of Radagast. And then there were 2 others, the Blue Wizards, and they were, I think, serving Orome, the huntsman of the Valar, so the Valar of hunting. And I have to look up who asked who. because I forgot about that, to be honest. And here I think it's book bait in these lines, because this line, yeah, the note ends with a statement that Kurumo, Saruman, took Iwendil, Radagast, because Yavanna begged him, and that Alatar took Palando as a friend. And there's note 6. Note 6 says, Kurumo would seem to be Saruman's name in Quenya, recorded nowhere else. Kurunir was a Sindari name form. Saruman, his name among Northern men, contains the Anglo-Saxon word Siaru and Saru, Siaru, Saru, skill, cunning, cunning device. Iwendil must mean lover of birds, compared with Linawen, lake of birds. In Nevras, excuse me. See, blah blah blah, appendix and for meaning of Radagast, see page 390 and note Palando, despite the spelling, perhaps contains Palan, afar, as in Palantir, and in Palaran, far wanderer. The name of Aldarion's ship. That sounds so funny. That the name of Aldarion's ship, I forgot. In a quiz, I would not have been able to answer that. How was Aldarion's ship called? I don't know. But yeah, so Alatar took Palando as a friend. Here in this version of the Blue Wizards, Alatar is one of the Blue Wizards, and he took his friend Palando with him to Middle-earth. This is a clear, like this scene here is a clear book bait scene. Maybe I should also switch the scenes, because here we see the stranger and the Dark Wizard talk to each other. So like I said, the two Blue Wizards were, I think, chosen by Orome. Yeah, here we can see on another page, there are some rough tables relating the names of the Istai to the names of the Valar. Olorin to Manwe and Varda, Kurumo to Aule, Iwendil to Yavanna, Alatar to Orome, and Palando also to Orome. But this replaces Palando to Mandos and Nienna. So it was originally Palando was to Mandos and Nienna. Interesting. So yeah, the Valar basically chose Amaya to go on this journey. Gandalf, interestingly, or Olorin as he's called in the West, did not want to go. And he said basically, I fear Sauron. And then, I forgot who said it to him, I think it was Manwe or something, said to him, and that is why you should go. Because, like, Saruman in contrast, he is convinced of himself, but you fear him, and that's a very important ability to be successful on this mission. To just have respect of your enemy. Because it is a very powerful enemy you will have to face. Saruman was only a fan of Saruman. If you think about it, yeah, that's true. He was his biggest fan, I think. Yeah, it was Manwe who convinced him to go to this thing. So, yes, there's that. So this bait here, yeah, you convinced me to go here, clearly goes, yeah. And like somebody wrote in chat earlier when we discussed here a bit the episode, oh yeah, it must be a Blue Wizard. Finally, this is the biggest hint we got so far. Because we know Alatar convinced Palando to come to Middle-earth or something. Or you could maybe ask Yavanna convinced Saruman to take Iwendil or something like that. You can make tons of interesting theories why that is the case. I think they just make this up to confuse us book readers and means nothing. But that's just me. So when will Gandalf get in a boat and meet Círdan to receive the Red Ring, or will this show find him in a cereal box? I think the chances for the cereal box are not that bad, to be honest. Maybe they kill the stranger and the stranger has to fight another Balrog, dies, and then he's sent back to Middle-earth, and then he lands and meets Círdan. Or when he gets, or for example, he's now in the west, and he goes now to Umbar or something in the next season, and from there he goes into a boat and sails to Lindon, and then there he meets Círdan. Because he needs to return to the northwest of Middle-earth again. Your journey to Surun, seeking all answers, follow me and you shall have them. It's also something that, like, Saruman also wanted that Gandalf wanted to ally with Gandalf because he knew he was powerful and so on. Your past, your name, even your staff. Here's he's lying though, he can't give him his staff. To a halfling, I did not make the halfling, to halflings give me. Eleanor, Brandyfoot, Poppy Proudfellow. Need to know, need to worry. I have seen to it the small ones are safe. Come. I instructed they were not to be harmed. They won't be once you have given us all that we were promised. My people were once kings with it, and then he killed the other dude. And the dude just goes. So my people were just kings. I assume they were kings or so. They will be potentially Nazgul candidates for sure. The dude that was killed was Brank. And is now dead. Now, people were once kings, maybe reference to the Easterling that survived the War of Wrath. Yeah, that's also possible. So these dudes, what did they do? Nothing, Sesh. Basically nothing. They were just henchmen, and now they have a reason to ally with Sauron. Like when Sauron now comes to them and say, hey, you were betrayed by the Dark Wizard, but what if I give you the power to stand up against that wizard and become very powerful and so on? And give you this ring here. That's kind of what I think Sauron will do. I thought Brang might become important, but yeah, it was just killed. Welcome, Sander Clegane. Nice to have you here. Caught you live again. Awesome. They still haven't revealed why they wear masks. Yes, they did not do that as well. Like I said, in this plot line, you learn basically nothing. So, fear of our kind. I hope my action today will lead you to know better for me. And then Nori pities the fallen warrior there. And she says, you pity the one that's at your throat. She says, yes. Pity will not defeat Sauron. So here is kind of a foreshadowing. Pity won't kill Sauron, of course. In the end, it will do that. And if you were, or would you become his successor? Walk with me, and in time we'll both be his successors. So the Dark Wizard tries to bring the stranger on his side, but since Gandalf is the wisest of the Maya, he says, well, dude, I'm more with pity and mercy and so on. You know, I was once the Maya of Nienna. we know better. They kind of goes through this whole who the stranger is, who he identifies as, what he has learned in the meantime, who has become, and so on. It's a nice little scene in my opinion. Could be worse, but it doesn't bring us much further because all of that we already know. I would sooner walk the stairs if I were nameless and forgotten. And then the Dark Wizard shows that he's kind of powerful. Pity will not defeat Sauron. Forced irony, yes, for sure, but I think it's okay. You can do that. Like with everything the Dark Wizard says, he says wrong things, and as a result it becomes easy for the viewer and also for Gandalf to look through him and say, okay, he's not a nice dude. He wants to become, he has interest in power. He doesn't care about pity, about other people and so on. I thought Brank would be Carmel. Well, good that I didn't make this call. Did I make this call? I think I said they could maybe become important later or so. I also, to be fair, I also expected more. Very kind of waste of time. I feel like there is potential for an interesting story if they just would work a little bit more with the story, let the characters develop, me talk a bit other, characterize them better, but nothing like that happened in this rune section here as well. As a result, it was very disappointing in the end, yeah. With all those free spells, he could kill Sauron easily. The turtle is symbolic. The stranger is coming out of his shell. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a really good point by Devin. Sorry for not looking that much at chat because I have to look at here my screenshots and stuff. So far the people of Rune are depicted as brutes who are enslaved by higher beings. Checks out, but still feels a bit disrespectful. Maybe. There's a turtle poem, Fastito Colon, in the Tolkien reader. Yeah, the Fastito Colon we also discussed earlier in the context of the sea monster, though. But it's a turtle whale. So yeah, it also has a shell. It's also in The Adventures of Tom Bombadil, the poem. They were masked, so the show wouldn't have to figure out what they look like. Yeah, I had high hopes that they do something with all these characters, but they did never. They were just tracking down the hobbits, failing at this all the time. And then came to the Stur village one time, and Gundabale hit them, even though it was dangerous, or putting them all into danger. I hope you're losing those you care for most. Will give you a taste of the suffering all Middle-earth will know. Sauron proof victorious. What I find strange in this context, like we know that his acolytes searched for Sauron, and they seem not to want to kill Sauron, but maybe to, I don't know, bring him back or whatever. I don't know exactly what the plan there was, but in episode 8 they definitely said, no, it's not Sauron, it's the other, it's the Istari, or it's the Istar. Something like this they said in the first season. So if the acolytes are the servants of him, it seems like he doesn't really want to destroy Sauron. Maybe he just pretends here. I don't really know what's going on, but it makes not that much sense. As a result, this whole story part is not that super interesting, if I'm completely honest with you. It's very hard to make any predictions here or any good calls. I think the Gaudrim, they are called. Gaudrim threatens Nori and Poppy with a knife. It seems like that was, I don't know. They kind of tried to force the dark wizard and so on. I don't get it, to be honest. They had their own agenda, it didn't work out. If they would not appear next season again, nobody would miss these characters as well, because they're just... there was no... Dark Wizard uses his magic powers. That looked kind of cool, to be honest. And then he destroys the village with his powerful spell stuff. Stranger holds off the rocks. And saves his friends as a result, and then the stones fall down and we switch again, and we see the stars. Stranger under the stars he searched for so long. Of course, it kind of makes sense that, you know, the Valar can set, like Varda, or Elbereth Gilthoniel, she is the Valar of the stars, basically, or the Queen of the Stars. She can place those and so on, so that she can make a formation to, for example, she set upon a star constellation as a line not to cross against Morgoth. Stuff like this can happen. So I think that's even in the realm of the plausible here. But yeah. Do you think Gandalf will come to the east and enter? Will come to the east and enter the bigger event. What do you mean with come? He is already in the east, isn't he? Or what do you mean out of the east? Into the west or so? I don't know, to be honest, what they will do with the stranger next. I think he knows that his friend there is a threat. The other Easter. And he has to face the Dark Wizard and Sauron at some point. So yeah, I think at some point he will do stuff for sure. They just forgot what they wrote in season 1. Yes, possible. I hope the Harfoots and Gandalf start moving west next season, establishing the Shire. I mean, the Shire is established in the Third Age, so it's not a topic. First, we need the hobbits, the Sturs. We need close to the Anduin, because there they will find the One Ring at some point. And Gollum comes from this line there as well. Then some parts move over to the Misty Mountains, close to Duneland and so on, and later it goes to the Shire. It's a complicated story there. It's a constellation Gandalf was searching. It was above the house of Tom Bombadil in this region, and so on. I think it's not how stars work, to be honest, but whatever. Nori Smeagol, no. It was an example with the star constellation. It's not the same, though. It's described as one of her greatest deeds. Took her so long, and the elves started waking. I mean, there's also... though it's not a classical star, but there's also the star of Erendil and so on. There are other star constellations mentioned there. Nori will be Eowyn. What on earth? No, Nori won't be Eowyn. Can we keep it serious, please? We still have to go through quite a bit of show. Thank you for the stream, Chris and Maria, and thank you for staying so long. Sorry for maybe missing some of your messages. Speaking of the stranger, what happened to the stranger finding his stuff in the valley with the tree? What? The stranger did not go for the valley, Openbird. He decided he chose friendship over power or something like this, as he says. He followed basically the vision he had. That's what Bombadil also said to him. The secret fire gives you vision, and you follow the vision. And the vision showed him Nori. As a result, he should go there, and that's where he will find his staff. The valley was just... Basically, that was a wrong decision for him to make, and he luckily did not make the wrong decision. I don't know. I just say it's that there are stars in the world placed for some reason, and there are constellations that maybe have a significance, is plausible inside the Tolkien universe. It doesn't mean she made these stars 5 minutes ago. They could be there for ages or whatever. I don't know. It kind of redeems the line Bombadil said to Gandalf. I mean, the Gandalf quote, or in general what he said to him? But yeah, it kind of worked. It was not the worst. It just also not that interesting. I just wished... They promised us you have to face both a showdown between the stranger and the dark wizard. And in the end, we didn't really get that much of that. How does it can like he said the same? Tom Bombadil said the same thing. Some who die deserve life. Some who live deserve death. Can you give it to them? He said in the context that Nori would die, but the thing that the stranger should do was to save Nori. That's, you know what I mean? Like the stranger had to, his task was to find out the right answer, basically. That's why it redeems it, because he chose the right answer and tells, yes, you should have chosen friendship or what the vision of the secret flame is telling you above power or getting your staff or whatever. You should just follow that, and then everything will follow along. Like he has these visions and you should listen to them because they come from the secret fire. The secret fire is the thing he should serve. He should serve Eru and Eru's secret fire. Gandalf says later, I am a servant of the secret fire, and so on. No, the scene is constructed in a way that it tells us the Dark Wizard does the following things does not appreciate. He doesn't care about what he promised these Gaudrim, these trackers. Like he said, I help you doing stuff, you help me out, and so on and so forth. He said, I don't care. I even kill you if I have to. I don't care about this either. So that's what he says. He says, I will be the successor of Sauron. I will be maybe a better successor than Sauron. We can become both his successors, similar like Saruman. Then he says, with pity, you won't defeat Sauron. So everything that's important for Gandalf, he's the complete opposite of that. The antithesis, so to say. So the scene does not want to tell us he's good. He pretends to be good. He tries to convince Gandalf. And Gandalf had a dialogue like this before with Saruman. For example, white, he sneered, Saruman, it serves as a beginning. White cloth may be dyed, the white page can be overwritten, and the white light can be broken. In which case it is no longer white, said I, Gandalf. And he that breaks a thing to find out what it is has left the path of wisdom. Yeah, the viewer should believe him. Like this whole is a mystery box. Like they give you little hints in directions. Oh, it could be a blue wizard because he said they were friends. And then, oh, he maybe is a good guy and he's not evil. And maybe he just wants to fight Sauron and needs an ally. So like the blue wizards once did and so on. I think it's all like, or like Saruman talking to him, like giving reference. Is this Saruman? Is this not Saruman? So they give us some lines and some little crumbs. Crumbs? Krümel. What is Krümel in English? Krümel. Yeah, crumb. Right? Maybe pronounced differently. Without the B. Crumb. Okay. So it's a crumb that they give us, and they want to bring us on the wrong path in our predictions, but that's basically all there is to it, I think. So what we're doing right now is exactly what they want. We're sitting here for an hour and talking about something that's basically nothing. And that's the whole plot, unfortunately, of The Stranger and so on. Like this is a non-story. Like nothing was told there. Like in 2 seasons removed from a stranger who doesn't know who he is, who doesn't know what his powers are, where they come from, who his name is, who can't control his powers and does not have his stuff. After 16 hours of episodes and being a main protagonist of these episodes as well, we come to it's Gandalf. He still doesn't know where to go and what his purpose is exactly, but he at least now has a staff, can maybe somewhat control his powers, and can talk and knows his name. That took 16 episodes. Impressive. But he's called the Dark Wizard, but he said the others call me like this. In truth, I'm the nice wizard, actually. Non-story describes it so well. Yeah, it's basically a non-story. Like, you can summarize this arc. Stranger comes to... Probably took 1,000 years in the book. It's also a truth, I guess. Book sometimes takes a long time for things to happen. But it's basically Stranger comes to the Eastland, and then he finds Tom Bombadil and has to get through a task to find his staff and out who he is, and then he makes some decision, and then he confronts the wizard, and the wizard is gone, and he finds his staff, and then the Hobbit in the meantime finds his doors, and then they move on their different ways and destinies. The end. That's basically everything we learned this season about this part. It's kind of depressing, you know, but that's 16 hours of content. It's what we learned about these characters in 2 seasons. And yeah, well, I have no words for this. It's just so stupid. I don't mind that it's Gandalf, because I like Gandalf. I like the actor especially. Like, I think the actor is a really good Gandalf. But at least if he gets his head, he has the looks for it. I like how he talks and so on. I can definitely see the actor portraying Gandalf. I like Nori, I like Poppy and so on. Will Nori and Poppy follow him again in season 3? I don't know, because now they have like a big family to care of, and I think they might reunite with the Harfoots. And then on the way, they also have to find the Fellowhides at some point. Who knows when that happens. The question is, will Gandalf stay in the east, or will he return to the to the west? I don't know, like the west of Middle-earth, northwest. But yeah, it's just stupid. That's what it is. I would like to be more positive about this plot. Like I said, I really like it's also said that basically everything else in this episode made no sense. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't matter for the conclusion. I think the Hobbit part in season 1 they did better, because there we had this huge back and forth. Like, it's kind of similar in many ways, because also there we have the acolytes who appear and they try to find the stranger, and there's a confrontation, they get into trouble and so on. But we have more characters. The characters work a bit better with each other, I think. And in the end, we have like Sadok and the hobbits, and Sadok dies in the end, and so on. Spoiler. And as a result, I feel, that kind of worked. Like the conclusion of the Harfoot plot in episode 8 of season 1 was definitely much better than this year. Numenor's next. Oh boy. Yes, Numenor's next. The dumpster fire, as I call it. Holy moly, Numenor. The Numenorean plot is just wild. I had a friend today who is also not that deep into Lord of the Rings, and he asked me some Numenorian questions today, and my answer was often, well, they don't explain this, it's completely nonsense. It was kind of funny. The rest of the stranger scenes, I mean, that's crafty spirit, that sounds reasonable, because then we can push Numenor a bit to the side and discuss it a bit later. I forgot Numenor. No, you did not forget it. Your brain, basically, as a reasonable human being, took measures to kind of push this out of your memory, because it's so much nonsense, it doesn't want to deal with it, I think. That is what happened, but I don't know. I mean, the positive thing, I kind of found it cool that Narsil was mentioned in this context, so I didn't fully agree with this. He's always right. Yes. Okay, maybe it's a good idea to discuss the Numenorian plot. I hope I didn't do a screenshot already of that. Let me see, what is the last scene is the say goodbye stuff. Like, to be fair, I also don't want to talk about the rune plot. I can't even talk anymore, chat. Nori and Poppy. Okay, we complete the plot. Nori, Poppy, Merrimack. I'm not sure if my Merrimack is spelled with an A or an E. I think with an E. Merrimack. Say goodbye to stranger. I think for the dwarves it makes sense that we come back later to the dwarves, chat. So then after a time skip, next day, they standing here. Merrimack has a goodbye gift for Gandalf. There, and Merry and Poppy say goodbye to the stranger as well. Merrimack, let me just check up how this guy is spelled. The reason why, if I search ever screenshots and search for his name, and I spell him wrong, I will never find the screenshots. That's why I have to hit the spelling. Yeah, with an E. Merrimack. Okay, that's correct. Mack has a gift for Gandalf. Has a gift for Gandalf. I think he gives him something, right? No, it's not a gift. I thought he gives him this bag that he has. He gives it to Poppy. Okay, I was wrong, chat. If he would have given him this little basket with stuff in it. And yeah, he says, "Thank you kindly, Grand Elf." A Poppy takes it and they walk along the way. So Merrimack says goodbye to Gandalf. Because my theory would be, if he would have given him this basket, there would have been a pipe in it. But unfortunately, this doesn't happen, so... Oh, by the way, I can reduce the color, the brighten up thing here. Alexei, welcome. Nice to see you. A lizard breath. Wielder of snakes. So all this dead stores whole community in shambles, everyone depressed, just get plastic stuff. Well, they decided to help Nori and Poppy, and yeah, then the stranger came, helped them. I'm not sure if people died there, actually. I think Gandalf might have prevented this from happening. Maybe one person died because there was a stone collapsing close to one body. Brain power already at 0%. Point in the writing. Pipeweed hasn't been invented yet. You are right, but the showrunners don't care. You have to think how the showrunners think. And they don't care about details like these. It's just a minor detail, so whatever. It's only the big plot points where they would care. But yeah. They say goodbye to the stranger. Gundabale also says goodbye, stranger. And then the stranger Grandelf, says the stranger. And this is how he becomes Gandalf. Yay! That's where the name comes from. We have the origin story. It's a gift from Numenor. There's some story Tolkien wrote about this as well at some point. I think Bad Wizard is Saruman because the only rule these showrunners follow is always choose the dumbest solution. No, it's not like that. They choose the solution they think is the coolest, and so on. Press the wrong button, chat. That means I have to search for the scene again. Gundabale says goodbye. Grand elf to stranger. Question is, when do I start calling him Gandalf and when stranger? Whatever. Yeah, it's not clear who he is yet. So there's a lot of goodbye, and then the Sturs are leaving their home. Not sure why they don't rebuild their home. Maybe because the Dark Wizard is still around or something. But I guess the reason is the plot. The plot needs this. I think the most important part, though, is Gandalf finds his staff. Stranger Gandalf finds his staff on the ground. And I was right. It is from Gundabale's tree. And then Gandalf just walks through the desert. Gandalf, stranger with staff, walks through. Like, I just want to point out, this I called. It was easy to call, to be honest. That walks through the desert, right? It will be dark again, chat. And then, one moment. because I don't know how to spell words. You have to be kidding me. And then he goes to Tom Bombadil's house, chat. Look at this. And Tom Bombadil has an awesome teapot. Look at this. He even knows Gandalf is coming. He has already 2 cups available there. I just look at chat for a moment. Oh, Jake, welcome. How's it going so far? Slowly but surely, I think. Okay, Nori, I just noticed that the show does one thing that show does really well. Seriously, they refrain from nakedness and sexual topics, even when it comes to costumes. Yeah, that is true. The show is very tame. I remember when they announced that there was an, what is it called? Intimacy? No, what was the coordinator called? Forgot the name for it. Oh boy, the comments in this time were so disgusting. Intimacy, that's how it's pronounced. The intimacy coordinator. That was announced, like the comments exploded. Like it was unbearable when this announcement came. And yeah, the show is like the worst thing we have seen is a kiss in the show, so. And yeah, I agree on that. The costumes in the show are not overly sexualized or anything, so that is pretty awesome. Costumes in the show are pretty great in my opinion. Yeah, the Disa, sometimes you see Disa's legs and so on. I don't think that's that big of a deal either. As that represents a general gripe I have with the show, the poorly placed emphasis on shiny magical objects, Mithril, the rings, Narsil, the cursed blade, Morgoth's crown, etc. Yeah. Intimacy coordinator. I try to pronounce this correctly. It's kind of difficult. It's a word I rarely use. Didn't Radagast revive a sick hedgehog in the Hobbit movie? Now Tom Bombadil has a hedgehog teapot, I think. He does, that is true, but it's still an awesome teapot in my opinion. At least Disa doesn't have it. Disa has a beard, though. Not in all scenes. But she has. And that's also what Tolkien described in his books. So, to be fair, on paper, dwarf women are for outsiders indistinguishable from dwarf men. The show doesn't go that far. Great teapot, I agree. It's also pretty awesome. And then, yeah, he visits Tom Bombadil again. Let me just close my other program here. And then there's a very cool move that Gandalf does. Tom makes tea for the stranger who visits. This is, by the way, I light up the scene a little bit, so just that you know it's darker in the original. But you can see what I want to show not that well. And now look at Gandalf. Gandalf closes the door. That's I think a very I think Gandalf also does this in the Peter Jackson films like this. Like he goes with his staff through the door, and then he takes the back of his staff to close the door behind him. That I found was a very cool detail. It's a bit hard to show this in, you know, with screenshots. I don't want to make 20 screenshots here because it's not annoying, is the wrong word. Maybe I can switch between both scenes. Let me just try that, chat. The brightness might be different. Okay. So here he comes through the door, and then he uses his staff, puts the back of his staff back and closes the door. It's a bit difficult to see, but I hope you know what I mean. That's the best I can do, chat. Sorry. Chris, do you think Tom teleported when he came to rescue the hobbits from the Barwites? Maybe. I would buy this teapot. Yeah, I could imagine a lot of people would do that. I have 3 or 4 stuffed hedgehogs at home. The turtle and the teapot highlights of the plotline. That is true. The teapot we have seen earlier, though. It's not the first time. I think we forgot to mention it in the previous analysis stream, though. But just for completeness sake, here the teapot shall be mentioned. Stuffed. I wasn't sure if it's written like that, to be honest, but whatever. They work for you. That's funny. Geez, rough on doors. Yeah, but it's I don't know. It's a classic Gandalf move in my opinion. I'm not sure. We would have to watch the Peter Jackson films, but I think Ian McKellen also closed the doors like this sometimes. But yeah, if you maybe watch the show or so, you will notice the closing of the door. And we know, of course, that Tom Bombadil and Gandalf know each other because at the end of Lord of the Rings, Gandalf travels to Tom Bombadil and stays there for a while and for reasons. So very interesting. Tom Bombadil and Gandalf sing the song. That I, to be honest, liked a lot. That scene for me worked quite well. After everything was done, he fulfilled his task. He sits there with Tom and they sing the Tom Bombadil song. It's awesome. I think that is definitely also one of the better parts of this. Some might say it's kind of cheap or so, but if in a Tolkien adaptation, characters sit together at the fire, and sing a song together, yeah, that's classic Tolkien in my opinion. That was great. I agree on that. You don't choose the staff chooses you. Yeah, it was a very strange line, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. I do think the actor, Adam writes, I do think the actor would do great as Gandalf, just wish that did him more justice. Yeah, I would also say, if the writing would be better and they would have just revealed earlier that he's Gandalf and they could use him as Gandalf, that would be better. The room is also pretty awesome. Yeah, the set pieces in the show usually work quite well. Of course, sometimes they're a bit like a theater play or something, you know what I mean, from a set thing, very small, confined. Sometimes you don't have but it's often also how the camera works and films everything and so on. Here, though, it is a room inside, so it works perfectly fine. There's a lot of detail in the background and so on. I think the people doing everything did a phenomenal job. That's not the problem of the show. No explanation of Goldberry. Well, we have heard her singing once. But yeah, no explanation of her. I can imagine Gandalf and Tom chilling at the end of Return of the King, yeah. As said, they speak as 50-year-old on Facebook sharing philosopher's quotes. Also, Tirza, welcome. Nice to see you. And after that, they sing the song. The stars we see one more time. The star constellation. I have no idea how this is spelled. Stellar constellation. Dark wizard looks into the sky. Again, very dark. Then we jump to Khazad-dûm. I think that's the last scene for this year, right? So we have the stranger part completed. Now we unfortunately have to jump to Numenor. Maybe he gets the head from Tom Bombadil later, becomes his head or so. Could imagine something like that as well. Don't need some rugs and a comfy armchairs. Yes, looks like steps going up. Did we ever get... Yeah, it looks like 2 stories. I think we have not. No. Goldberry in the desert isn't the best idea, potentially. Looks like a P on the side. Yeah, something like that. Could also be the Gandalf rune, like... Though it looks a bit different, but here... Nah, it goes... it would look a bit different. If it's a rune, it would be a different letter then. Whatever. Let's not go there. It's P squared. me post it from the book. Old Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow, bright blue his jacket is, and his boots are yellow. That's how the rhyme goes. None has ever caught him yet, for Tom, he is the master. His songs are stronger songs, and his feet are faster. Oh, Tom Bombadil, Tom Bombadillo. By water, wood and hill, by the reed and willow. I just saw the trilogy, you are right. Okay, you're maybe a bit behind, Christiana, then. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I could swear Gandalf also used the exact same move. This guy's stuff looks evil, yeah, for sure. And then, yeah, we jump back to the beginning of the episode and talk about... I don't know what... Is there anything left to say? I complained about this plotline a lot because nothing happens there. Now we got the final reveal, and it was kind of disappointing. The song at the end was very cool, though. I like the actors. I can see this actor, Daniel Wayman, I think is his name. It's a good Gandalf. I just wish they would give him more to do and give him a better story. And I hope this improves further. But it's not clear to me if he stays now in the East for some time, if he searched a confrontation with the Dark Wizard or whatever. It seems like it. Merry fellow singing with his Gandalf friend, oh yeah. Yeah, what else, chat? Next scene would be Numenor. We have the white tree in a red light. Let me just remove the brightening here. So this is how the scene would normally look. Was there ever an explanation of the name of the constellation Hermit's Head? Oh, was this... You are right, the constellation had a name. Was it Hermit's Head, what it was called, chat? I don't know anymore. I have not seen season 1 in 2 years, so... But if it's Hermit's Head, then it's, yeah, the House of Tom Bombadil. In the meantime, I eat something. Okay. Yeah, the Amazing Bad Boy, welcome. I think I didn't say hello. I will stop being so negative. It's over after all. Time to forget. Even it may look like autumn colors. A sign the tree is dying. Yeah, maybe that. I think it might be the light inside as well. It puts it into this specific hue. It's a pretty cool shot, as often. The show, like the cinematography and how stuff looks in the show, is pretty awesome. Can't complain there much. Now, it can't be explained wholly through the color of the light. I think we have seen the bells in Numenor. Are rung. That's the English word for ring. We have the bells, and interestingly, what's it called? Lever. Eärien pulled the levers for the bells, so there are levers for it. Seems like a very modern mechanism, so it definitely shows. I kind of like the idea because it shows we have never seen levers anywhere else. Maybe the elves, of course, but it definitely shows how advanced the Numenorians are in this time here. So that's pretty cool. I like the shot. She's pulling the strings now, basically. Eärien talks to Faithful. Faithful are summoned by bells and talk to Eärien or something. I'm not sure how I should call this scene here. But yeah, she talks to them, and then Pharazôn comes and basically yeah, has with his friend Lord Belsagar, I think is his name. High Priest, Pharazôn, Bel. I have to look up how the name is written. I can't remember how it's spelled. Takes a moment, chat. Belsagar, yes. Belsagar, okay. So yeah, these people are talking here. The High Priest, we have seen him previously. And then High Priest gets a text, something like this, with claims about Miriel. And yeah, this is kind of stupid in my opinion. So we just summarize the story here really quick. And yeah, in this text, basically, they say that Miriel bewitched the sea with the help of the powers of Sauron. So they just claim this out of nowhere, and then these soldiers pin these ideas to the houses. Claims are pinned to house doors. People Faithful people are arrested. Interestingly, and this makes you wonder quite a bit. Faithful are arrested. And Eärien, of course, knows this and searches her father to warn him. So she sits kind of in the boat responsible for this. And yeah, the white tree is starting losing his what do you call it? His leaves. In the meantime, chat, and yeah, we'll discuss this here in a moment. Let me just get through the story, have the screenshots done. The people have a level of 5-year-old thinking. Yeah, I would say the writers have a way of portraying people like that. Eärien warns her father Elendil. This scene we have seen in some trailer material already. Always wondered when this might appear. So, yeah. Eärien helps her father escape. By convincing guard. I think enough. So yeah, then the guards come and arrest the people in the background. She says, "Dude, I'm quite literally, I don't know. I know Farazon by person. I'm dating his son. You should not go against me." Then she checks if her father is still around. And her father, but he is gone. So she's, I guess, kind of relieved that her father is out. It's kind of interesting that, like, it's like a classical phenomenon. Like, yeah, all these faithful guys, they can be arrested. I don't care about them, but, well, my father, even though he's also faithful, I maybe help him at least. Like, maybe the idea is wrong. And then Elendil wants to leave with Medial. So then cut to Medial's palace. Somehow Elendil gets in there, unseen, unnoticed, without any explanation. He just teleports there. And he says he knows a ferryman and whatnot, and maybe they can escape, but Medial, of course, rejects. Still, maybe it's kind of, it's not the wisest move for her own safety, I guess, but it's still a strong move as a queen, in my opinion, to stay with a sinking ship, basically. Pun not intended. So just to give you an idea of everything happening in this episode. And then Mediel gives Elendil a sword. Mediel gives Elendil Narsil. She already got, like Elendil got already a sword from Mediel once, and then became like post-captain or something like that. And now he gets a new sword, which is Narsil, and she says something very strange in this context. Let me read it to you. The white flame consists of the potential name for moon and sun, Anor and Isil. So it's a red and white flame, so to say. Flame is, I guess, usually red. So white flame is kind of okayish translation for this, I would assume. But what's interesting, yeah, it has the white of the moon and the flame, the red aspect of the sun. And then she says to him, reclaim your lordship. Like previously, when they in season 1 first met, Mediel did not even know who this guy was. Who's this guy again? It's Elendil, some captain or whatever. And then now it says, yeah, you should reclaim your lordship. Of course, like, Elendil is from the also from the royal line. Like, if Pharazôn and Mediel would die without heirs and without any uncles, nieces or whatever, Elendil could actually claim kingship. So that's basically how close to the kingship he is. But yeah, she doesn't know him. The show deals with this kind of differently, which I find strange. But now, suddenly, Elendil is not just some random captain, but some lord. There was always some mysterious part here, and so on. Also, previously, I skipped about this. I know a ferryman that brings out of the city, blah, blah, blah. You must only travel on the stars, shall be your friends, and make safe your steps. That's a good line, in my opinion. And yours? And she says, no, I stay here. Where's the line with Anarion, chat? I must have skipped it. We must leave for the west. There are faithful there. So that's kind of true, I think. My son Anarion amongst them. So Anarion might be, as a result, not spoiled, but kind of, what do you call this? Indicated that he appears next season. Very interesting. There's the line. Anarion is mentioned again. The faithful are still in the west. I mean, at the beginning, it seems Elendil got a bit separated from the faithful ways, but it was restored, meeting Galadriel and Mediel and the war and stuff. Elendil's hand. So we talk about Narsil a bit in a moment. Elendil's hand. Elendil's lowly apparent status was a mistake in season 1 for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Very curious about that as well. How did this show end up? We don't know for sure. We know one thing about oh, sorry for the weird sound there. Let me just look it up. Okay. It's even in the Lord of the Rings. And is this in the Lord of the Rings? I wasn't sure about that, to be honest. Slowly Aragorn unbuckled his belt and himself set his sword upright against the wall. Here I set it, he said, but I command you not to touch it, nor to permit any other to lay hand on it. In this elvish sheath dwells the blade that was broken, and has been made again. Telchar first wrought it in the deeps of time. So here, Telchar, as I would pronounce him. You could argue maybe because CH is usually not pronounced ch, but ch, it would be Telchar. Could also be a possibility, but for me as a German, pronouncing it Telchar seems very strange. In German, if in the syllable and is an E, for example, the ch sound becomes a ch sound. Talchar would be, no, I think even there it would be Talchar. Because it's a consonant there. I never thought about this too much. Kelch, Kalch. No, it's always after a consonant, it's always ch in German. I always thought it's the thing. But after an E, it's also ch. And after an I, it's ch. Let me think, is there another vowel? Okay, umlaut. Yeah, on the umlaut, it's also ch. So ä, ö, ü. It would be also a ch sound. The ch sound is basically a y sound without sound. So as in yes, but it would be yes. You know, where you don't make a sound well. They're voiced sounds and sounds that are not voiced. If you know what I mean. It's complicated to explain. So I always pronounce him Telchar, but it could be Telchar. That sounds a bit strange for me as a German, as said. So yeah, there's the voice sound and the voiceless sounds. The German audiobook pronounced it, you did the first time, Telchar. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, as a German, it feels more natural to pronounce it like this. Interestingly, the ch sound exists in English as well. By the way, after an A, O, and U, it's ch. So it's och, uch, and ech. No. Ach, ach, och, uch. But it would be ech, ich, and telch, or kelch. In German there's a word kelch for, what is kelch in English? Weird German lesson here. Chalice, I think. I think I pronounce it always wrong. Is chalice pronounced? Yeah, it's chalice. Kelch in German, even though maybe it's a system. What other words do we have after a vowel? Molch. Usually it would be moch, like in mochte or something like this. But due to the consonant before the ch, it becomes a different sound. A bit complicated to explain, but it's actually, I don't know, not that complicated. It's just difficult to explain this. Hecht. But after an E, it's always ich. But I'm basically searching for an example where after the vowel, it would be a ch, like ach, och, uch. And if you add like a consonant, like instead of mochte, molch, something like this. So it's a bit hard to explain. Mochte, molch. The consonant, the L, makes a CH soft, basically. I think that's the easiest way to explain it. It doesn't matter too much. In Tolkien's world, there is a name that also has a h sound. So it exists in Elvish as well. So not completely making this up. Let me just... It's the name of one of the blue wizards, Morinechtar. And Tolkien writes, let me just see if I find it really quick. Morinechtar. It's one name from Peoples of Middle-earth. It means Darkness Slayer, translated. Morinechtar pronounced. And here we have an H before a T. So if you have the combination EHT, it's echt, not echt or something. So this sound exists. As a result, I sometimes make the argument that maybe it's Telchar, because it, for my habit, it sounds smoother than Telchar. But it could actually be Telchar. I'm not 100% sure on this pronunciation, just to give you a little context here in this thing here. Interesting, okay, it's even more complicated with the CH. Standing A, like consonants, Tolkien writes about in Appendix E about consonants, about the letter or the sound of the H. Standing alone with no other consonants, the sound of an H no other consonant has the sound of H in house, behold. The Quenya combination, HT, has the sound of cht, as in German echt, but he also names acht, which is 8. And it seems like, yeah, it can be hard or soft depending how it's written. When it comes to CH, it's only used to represent the sound heard in Bach, in German or Welsh, not that in English church. Except at the end of words and before T. This, no, it's not before T. Before T, this sound was weakened to H. I actually don't know where this... okay. That's a very special case, and Tolkien always writes it out like in Rohan or Rohirrim. Complicated case here. Change has been recognized in a few names such as Rohan, Rohirrim. Imrahil is a Númenórean name. Tolkien gives no representation for Telchar, though, or Telchar. Like in theory, he doesn't mean that... You just see it's heard as in Bach. He doesn't explain that the CH sound, and he says, is only used to represent the sound. So from this perspective, you could make the argument it's a ch sound. However, the name Telchar or Telchar is potentially a dwarf. It's not necessarily an Elvish name. It's the name of a dwarf. Telchar, in case people wonder, was a dwarf of Norgrod in the Blue Mountains, and he was a legendary elven smith. Things he basically made were Narsil, Angrist, that's the knife that Beren used to get the Silmarillion out of the crown of Morgoth, and then it snapped, and also the dragon helm of Dor-Lómin. So these things, the very powerful legendary artifacts, are from the dwarven smith Telchar or Telchar. Because he's a dwarf and the dwarven language is always a bit harder, you could make an argument for Telchar. But it's not clear if it's Sindarin or Khuzd-dûr. Okay, it also is an interesting note. The formation seems to suggest to be Sindarin, since the diagraph CH is not used in Khuzd-dûr. So interesting. I don't know how his name is pronounced. The point is, though, you see Narsil here on the screen, and this sword comes from the first age, was created by the first age legendary dwarven smith Telchar or Telchar, and he made this sword. And then somehow this sword made it to Numenor. Let me see if I find the quote. Now it becomes a bit complicated to give you the proper quotes here in chat. We're still a lore channel, so I have to, you know, stick to the lore at times. I don't know why my computer today really hates this here. I'm not sure what it is, but my computer today really hates searching the Unfinished Tales book. I don't know what it is. Like, it always kills my computer feeds. So now Thingol, it's in the chapter Narn I Hin Hurin. So well, the chapter about Hurin and so on. We also learned about Tuor and so on, several things there. And about the first age part section of the thing about Unfinished Tales. That's the book. So let me just read from Unfinished Tales. Now Thingol had in Menegros deep armories filled with great wells of weapons, metal wrought like fish's mail and shining like water in the moon, swords and axes, shields and helms wrought by Telchar or Telchar himself or by his master Gamil Zirak the Old, or by the elven rites more skillful still. So the theory for this weapon that often appears, and I would agree, is that it was originally created for the armories of Thingol, because we know Telchar made weapons for Thingol a few, because the elves of Dorias in the First Age and the elves from the Blue Mountains were once friends, and then the feud happens and so on. And it came into the possession of Elendil in the Second Age. And we don't know much about this. But in the Battle of Dagorlad, it was carried. And there we find in the Silmarillion the next mention of this weapon. I know this because I mentioned this in a thing. And I have an interesting theory about this weapon, which does not fit to the show, but it's just my own theory. Well, let me just bring this up here. The host of Gilgalad and Elendil had the victory. Spoiler, by the way, for Season 5. For the might of the elf was still great in those days, and the Númenóreans were strong and tall, and terrible in their wrath. Against Aeglos, the spear of Gilgalad, none could stand, and the sword of Elendil filled orcs and men with fear, for it shone with the white light of the sun and of the moon. That's why it's called, got its name, it's the next line. It shone with the light, again, for it shone with the light of the sun and of the moon, and it was named Narsil. So that is kind of interesting, because here it is now prominently mentioned in this Battle of the Last Alliance at the end of the Second Age. And what I find interesting, you can read this differently, though, to be fair. But I think it's an interesting theory. Against Aeglos, the spear of Gilgalad none could stand, and the sword of Elendil filled orcs and men with fear, for it shone with the light of the sun and the moon, and it was named Narsil. You could interpret this here that in this time, in this historic fight, where legendary deeds were done, this sword, which became important afterwards and was unimportant before, got its name, because powerful things happened with it. It shone like the light of the sun and the moon, and as a result it was named Narsil, red and white flame basically, or, white flame, something like that. Hero weapons, yeah, basically. So my theory is that in this battle, after this battle potentially, when people wrote all this stuff down into their lore and so on, elves and maybe also the Gondorians and the people of Arnor, that they called the sword then Narsil, because like I said, before that it was just a sword. But now with all of this sword becomes a legend, if that makes sense. This sword becomes a legendary item in the world of Tolkien, so to say, and it needs a name. Like Sting, for example, later the sword of Bilbo also got its name because it stings the spiders, I guess. So there's also that. Like sometimes you have to make great deeds with your weapon for the weapon to be named in legend. I think that is how Narsil got its name. That's, though, my interpretation of this particular line in the Silmarillion. It's fine in the show that they name it directly because people don't know, oh, that is Narsil, and that is a story. Almost like Gurthang, yes. Not to confuse with Durthang. No, I don't want to suggest that Eyegloss was made by Telchar. No. I mean, it would not be impossible, but it's not mentioned. I'm not sure if there's an origin story of Eyegloss, actually. Yeah, it's also interesting. Narsil is also Anarion and Isildur. It's in their names as well. And then later we have Isildur, like the capital was Osgiliath, and then we had Minas Anor. I think that's where Anarion was, and then we had Minas Ithil, that's where Isildur was. So in the name Narsil, Isildur, Narsil, Anarion, and so on, we have like a lot of connections here. It's a very, like, the naming wise, I think that's pretty cool. Minas Ithil, Minas Anor later. Minas Anor is later known as Minas Tirith. Imagine the visual of a Belek going to the armories of Doriath to choose a sword, seeing Narsil and Anglachel near each other. Just crazy. Do you want the evil-looking sword or the shiny good sword? Well, I take the evil one then. Yeah, for example, what's it called? Foehammer. The sword of Gandalf. Glamdring. Just thought, what was a Foehammer again? Orcrist? Also hard to say name. Oh, 76 votes, chat. Still 41% liked the episode. That's pretty awesome. Maybe I keep the thing here going. Yeah, the Goblin Cleaver Orcris Glamdring the Foehammer. So yeah, that's kind of interesting thing. I did not predict or anything. I had this not on my bingo card. I felt like, yeah, why not? We know it was in Numenor, I think. Well, do we know it was in Numenor? Yeah, right? It must be in Numenor. No, it's not. It's not said that it was in Numenor. But it makes sense because Elendil was in Numenor, and if Elendil had the sword already, like if he did not find it in Middle-earth, it would make sense that he had it in Numenor. So maybe after the War of Wars was over, some weapons survived all of this. Maybe enemies plundered Doriath or whatever. It's a bit hard to explain how the weapon then came into the possession of Elendil or to the Numenorians, but you could make an argument it went also to Numenor somehow, and then Elendil took it with him or it got into his possession because the ancestors of Elendil were once kings. Elendil is also related to Elros, keep this in mind, to the first king of Numenor. And only because at the time, the firstborn child, at the time where females would or women would not become queens of Numenor, Silmarillion did not become the firstborn, by the way, did not become queen, but instead her brother. And from her brother's line is Mediel and Pharazôn. And while Elendil is from Silmarillion's line. And as a result, they are the lords of Andúnie. And they were very influential. They were basically, second to the king, kind of, at their peak times. They were advisors of the king, very high and noble family in Númenor. And here they indicate he should reclaim lordship with his sword. Maybe they flesh out of the background story of the sword a bit. I don't mind that, because for such an important weapon, it is kind of surprising that we don't have much background story going on. Let me see if I can rely to my other screenshots here. Not yet. Mediel gives sword Narsil to Elendil to reclaim lordship. I'm very curious if we see Elendil's father then later, Amandil. Okay, there. I like that it makes a cool sound. Cool, powerful legendary swords have to make cool sounds in fantasy shows. That's like a law. If your show gets basically instantly cancelled if you don't do this. I don't mind, to be honest. I always find this kind of cool. Elendil draws Narsil in front of Mediel. Mediel hopes that she does not get hurt. But yeah, pretty cool scene. Elendil looks at Narsil. And I know, and what's kind of cool and with Tolkien and the sword, we know whose finger will get cut off with this sword at some point. I also really like then the 2.0 version of this weapon, Andúril, the Flame of the West. I think that's a pretty cool name. Swing. Exactly. So in the meantime, the orcs overrun Eregion. But yeah, we wanted to talk about the other stuff a little bit. So the Númenórean plot. What is the problem with the Númenórean plot now, chat? I think there are some more scenes. Like Elendil leaves basically the place as we have seen in the thing. Is there another scene in Númenor? No, right, chat? I think there's basically an end scene when the plot is summarized or something. Yeah, we just finished this up really quick. Before we continue with other stuff, right, chat? So we just complete the Númenórean plotline pictures. We see Medial in chains at the end, while Belsagar reads Anklageschrift. No idea what that's in English. No way. It's pronounced indictment? No, would not have guessed that. The C is silent in this word. I would have pronounced this indictment or something. Indictment. Well, Belsagar reads indictment to Medial. There's a scene. Verdict, yeah, something like that. Another weird English one, so yes. Like, English words always intimidate me if I've never said them out aloud or just learned them, because they never behave like I would expect. Poor Elendil, that is an interesting scene actually. Elendil leaves capital of Númenor for the west. Andunia, I assume. Won't be surprised if Andunia is not mentioned. This scene we have seen in the Palantir, or Elendil has seen in the Palantir. Kind of surreal that he saw like the future and sees him. Oh, well, that I've already seen. What is sad about this scene is, like, when we see first Elendil in the show, he's a captain, he later becomes a post, in what you call this, not a race, but his position, his rank gets upgraded. Promotion, that's the word. He becomes a promotion. He gets his fancy sword, he has a ship, he has a daughter, he has a son there, he lives there in the capital, he's a noble, or he's at least somebody in this place, he has people calling him captain and would fight for him, and so on. And now he leaves on his horse alone, like there's nobody left. His daughter is basically against who he is, against the faithful, and sure, she helped him escape, and I think she wished all the best to her father, but from her position or her thinking, she is 100% against everything Elendil believes in. Yeah, then Elendil had a good relationship with the queen. The queen is now in chains. His son he believes to be dead. His other son, it seems like they don't have the best relationship, and he's not here in the capital. He loses his job basically. One of his son's best friends, Valandil, also died in this context. The faithful are basically changed, like the high priest and so on, and they are put to prison, and he's basically the lone survivor of what happens there in the background. It almost looked like the capital burns, but it's just basically the sun goes down there. It's a pretty cool shot in my opinion as well. Like the show, cinematography and stuff and build composition, they do image composition or scene composition. They do very good in my opinion. I'm not surprised Eru destroyed Númenor. Númenorians are brain dead. Does no one question? No, Adam. Nobody questions that. And this is also like a problem with the Númenórean plot in all of this. Like there are so many things like Mediel in front of many nobles showed that the sea monster, which usually eats everyone, does not eat her. And this is considered by old law custom a hint at that the Valar are for her and that she is not guilty, that she is innocent. And then on top of that, an eagle came to her coronation, which just Pharazôn claims. And because Pharazôn claims the eagle and now says, no, Sauron is more powerful than the Valar and he bewitched the sea or whatever, that's completely utter nonsense. Nobody in Númenor would actually believe this. This is such a stupid, nonsensical excuse of an claim. Like, previously, people were shouting, Mediel, cut, and Mediel is in chains, everybody gets arrested. And that development just happens completely off-screen mostly. Like, where does Pharazôn suddenly has the power for this? Also, in the Palantir, he sees Halbrand, but he can't know that Halbrand is Sauron. He never learned that information. Like, this information was just learned recently. In Eregion it was learned. How does he know about this? Did the Palantir say this guy is actually Sauron or whatever? That is very strange that he pulls this out. And as a result, all the other plot lines and the back and forth was for nothing, because in the end he could have just said anything and the people would believe him. And that is, in my opinion, stupid. It's not well written, it's not well developed, it feels very rushed, it feels extremely unfinished. And like I said, my friend of mine also watches the show, but it's not that deep into the books and so on. Asked myself, is this in any case explained? Like, where does Pharazôn all of a sudden has this power from? Wasn't like, why does the soldiers and army and all the people listen to this guy? Well, I said to him, it's not explained. Like, just made up by the show. Pharazôn can just come somewhere and say anything and people believe him. And that is not big of a deal if they would go with this. But then please, showrunners and writers, be consequent with this. Don't make us believe, oh no, Mediel got back power and now we have maybe an interesting constellation there with Mediel, with people cheering for Mediel and Pharazôn having to work for getting back some trust of people or finding something out against Mediel. Don't just make a cut and then things are like you want them to be. That's just absolutely nonsense. It makes this whole plotline, I don't know, everything that has happened here in Númenor, it makes completely nonsensical and diminished. It's the same as in the Dwarven plotline. You have this scene, I think that the writers had this scene here in mind, and that is what they wanted to work for. Mediel in chains, cool. Pharazôn doing the stuff, you know, doing the calls, and everything is now on this man's side, and nobody asks any question, and all the high nobles in Númenor seem like absolute brain dead people. Like if the wind, like a leaf in the wind, depending on where it comes from, and it seems like Pharazôn can generate the most wind here, and that is why things are working that way. The problem is that some of the writers there are actually experienced. Like there's definitely industry veterans in the show. I don't understand why. I don't understand this. Yeah, exactly. Like that was very weird how they restore Mediel. Pharazôn suffers no consequences for his insurrection and then casts her down again. Sorry, yeah, exactly. Like it makes no sense. I think this year, like we have bad writing and then we have Númenor. And it's just next level. It's just... Yeah, let's hope they make some improvements to the Season 3 script, I hope. I mean, now that the focus might be more Numenor, they have maybe no time, or in this season, or the third season, or fourth season, there will be a season that will be very focused on Numenor for sure, because we know the Akalabes, the downfall of Numenor, is a very important story part, one of the biggest, most fleshed out story parts of the Second Age that Tolkien has written, and as a result, let's drink something. As a result, this will be in the show, and if they have more time for it, maybe they can make or sell these things more organic, make it more plausible, you know? Because here it feels like a lot of stuff has happened behind the scenes and it was just off screen and we haven't seen it. Like, if you don't have the time to tell the story of Numenor, maybe don't tell the story of Numenor then. It's just weird. Like, this really annoyed me, I have to admit. Like, I went, like, what? Now, like, who allowed Pharazôn to call, basically, make the calls? Also, who's this guy sitting behind Pharazôn there? Never noticed that guy. Maybe that's already Sauron in disguise or something. This didn't come out right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, don't forget the teleportation. Yeah, we will talk a lot about teleportation in a moment. But okay. I tried to really split the teleportation part up quite a bit. In my review / first impressions video. Yeah, exactly. They had to focus on the Harfoots, maintaining the mystery box, and that was already also a non-story. Here, they kind of want to tell a story, but they don't have the time for it. And then suddenly, this situation here appears, and you wonder how, when did things come to this? Like, it seems strange, chat. That's all I want to point out. Like, this is absolutely one of the weirdest parts ever. And yeah, I don't know what to say, chat. Like, I would like to read what is on this letter written, actually, but it might be really tough to read. So we won't go for it. Or on these letters on the door. The writing looks actually like Quenya, to be honest. Letter on door. No, it's a Numenorian script, I think. Yeah, it's a Numenorian script. I have to find a better screenshot than this, that maybe this becomes readable. Would be interesting to know what exactly is standing there. I would assume, and this show at least does not put on some random letters that make no sense. At least they have the effort, and usually you can actually read what is on the letter. But I can't really read it well, so I don't know if it might be possible. Yeah, it is exactly amazing, Bad Boy. 100% with you. Amazing visuals, beautiful costumes, incredible actors. Also want to add awesome set and so on. All is wasted just because the writers, the showrunners have no idea, or I don't put the time in to make this here work. Faithful, please report for re-education, yeah. Yeah, also, that is a good point by Crafty Spirit. They are weirdly sure about how, who is a faithful, basically. Is anyone that looks nervous in their presence or so? Yeah, it's strange. It would be funny if it's a letter from Gil-galad, actually. I think it's the Palantir that he knows. But currently, I don't really fully see. Like, in theory, there has to be a letter sent to Numenor by Gil-galad. And maybe talking about Sauron, that would be interesting, actually. But it's not in Elvish. It's written in the Numenorian script, I think. Or is this Elvish? If this would be Elvish, that would be actually very interesting. I'm kind of sad that I can't really read this as well, even if I zoom it in completely ridiculously. Like I can't see many letters, but this letter here looks like the Numenorian script letter. This here as well. This is not Tengwar. So I assume that it's written in the Numenorian script. It would be strange. I mean, it's not the letter from Gil-galad. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. They never established the faithful as a group or belief, just names thrown around. Yeah, I mean, to some degree they tried this season with the High Priest and some of the people standing there and Elendil and so on. It got a bit... They tried at least, but they simply had not the time, I agree. The question is, how does Gil-galad deliver a letter? Because it seems like elves are clearly not welcome in Numenor. They sent an eagle fax, of course. I like the idea. Whatever, chat. So let us come to maybe the better part of this episode, and that was the Eregion section with, unfortunately, also teleporting. So here the orcs overrun Eregion. They are now inside the city and do stuff there. There was a cool scene at the beginning I kind of liked. There was this one elf. There was this one Eregion soldier. He jumped off the roof, slided down with his bow, shot some arrows and so on. Like, he did some work, it felt like. And then he got also shot, of course. But, like, yeah, you had the feeling, like, in theory, you have to consider, like, if you have, like, elven soldiers, you basically have an army of Arondirs. Unfortunately, in the end, it's not enough. He dies. But he put in some effort there in fighting. And they got overrun there. And Galadriel guides people out of the city. Secret dwarven tunnel. Pakurimor, the elf. Not bad. Not bad, Joe. So I hope I could express why I didn't like the Numenor stuff. I think it's kind of obvious, like it's complete nonsense. Orc Archer. It's John McDonald and Anthony. No, this guy is Anton Simpson Tidy? Eregion Elf Soldier. With a very obviously nicely crafted entrance. I think you could make it out as a secret tunnel or something. Maybe it's like a secret door that you can close or anything, I don't know. And then stuff explodes. Eregion rock wall mountain shot. I don't know how to describe it. But then the camera zooms out of the city and it shows like this with stuff we always see in the background, if that makes sense. Elves go through tunnel. Then we see this. There was, of course, an earlier shot. End of secret tunnel, I think. It's not clear 100% to me where they are exactly, but yeah, it looks like this. And then, of course, orcs wait there. And this makes, in my opinion, orcs await elves coming out of the tunnel. And this is like, I find very strange. Galadriel is, and she then offers, like, she has a funny line. I have 9 reasons. Kind of like the line, to be honest. Galadriel offers 9 rings and surrendering for leaving the elves go. For letting the elves go. Wrong word. This episode was a quite mental exercise. This is a dwarven tunnel? I have no idea. Don't ask me. It was night. Yeah, we have the screenshots. We will go through this in all the painful detail. So she offers the rings. I have 9 reasons or something like that, she says there. And then we switch to Celebrimbor. And before we do this, we discuss this nonsense here. So yeah, as somebody pointed out, when Galadriel, in the last episode, talked to Celebrimbor, I have to also increase the size here, so I can't see this with this dark screenshots. No, that's wrong. So Sauron shouts in this tower. This is when Galadriel and Celebrimbor are outside. Sorry, it might take a moment or two for me to find the screenshots here. It's a bit tough. But yeah, here she talks to Celebrimbor. We see the tower that I just showed you. And you see it is obviously dark outside. We have these screenshots, and then they leave to confront Sauron in the tower. I can't find the screenshot, chat, I'm sorry. It's just, they all look the same in the small little image, and they're all so dark, it's so hard to see. But yeah, I remember the scream of Sauron. They look up, and then they leave for Anatar. And in this tower, they look up, hear the scream, and so on. And if they look up here in this scene, you can see it is dark at night. It's dark already, still. And then after the scene in the chronology, we still have the Damrod fight. So that the whole Damrod thing happens basically in parallel. And then it's still dark outside. They have good old Sauron surrounded. You see the light here in this room. It's still dark. It has still the same color grading, so to say, or color scheme as previously. It's dark outside. It's just light of torches and so on. It's dark outside. And because Damrod is attacking at the same time outside, we know at this night time that Adar now has to walk over the river and fight with the remaining people. And then the sun rises at some point. Here the sun is already risen, so as several hours potentially. I mean, the sunrise can come quite quick, to be honest, but it would not be implausible to say. And now they have to fight the remaining elves here and take prisoners. And then, after the elves are defeated, they have to still pull out the stones and bring the wall down. And then they can enter the city at this point. Adar also has to fight Arondir on the way, and so on. He has to get the One Ring from the Nenya from Elrond. And then in this episode, did we miss this already, chat? Chat, when do we see Gil-galad and Arondir being taken prisoner? Did I skip something? We have the fight. Galadriel escapes. Galadriel is in the tunnel. Then we have the shooting of our friend Celebrimbor for some time. There must be a cut in between that scene somewhere, otherwise it makes no sense. Now he's killed. Then we are back to Isildur. Do you also have to talk about, or no? Hä? Chat, something is missing here and it makes no sense in my... here is the cut. It happens so late. Elrond prisoner. Happens very late, to be honest. Gil-galad and Elrond prisoner. So this also happens maybe in parallel. I'm not sure what they did in the meantime, but just see this as like they fight them clearly after Elrond has been taken prisoner and Gil-galad as well, after they fought outside and so on, and some of the other elf guards in the background. So they are taken prisoner. This is a scene where they start burning the scrolls and so on. Sorry for it took me quite some time to find this particular scene. I don't know why. And that's confused by the chronology now. But it doesn't matter. So they have to fight the orcs, pull the thing down, go into the city, do the fighting. As we've seen, it's already basically daytime here in the meantime. Like, I think there's even a shot where we see the sky a bit. Orcs pull down a Fëanor statue. Here you see the sky a little bit, you know, in the background. So you see it's not night anymore outside in the meantime. And then Elrond has to watch the scrolls of Eregion burn and so on. So yeah, there's a scene later, but you see it's outside. But remember that Galadriel left when it was dark and Eregion was not, the walls were not cracked yet. And now Galadriel goes through this tunnel, comes out on top, and then there are orcs. And not only orcs are there, like, you could maybe make an argument the orcs swarmed around and by now has cover, but they seem to expect Galadriel coming out there anyway. For that's one weird detail, and not the only weird detail about this, because Galadriel then is brought somewhere. Also Dutch angle again, by the way. It's brought to Adar. So Adar is not in the city as well. Like, look at this. There's a forest in the background, and we stay kind of in the forest realm. It's hard to say where they are. So it seems like, since the orcs were waiting on top anywhere, it seems Adar is there. So Galadriel, who started first, goes there, while Adar is not even in the city yet. And then Adar, with the ring, is already on top before she can be there with the other elves. That makes no sense. Like, what is this amount of teleporting doing here? Like, why can characters just appear anywhere where it's convenient? Like just to go through this again. So look at this screenshot. Here Galadriel leaves at this time. She takes the rings, finds the, let's say, 10 women and children or 20 or whatever, and leaves the city. In the meantime, this guy dies, and then in the dark, this guy has to cross the river with his orc army, pull out the stones, defeat Elrond, get into the city. By the way, on the way also I forgot that he has to fight Arondir as well. But that's pretty quick, to be fair. Get the ring and so on. And then in the meantime, Galadriel just has to find these women, which is already strange that it's it's not dark outside anymore when she finds these women. What did she do all the time? Maybe she went to McDonald's in the meantime and ate there, or what? I don't know. Maybe she went to the cinema in Eregion. I don't know what she did in the meantime, but she had a head start of multiple hours. Then she comes through this hole, and then the orcs are there, and then look, she's brought into the same forest, and Adar's also already there. Like, doesn't he have like important stuff to do in the city or so, directing his orcs or whatever? Like, I have no idea how this happens, except for the script demanded it. Far high up the mountain away from the city. Like Galadriel with this head start, I thought to myself she could be like, I don't know, in Lindon by the time, with this head start with the rings. Going through the secret tunnel she used to get into the city and out of the city. I can imagine that it takes maybe an hour or so to get all the children and women together, bring them to the tunnel, but the city at this point wasn't breached yet. You know, there weren't orcs in the city. The walls were still not broken. The orcs had still trouble getting into the city and were still busy fighting with the guards and so on. And in the meantime, all this here happened, and you wonder how. Like, that is literally nonsensical, in my opinion. Like, I don't know, chat. We're just reading chat here for a moment. And I was like, only Galadriel and I can kill Sauron. Let me send some random orcs to take care of him. They can handle it. I'm not sure if he sent them there. Maybe the orcs came to Sauron on their own. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a rushed mess with missing scenes. But even with missing scenes, it's not clear. What did Galadriel do all the time? Like, her highest priority should be to get away from Sauron as far as possible. And by this time, in my mind, I said she could already be in Mexico, basically, crossing the border into another country, buying a fake ID card, and be done out of the existence or something. Not sure why I showed Mexico, because of some movies. Whatever. You know what I mean? It's kind of like why? How? It's just impossible that this happens. Like, there is, even if there would be scenes, it is so impossible for me to understand how this situation could have happened here. Maybe there's a second secret dwarven tunnel, and Adar used that one to get faster to this place. I don't know. Galadriel, Mexico. Yeah, well, I didn't have a better example. But isn't it like in old Western films and so on, that you go through the border of Mexico when you get hunted or whatever? It doesn't matter. Imagine the fall of Gondolin, but Idril tells everyone about the tunnel. Especially Adar's goal is to take down Sauron, so I don't know. He has one ring already. How many rings does he need, though? Extend cut is 6,000 hours, so maybe. They write backwards, then try to connect dots. Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. He wants 3. One he has already with Gil-galad. The other ring, though, is not with Galadriel, but with Gil-galad in the city. So why is he not in the city? Like, in my mind, he can maybe guess, well, if Galadriel has a ring, maybe Elrond has a ring, maybe Gil-galad also has a ring. There are 3 rings. Who could be the other? Maybe Elrond, Galadriel, and Gil-galad have rings. Or something like that. Or maybe there's another leader he doesn't know about or something. But shouldn't he be searching for those in the city? No, instead he's in the forest before Galadriel is there, even though Galadriel had a couple of hour head start through a secret tunnel that nobody knows about. I don't know, chat. I'm just... this scene made me really angry, I have to admit. I hate teleporting so much. Like, sometimes you can teleport if the journey is not that important. You can do this at times, but you should not always do this. And especially you should not do this so that your plot kind of works. Also, very important detail. He has... Let me just see. What is his name again? Adar. Adar talks to Galadriel. He has a crown with him as well. So if we now go to the last episode, Adar leaves Arondir on the battlefield. I called this screenshot. Look at this, chat. That's another strange detail in my opinion. Where does he have a crown? I mean, you could argue some random orc brings him the crown or so. Yeah, possible. But we never see this. So basically, he has to go to the other side of the river and get the crown, or let's say, okay, bring me the crown. Also in the same time, and then he still manages to catch up with Galadriel getting through this tunnel, and is then suddenly here. Like, I don't know, chat. I'm not a fan of that. That's just stupid. The orcs changing sides quite believable. Numenoreans not so much. I have to admit I agree actually. But yeah, maybe we should move on. Like, we couldn't complain about this nonsense about forever, but I felt like that was so nonsensical. And then we have the death scene of our friend, unfortunately, of Celebrimbor. Maybe too hard, quite hard in my opinion, though, to be honest, potentially harder scenes in other shows and so on, but yeah, I'm not into too much into this violent stuff. Celebrimbor gets tormented, I would call it, by Sauron. And here we get, yeah, the small version of this stuff here. So Sauron shoots arrows in poor Celebrimbor. Nana Ta shoots arrow. So Celebrimbor has seen better time. And yeah, this goes into the direction that, like in the unfinished tales, he's put on a pole and shot through with orc arrows. That's often what people refer to as a Celebrimbor arrow thing. Don't want to show the brutal scenes here too much, but I guess we have to, just to get through this. What is interesting, where exactly does this guy get the bow and arrows from? Like, this is a forge. Why are there arrows around? Like, suddenly, conveniently, in my opinion, he has arrows. If we look at the guards in the other scene, in the other episode, no one of those has a bow, in my opinion. Like, is there any guard in this scene that has an arrow? This dude also has no arrow. Where does he get the arrows from? I mean, he could just go and fetch some arrows. Say, hey, Celebrimbor, back in a moment. Just get some arrows to shoot you later here. Don't run away. Like, they all come... Like, if at least one of the guards had a bow with him, okay, I would say, yeah, it's a bow of a guard. But if I remember correctly, there were... Like, let me just see if I can find a scene here where we see all the guards at once. See, here you can see it maybe a bit better. I can even make it brighter if it helps. No arrow, no bows. They only have swords. Captain Menoldil or something like this is his name. Wants to arrest Sauron. I mean, maybe I'm a bit nitpicky here, but see, no bow here. Where's the bow? Also, Celebrimbor has no bow with him. This thing here in the background is a door. Very strange. So where does he get the bow from? I find this... I mean, it's just a small detail, but I would have loved if there would be some explanation for this. It's an illusion. He could have found a bow. It is possible that he found some, but... He's in a forge that's collapsed, so it's kind of strange. From all the places where a bow and arrow could be found, I think the forge is maybe not the place. He got them from prop department, yeah. Chris, have you heard of Edward the Martyr? He was an Anglo-Saxon king who was executed by Vikings the same way as Celebrimbor. Oh. No, I have not actually. I'm not that good with Anglo-Saxon and English kings, to be honest, with their history. I know a little bit, but very limited. Yeah, it's a cramped episode for sure. It's just too much going on. I know it's very... It is nitpicking, to be fair. Still like the scene. I just wondered, okay. Like, I would have found it very cool if, like, especially for a frame-by-frame detailed analysis, if I found out, oh, look, this one guard had a bow with him, and this is how he has the bow and the stuff. Would be a good explanation, simply. It's not the end of the world, stuff like this. I like I said, I was just found it curious where suddenly the bow and the arrows are from. Sauron wants Celebrimbor to tell where the rings are. This is also important in the context because every minute they are talking here, Galadriel moves further away into the direction of Lindon or Mexico or wherever she's going. She goes somewhere far away out of the reach of Sauron. That's very important. And yeah, they talk here to each other and so on and so forth. So this part was, like I said, it looked very unpleasant. You definitely see what a devilish character Sauron is. He tells them about the orc and the frenzy comes over them. He talks about how Gondolin fell, which is also a cool reference, of course. And yeah, he torments him a little bit. I have to look up what kingfishers mean in the dialogue. In German, it is Eisvögel, interestingly. The ice birds, translated. And yeah, he's lamenting and so on. There's one thing I found very strange in the dialogue, which maybe somebody in chat can explain to me. You was the fire that crafted the marvels of the age. As I shall be along, for soon I shall go to the shores of the morning? Chat, why the morning? Why not the evening or the western shores? Tolkien attention to detail has influenced all. Kingfisher is a bird with a large bill beak that hangs around in rivers and ponds. Yeah, I know Eisvögel. I just didn't know, like, in my mind, I need to connect it to the German word to know what bird it is meant. You know what I mean? He got shot 7 arrows. He's talking nonsense. Yeah, there's, like, maybe for people wondering why I'm wondering about this. It's maybe also nitpicky, but usually, I mean, is this really another case of not getting your cardinal directions right? So I have a map of the Second Age, chat. Map time, a little map time again. So Minas Tirith in the Second Age is just for reference here. It doesn't exist in the Second Age. Well, at the end of the Second Age it exists. It's just that, though I know roundabout where Minas Tirith is. Roundabout here. That means Eregion, somewhere, I don't know, here, maybe? Here somewhere is Eregion. Roundabout. Could be a bit off, doesn't matter too much. Maybe more here. So, this is west, this is east. Usually when you die, you go to the halls of Mandos. And the halls of Mandos are somewhere here. In the very far west. And if you then get re-embodied, you can walk around as an elf in Aman. And usually the elves live here at the east coast of Aman. Maybe that is what he means, because the shores of... that's actually a good idea. We should look up the term. maybe it's a term that Tolkien uses. But usually I would say these are the western shores, not the shores. In the morning, the sun goes up in the east. So, you know, but not in the west. That's where the sun goes down. And that I found kind of strange. Shores of morning. Shores of Valinor. Shores of Morning Tolkien. Maybe I should look in Lord of the Rings. There are the gates of morning. So here, if we look at the map here, we have the uttermost east, and here are the gates of morning. That is, so basically in the mythology of Tolkien, there is a gigantic gate, and the sun enters the world from here when in the morning, moves over, and then here are the gates of night, where the sun leaves the world again, and then it comes back at the other day through the other door again. That's kind of how, when the world was still a flat space in some versions, how it kind of worked. And the moon was chasing it, and so on and so forth. So, in theory though, since he's here, he wants to go here. He doesn't want to go here, because this is basically an empty land where the sun burns the land. I think it's also called the burning lands or something, because the sun burns it when it comes out of the gate. I forgot what the mythology context there was exactly, but I think he should go west, so it should be the shores of dawn or something like that, right? I find it a bit strange. You mean this map? Luckily I have a map for the stuff. I even have one where Aman is removed from the world, but it looks always a bit strange if I have that. So I usually don't use that. The Fisher King is Fisher Kings are a trope in a lot of fantasy stories. Okay. I think it's a metaphor. Everything is new, nothing is faded. Yeah, maybe, like, it could be, yeah. Yeah, I also think he means the king fishes around Eregion and so on the river. I could imagine he means that, because he destroyed that and so on, but soon I will walk in the shores of the morning. But however, it could, like, maybe what they mean with this is really, if the elves live here, on this coast here is somewhere here in the middle, here are the Pelori Mountain. Well, I have a map actually for that. Behold the map of... I got an updated version for this, which is not... Wait, I use my Aman map for the time being. So yeah, here is Tirion. Here's a gap between... This is... not Miniltarma, Taniquetil, the biggest mountain in the world. And on top is Ilmarin, that is basically where Manwë lives, I think. And in between, this gap here in between, which is called Kalakiria, I think, there's Tirion somewhere. And there the Noldor elves live, and Alqualonde, the Teleri elves live, and also here in Avalone, also some Teleri elves live on Tol Eressëa, that's this little island here. And here's Valinor, this past this mountain, the Pelori Mountains. There's Valinor, Valmar, for example, the capital, basically, of the Valar. Here, the Halls of Mandos. Here's Lorien, actually. This, close to this. Mansions of Aule, pastures of Yavanna, and so on. The woods of Orome, we also have. Fermenos, that's also where some of the Noldor lived for some time. That was where, for example, Finwë was killed by Morgoth. It doesn't matter, too much complicated story. Still, yeah. From the perspective of here, maybe if he walks this shore here, when he awakes here at this point, House of Mandos gets re-embodied and then can leave to his elf friends here and see his family again and so on. Maybe he doesn't want to see his family, but I could imagine maybe he likes some parts of his family. Doesn't matter. Then, yeah, it is the east coast of Aman. So maybe with shores of morning, they mean these shores here. Very strange. It could also be a metaphor. I don't want to criticize this, don't get me wrong here. I just found it an interesting phrase and I wondered what could he mean with that. So if you don't have a better idea than I just found it weird. Is Lothian supposed to be a small representation of the island of Almarin? Maybe. I would need to look deeper into this if Tolkien ever mentioned something like that. But I guess it's possible, yes. But I don't know for sure. Like, I would need to actually read up on that. Okay, so shores of the Anduin, shores of Middle-earth, shores of Middle-earth, shores of the stream, Anduin, the sea, the river, the isle, shores of cloud, shores of the lake, shores of cloud, shores of the silver, shores from Middle-earth, shores of the great sea. Shores of Aman, the Blessed Realm, is mentioned one time in Lord of the Rings. Shores of the Anduin, that's it. 22 hits I got. But yeah, I don't know. Didn't find any explanation for this. I just found this curious that it was phrased like this. The rings are beyond your reach. Born hence a wind that you can never follow. What he means with this, maybe he means basically his spirit will leave his body and then go to Mandos. And like often in Tolkien's... that I found an interesting line actually in the dialogue. Let me just read it again. For soon I shall go to the shores of the morning, borne hence by a wind that you can never follow. So what is kind of interesting in this context, usually we get the wind metaphor in Tolkien's writings only when somebody is not allowed to go to Aman. Frodo looked down at the body with pity and horror, for as he looked, as it seemed that long years of death were suddenly revealed in it, and it shrank. And the shriveled face became wrecks of skin upon a hideous skull. Lifting up the skirt of the dirty cloak that sprawled beside it, he covered it over and turned away. Oh, it was too late already, right? That was the death of Saruman. No, I have to read a few lines earlier. To the dismay of those that stood by about the body of Saruman, a grey mist gathered, and rising slowly to a great height like smoke from a fire. As a pale, shrouded figure it loomed over the hill. For a moment it wavered, looking to the west, but out of the west came a cold wind. And it bent away and with a sigh dissolved into nothing. So basically, we could interpret this as a spirit of the spirit being left his Fana, his dead body of Saruman, and went up and wanted to go to the west, but then a wind came and blew it away because of his treachery. Saruman was not allowed to go back there, and then he was basically dissolved into nothing, basically also dissolved into impotence due to his treachery and due to the damage he has caused. Then there are other ways that are, for example, but it was not so. So at the end, spoiler for the end of Numenor. For this good at least they believed had come out of ruin, that Sauron had perished, but it was not so. Sauron was indeed caught in the wreck of Numenor, so that the bodily form in which he long had walked perished, but he fled back to Middle-earth, a spirit of hatred, born upon a dark wind. So here we also have the metaphor of the wind. Here's a dark wind that carries him back to Middle-earth, basically, and so on. So I would say the idea here is to use this wind metaphor. What we basically means is that when he dies, his spirit will be borne on a wind into the direction of east to the halls of Mandos. I think that's what he means here, which I think is a cool line, to be fair. Yeah, I could also imagine like this, something like this. Sounds like white shores and beyond, a far green country under swift sunrise. Yes, maybe something like this. Waste the potential 1% implies that the show has it. Not only they are alluding at the wind that will carry him from Numenor away. Oh man, back to Mordor. I like the line too, Sauron was affected by his words. Yeah, that definitely. Of course, he pulls then on the... In a very evil way. Sauron moves the arrow in Celebrimbor to torment him. That was a very unfortunate move. And then conveniently, next to Sauron, the next question we have, where does this lens come from that is next to Sauron? We have discovered, I think, that the guards here that Sauron killed all had these swords. Nobody had a lens there. So we wonder, where does this lens now come from? My biggest question here in this scene is, was the lens already there in the other shot? I don't have a scene for that, I think. Let me just see. No, it was already there. Okay. No, wait. Was it there? Yeah, it's already there. When Sauron has still the bow, here Sauron has the bow. It's a bit hard to see, but he has the bow in his hand. Here in this scene still. And there the lens is already there. So yeah, it's definitely there. So no... what do you call this? Anschlussfehler? Continuity error. So continuity error. That's where... I think when it comes to continuity, it's hard to say word. Continuity errors, I think the show does, I think, pretty decent job for the most part. Like, they happen at times, it's not a big deal, but sometimes interesting to see if they checked everything. And then comes a really cool scene, in my opinion. So yeah, then Celebrimbor stands up while Sauron gets his lens on the ground and basically threatens him. He knows arts to make, to keep people alive, prolong their torment, I assume, and so on, and says, yeah, orcs could come and stuff like that. But he stands up to him and makes like a very impressive power move. He also has his last words basically here for him and says, the rings will be your downfall, it will be your prison, and so on. And he hits the right notes there to anger Sauron so much here and basically go far beyond his patience that Sauron just kills him here at the place. So very good move. You could argue it's a bit strange that a creature like Sauron that is so powerful, that is also such a huge deceiver and trickster, and that has spent so much time and energy on all this disguise here to get the elves and so on, that he was angered so much that he kills him here before he gets the information he needs from Celebrimbor. That you could maybe definitely criticize. Still, I think, in context of the show and the scene, I think it was a very strong scene for Celebrimbor standing up again as his final move, basically convincing. Like, that was, my opinion, a pretty strong scene, I have to admit. That I think the showrunner said it in the interview. There was also an interview with them afterwards, in these with Felicia Day, I think, yeah, that's her name. In this interview, they said he takes back the power in the room, and I think, yeah, he really sold this, in my opinion. The actors do a fantastic job here of portraying this particular scene and so on. That was pretty good. And yeah, Sauron kills Anatar, and we have like a small version of the Celebrimbor pole, so to say. Sauron kills not Anatar, and Celebrimbor is his name. Celebrimbor with his spear lens, whatever that is. And even though, like, in the show, we'll switch the scene here because we don't have to be too much here on this kind of brutal death scene. And yeah, this kind of helps Celebrimbor ending his torment. And also, yeah, Sauron sheds a tear. It can be interpreted in different ways why they portray it like this. Kind of interesting, though. The series has signs of brilliance. It could be awesome, but it's also very inconsistent. Yeah, that's, I guess, a good way to describe it. Yeah, nobody has to die because they have rings now. They can now heal every... Like, if just Celebrimbor, Gil-galad, and Elrond with the rings were there, they could have just healed Celebrimbor, no problems at all. They brought in 3 new writers for the show. I'm curious. Like, I think the problem is the showrunners, to be honest, because it's them making the calls. So it's kind of strange. Signs of brilliance. I think the portrayal here in this particular scene, I said this also in my review video or my first impression thing, because that always helps me a bit. You know, if you make a video, you have like a way how to express what you think, so that's why I'm often referring to it. But there, I think I've worded it like the core of the relationship between Anatar and Celebrimbor, and Sauron and Celebrimbor. The show here in this, with these 2 actors, and this in German we would call it Kammerspiel, chamber drama or whatever you would call it in English. They portrayed the core of this particular conflict, in my opinion, quite well. And there you definitely see that if you have the right actors, and then you have good people doing camera work, you have good costumes, you have good actors, you have good music and so on, then you can definitely make those scenes work. And if the core of this is intact, yeah, dude, can we stop going with I studied this and that? That doesn't matter. You know, if you studied whatever. I don't care what you people studied. It's just, in my opinion, disrespectful. If a show does at least something okayish or decent, then you can definitely appreciate this. Like, the cinematography in the show is really good. It's not my fault or the fault of the amazing Bad Boy or whoever that the writing in the show is often not so great, to say it politely. That's just a problem. But I think this was definitely the part in the show that worked best. And like I said, this whole story of Celebrimbor, which is also, even in Unfinished Tales, very shortly described. I think the core or the essence of the relationship between Celebrimbor, Anatar / Sauron, they captured quite well in this. And this, I would say, is what maybe the amazing Bad Boy means with there is some signs, or I'm not sure if it was Amazing Bad Boy. Somebody said in chat, there's sometimes a bit of brilliance you can see in the show. And I definitely agree. Like, if the show, here they took time for the characters to develop. They had a lot of screen time in this season. As a result, we understand Celebrimbor better. We understand also how Anatar works. And in the last episode, for example, Anatar said basically, oh, it will be a sad day when we have completed the 9 rings, because then it's over, basically, and so on. And I guess, in a way, I could imagine, like, Sauron as such a twisted, weird, supernatural entity has a very twisted way of seeing the world. Like, especially, Celebrimbor said a really good line in episode 7 to him. He said to Sauron, "You are really the great deceiver. You even deceived yourself." And I think that was a very strong line in the show that kind of shows that, yeah, that is true. That's something Tolkien even mentions in context of Morgoth, because Morgoth wanted to destroy everything. And Tolkien says he became so good at lying, Morgoth, that he was able to even fool himself with his lies. That he knew that he had no chance against Eru, that the souls of the children of Ilúvatar could not be destroyed. And still he said to himself, I can do this. He lied to himself, and he went with his lie. And in a way, I think it's similar for Sauron. In the end, he also knows he has no chance against the Valar, he has no chance against Eru. He will never be able to conquer the whole world and bring it under his domain. But still, he lies to himself, he deceives himself that he can do this, and that the world would also become a better place doing it like this. And this is maybe the reason why he must fool or deceive himself into believing that, else he could not do what he's doing there. And I think in a weird way he sees that Celebrimbor took part in this. He of course wanted the control over the elves. It's different here in the show, but I think he also definitely kind of appreciated the help of Celebrimbor. As he said, he was, or Galadriel said it later, he was one of the greatest, or the greatest elven smiths, let's say of the Second Age at least. Fëanor maybe would be greater, but let's say of the Second Age, Celebrimbor is the greatest elven smith alive, or that existed in this age. He definitely sticks out, and he created these 19 rings, or let's say was part of the creation process of the 19 rings, and he created the 3 rings. And those rings are important throughout the Second Age, I guess, and also through the Third Age. That only with the destruction of the one ring, the era of this ring, of this creation ended. If they would not have destroyed the one ring in the Third Age, the rings of power would have still been a problem in the Fourth Age, if that makes sense. Though the Third Age, I guess, would not have ended until the rings are destroyed. But I think you know what I mean, what you mean. They are so important. It's such an achievement creating those rings, and I guess it's something like he wanted to create something with Celebrimbor. He didn't let him, and now it ended. Now everything he could have created with Celebrimbor has come to an end. This process. I think for that he sheds maybe a tear. Also, he maybe sheds a tear that he knew he screwed up a bit, because by killing him, he had not gathered the information he needed for that. But I think in his weird, twisted worldview, he thinks he's doing the right thing. I think Sauron thinks he's the good guy. And now that his, I don't know, ally, so to say, even though he forced him, he tormented him, he tricked him, he deceived him, but in his mind, it was, as he says, it was Celebrimbor's fault of doing this. And now his closest ally is dead, and he can do everything. And I think that is my interpretation of why. And it has nothing to do with reverse nitpicking. We just try to understand what this scene expresses. I could be completely wrong with this, but that is, I think, or we try, what we can do with this here. Now we can discuss if that is plausible to some degree. If I'm not even sure if I'm right with this, but in a way, the scene has enough complexity to go into a thought like this, and I think they have established enough ideas in the previous episode, because they actually gave this quite a bit of time, that an interpretation like this is even possible, because the characters were long enough on the screen that they have enough depth to think into these categories. To be fair, I also add a bit of book knowledge that I have, but since this character is based on what Tolkien wrote, even though everything is changed quite a bit, still you can draw some conclusions out of this, and I think that is kind of the reason why we can discuss this scene for such a long time. And I would wish that the show would give us more of that, with more fleshed out characters, with characters that we understand. And I feel like also the death scene here, you can maybe argue it's also a bit forced in the screenplay. I can totally get this, because Sauron maybe should not lose control of this situation. Like, he was in power all the time. He was tormenting. He wants the information. He had basically no real time pressure here, and so on. All he needed to do is, I don't know, somehow convince Celebrimbor to tell him what happened to the Nine Rings, even though, in my opinion, Sauron could have guessed. But still, and that's how psychopaths blame their victims. They are kind of like this. It's a very twisted way for him, his own, exactly what Joe writes. I suppose in some twisted way, Celebrimbor was his only friend. Yes, kind of. Like, usually Sauron's a very isolated character that only has his subordinates with him that are directly under his will and dominated, and Sauron doesn't. Like, we see this later with Gluk. Gluk said, but the dwarves are coming, they're killing us, and he just kills Gluk and says, I don't care about you, just do your job. This immediately also shows the difference, in my opinion, between Adar and Sauron. Adar was always, come on, Gluk, listen, you have to trust me. I'm your father. I know what's best for you. And he had so much patience with his orc. Sauron is not Adar. Sauron say, you are not listening. And then you just kills him without a word, shedding a tear or anything. That's kind of the difference. For Sauron, the orcs are just tools. And for Adar, they were his children. And even though, in a twisted way, Adar became somewhat like a Dark Lord in the end, attacking in a war that seemed very senseless to the orcs, because the orcs did not know what a terrible danger Sauron actually would be if he gains control over them. The orcs will learn that soon. And yeah, that's, I think, kind of interesting. And like I said, here I definitely would say the show has some brilliance. Maybe brilliance is a bit much for it, because the show has still so many flaws. Even in the Eregion plot, sometimes there also happen too many convenient things for this to work. But I would say this portrayal of the relationship of, like I said, Anatar and Celebrimbor, in my opinion, definitely the strengths. Well, Gluk didn't have any Gluk, it's true. Especially with his new boss. But yeah, I think that is where the show shines. And it was the same, I think, in season 1. That was the dwarf Elrond plot, where you felt like, why can't all the other plots just be like the dwarf, like Durin, Disa, King Durin, Elrond, like this plot line. That worked perfectly for the most part. It was not perfect, but it definitely, I think, worked. Good morning, Chris and chat. Immer the show takes it too far, humanizing Sauron. He's a Maya, not a human. Yeah, I can kind of understand that. We're just currently discussing also the scene why he sheds a tear here. Though I'm not sure if I agree 100% with it. Like, that he's too humanized. I feel like he's humanized in a very twisted way, and that kind of fits to him, in my opinion. By the way, Glück in German means luck, just for people not wondering. And Glück, in the subtitle, he's written with an umlaut U, so like Glück. it's kind of a funny name from a German perspective. Doesn't matter. I guess it's also funny in English. I'm not sure. Yeah, the showrunners maybe inexperienced. I'm not sure what it is. I think the biggest problem of the show, and I think this episode is also, the season is again, some of the episodes in the season, and episode 8 especially, is definitely they have too many plot lines and too little time to cover them all. And then you have the nonsense that happened in Numenor. Like, Numenor was really not treated well this season, in my opinion. They already had problems in season 1, but this season was a dumpster fire for Numenor. Like, so many things happen offline. Like, the eagle appears and Farazon walks forward to the eagle, draws the sword, and everybody shouts Farazon, and I don't know. That strange cut next season, Farazon is king. Okay, that's a very fast step from getting I don't know, medial to queenship, and then suddenly Farazon is king. Happened off screen, and then medial successfully manages to get through the sea trial and is spared by the sea monster, a sign of the Valar by ancient Numenorian law. Cut. Farazon is in power, Medial is in chains, and nothing makes sense. Yeah, that's where the writing doesn't work and makes no sense. But yeah, like I said, in this scene here, for the most part it worked. Like, Sauron also brought the elves, like Myrdania, the guard of the city, onto his side. He said, no, Celebrimbor wants to wait here, and then the captain says, oh no, that will be our doom. And then Sauron and Anatar says, and that is exactly why we will not obey the words of Celebrimbor. And then the guards and Myrdania were immediately on his side, and Celebrimbor was almost forgotten, basically. It's very interesting how Anatar managed to do this, and I think there the showrunners did a good job. You can also always argue, I guess, like, if you have very good actors, like in this case here, they can maybe save a mediocre script or make even a mediocre script look good, I think. And that might have happened here a bit as well. Who knows? My only point is that the show has a lot more flaws than not. Yeah, Sash, I 100% agree. Like, the show has so many flaws, and you really have to, very isolated sections of the show you have to take out and look at them, and then you can maybe see some brilliance in this, if that makes sense. And I would also say the show has unfortunately more flaws than strength. Now let's hope that War of the Rohirrim works. I mean, of course, people need to enjoy the anime style of it. That's a thing for sure that might be turning some people off, but it could be a decent adaptation, actually. I'm somewhat positive on the trailer kind of convinced me. Rings of Power uncensored, 500-hour director's cut. Yeah, that would be interesting to see. I again had the feeling in this episode that we are missing a lot of scenes. Yes, so much happening off screen that we have to speculate about to make sense in the first place. And it should never happen, in my opinion. The Watcher fights the Balrog, Rings of Power, War of the Rohirrim crossover. Yeah, why the Watcher and the Watchers in War of the Rohirrim, I don't know. But if it's not important for the plot, I don't mind. Last episode, I missed already a Rings of Power stream. Yeah, the poll response, I just decided to keep the poll going. It's going for 5 hours now. We have 93 votes. Thank you for all the people participating, sharing their opinion here. I still think it is interesting that you could say it's now even. For a long time, I liked it was leading. However, if you consider that, I think more people, it's not like more people in this poll now, in the result, liked, how to phrase it, not more people liked the show than, or the same amount of people liked the show that disliked the show. But if you consider, at least quite a few more people at least found the show okay to good than disliked the show. So I still would interpret this result as somewhat positive. And you have to keep in mind, usually people watching me here on this channel are deeply into the books, or at least into Tolkien lore in some way, or the films, and have a passion for Tolkien. And especially if you can't ignore what you know about the books, this show is sometimes extremely painful. On top, and even without that, the show is already painful writing-wise at times. You know, so I'm kind of surprised that this episode is received relatively positive from my perspective, it seems, on this channel. Yeah, 65% okay or like, 35% dislike. But it's a very even split, that is true. I would still say, even though I criticized this episode now for hours, I choose meh. I would also be more on the neutral side, to be honest. I think it was a decent episode, but it had a lot of flaws, and some stuff really annoyed me. But yeah, the section we're currently discussing, the death of Celebrimbor, I thought that was a highlight. That was a strong moment in this particular episode. It might not go into TV history, but I don't know. Also, unfortunately I read not enough chat, and sorry for that. Yeah, and just scrolling up a bit. Annoying critic also has a good point. Well, also the writers didn't want a grotesque torture scene and had to end it, and getting Sauron angry was a great way to do it, yes. I think that's a really good point. And I think that's also a good way, like I said, I'm not into ultra-violent stuff and so on, so I felt like the scene was already pretty clear, kind of brutal in a way. I have seen more brutal stuff, I guess, in my life, but at least in media. But it's not my preferred, my comfort zone of watching stuff. Like, I don't mind when the violence is cut down a bit, or you don't have to show everything you cut out and so on. I don't mind that. Some people are different when it comes to this, and they want to see this. That's totally fine. But that's not for me. Yeah, exactly. I think in his Sauron's mind, Celebrimbor cased his own death. That's how psychopaths blame their victims. Yeah, exactly. We talked about this. I'm just checking up if there's some interesting message here in the chat I missed. Halfling rings. It was a tear of self-pity. Yeah, that's also a good... maybe he feels sorry for himself. Yeah, maybe. Why do you think Sauron was shedding a tears? Yeah, we discussed this in a long time. I was always at the moment of your favorite torture toy, right? Maybe that as well. Tolkien says Sauron's dominion was torment. Yeah, that for sure. I mean, Celebrimbor went through a lot of torment. Mentally, but also physically in a way. Also, Sauron Celebrimbor stuff this season made it, in my opinion. I think that's definitely what the strongest part of the show. Celebrimbor really dead. He suffered similar wounds than Arondi. So that is fit like a Turin shoe. I like the wording here. Yeah. The Arondir injury I also did not understand. He's like, nothing happened. I just got stabbed by this gigantic sword, which is also from a distance, which makes no sense to stab somebody with a sword, but whatever. I mean, he also wants to know where the 9 rings are here in the show. So Billigo says, but in the books, Sauron torturing Celebrimbor led to a purpose, to get the location of the rings. Here, it got out of spite. I think he also wants to know what Celebrimbor exactly did with the rings. Where did he hide them? And the writers didn't portray that this information was necessary, because Sauron will just from here teleport to Galadriel directly after the orcs arrive. And yeah, but yeah, in the books also Celebrimbor is tormented so that Sauron might learn where the rings are, and he would not tell him at least where the 3 rings of power were hidden in the books. Here it's about the 9 rings, so they changed this a little bit. Trying to put aside my overall, also welcome Paul Freebo, nice to see you, overall disappointment with the writing, I agree that the Celebrimbor scene was not as awful as some others. As far as your point about Rings of Power not being TV history though, the only way Rings of makes TV history at this point is not in a good way. Yeah, I mean, like, the show won't write TV history like they will, or show history. There might be some good scenes. Maybe the actors get some awards for the acting. I would definitely say that Charlie Vickers and Charles Edwards has definitely earned some recognition for their performance here, independent of if the show is considered good or bad. But I think, yeah, the show, even though it has improved in my opinion already a bit, the show still needs some massive improvements next season. And to be fair, I still see potential, because there is a lot of attention to detail and so on. It's just, yeah. Agree. If anything, the acting is made more impressive by the writing. Yeah, like sometimes you have this weird script and you have to sell these scenes and think, what on earth is going on here in the script? Tolkien hinted that Sauron delegated the dirty work to a servant, at least in the Third Age. Yeah, that for sure. Yeah, the Galadriel death scene, not death scene, the Galadriel cliff scene, I wanted to say, also. Moving on. Yeah, okay, we move on. Remember scene 4. So next the orcs appear. Orcs meet Sauron after Celebrimbor dies. So that's the next scene we have in the stuff here. And it is interesting. Sauron also says to the orc, I have many names again. Like, are you Sauron? With many names. And yeah, on the first look, for sure, Gluck thinks, okay, the Sauron dude, he shed some tears. He seems like Anatar. He's a nice guy. Maybe that's also a reason why he sheds tears, because he knows that when somebody died, or so, that Anatar often would shed a tear about the dead Uruks as well. So maybe he sees like a parallel here. He's very unhappy with Anatar sending him into a senseless war, and now he can see Sauron with his own eyes and sees, okay, he's also shedding tears. Maybe that's also a reason for that scene here. And yeah, I have to also admit that the costume people are just doing such a awesome job here with the costume. Like, this shot looks like so impressive to me. That's definitely very impressive. And this is the last scene, because in the next scene we are in Pelargir then, chat. I have many names, must be a spell. And the problem is, he usually would not call himself Sauron, because it's kind of an insult, if that makes sense. So he would call himself Tarmairon or something like this. But yeah, it's not in the Lord of the Rings books though, so as a result they don't have rights for this, so maybe that's what this line wants to imply. It's not the same orcs that killed Sauron once. These are now a new generation orcs who have never met Sauron in their life. They only heard he's terrible. Yeah, just imagine next season is 7 out of 10. Then the 4th season is 8 out of 10. And the 5th season will be then 9 out of 10. That would be amazing, like amazing improvement. Every season they get a little bit better. And to be honest, like if 5th season is really Gondor, Anor, and Last Alliance action, I can definitely see, like if it's very focused and they've learned a lot, I can definitely see that the 5th season could actually be good. I'm very curious how they will portray Minas Tirith, Minas Anor at this time, Minas Ithil, Osgiliath, and all the stuff. I'm looking forward to all this stuff, kind of, if it ever comes to that, to be honest. But let's hope things work out in the end. Costumes are a big improvement over season 1 and the Numenorian armor. I found something positive to say about the show. Yes. Yeah, it's maybe a 5 or a 6, something like that. Yeah, you might be right that they also sometimes try to avoid the name. So shall we talk about the Southlands really quick? Because there's, in my opinion, not that much to say, if I'm honest. Southlands Pelargir. Like, when I hear the name Pelargir, I always think of a massive city, like a massive elven settlement, and so on. So we switch scenes. About Luke and his friends we talk later. And, yeah. And then it looks like this. And then we also see the Numenorian ship in the background. I called that the Numenorians would return to Middle-earth for reasons unknown. Pelargir. Let's call it just Pelargir 2. And it looks like this. If we look closely, we see some people there. And if I say this is 100 people here, I'm very optimistic already. Let's say there are a few people, and maybe in this village thing here, yeah, it's optimistic 100 plus people live here. It's very small. Like usually if I think of Numenor, I think of this gigantic city, a big massive empire, like fleets that would cover, I don't know, the ocean as far as you can look and so on. And big harbors and so on. And this is like small. I mean, it seems like they want to establish now or re-establish Pelargir into a stronghold so that they have like armies here and so on and can have supplies. And they want that these people here get timber for them. There is no outpost anymore. It will be the base for expansion into Middle Earth. Like an outpost, I guess. Yes. And yeah, there we have a dialogue between Theo and Isildur. I find, like, the idea of this dialogue I find okay. I just found it rushed. Because they talk about their mothers, basically. And Theo has also kind of trouble dealing with the death of his mother, but I like in like the few scenes we got where Theo and Isildur kind of connect in a way, and like Theo was like very pushing everything away, was mostly alone, and so now with Isildur it feels like he has found some kind of friend, though he will leave soon. So it's a bit unfortunate. So in this moment he feels like, okay, in my last chance I have to talk to Isildur. How does he live with that? Because he has experienced something similar. I can kind of understand the motive, but I feel like it's just too rushed. Like this section here has to do so much work in so little time. They have to set up this dialogue here between them, and Isildur kind of learned that, I don't know, there are bigger things than himself, like how small I am and so on. I think it was a good line by Isildur, to be honest. I also really like the actor of Isildur. And maybe this might help Theo later, maybe not. And yeah, they hug then and say goodbye. And he even asks Theo if he doesn't want to come to Middle Earth. Camera work again. You also see that Isildur has the sword of Galadriel still with him. So that's kind of interesting. And I don't know. Definitely Isildur says also, how did you deal with the death of your mother and your fault and so on? And he says poorly. Also, like I said, this should have been much longer and better written and so on. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like, considering how little time all this here has to do so many things to bring to some kind of conclusion, it was okay. It was not an easy task to bring this to a conclusion in like 2 minutes or something. Some good shots here and there. I like those. I like this little thing. He appreciates again that he got stitched up by Theo and so on. And Theo even laughs for a moment. That is, I think we haven't seen Theo laugh in some time in this show. And then Theo leaves. And then, interestingly, the door opens again. Isildur's basically packing his... I just type Isildur, door opens again. And I think, oh, Theo, you have made up your mind. But then the next character, we need some kind of conclusion. And it's Astrid. Then, yeah, I don't know. They have to kind of cover their romance relationship thing, and they kiss, and he asks her, will you come to Numenor, and so on. And since Astrid seems to be, already has like a man, a husband, kind of, what do you call this? Verlobter? What's this in English? Betrothed person? Fiance, yeah, that's maybe the word. Whatever. She already has somebody, and this, of course, is... can only end in disaster, if that makes sense. So then we have Hagen, Theo, and Kemen talk. And they remember, like, it seems like Medial promised them some stuff, and they came back and so on. But since Medial is not queen anymore, things have changed, and Kemen tries to explain this as well. His arm is still wounded. Shoutouts to Valandir, which I still miss in the show. Yeah, his arm is still in the sling, exactly. Not much time could have passed, as mentioned here. Kemen was in Numenor. What's he doing here? Well, yeah... time and space doesn't matter, so we have another case of severe teleporting here. Why is Kemen even here? Like, he's literally the son of the king. He's not just some random dude. Like, why would they... No, I mean, it seems like Farazon doesn't like his son anyway, so if his son dies or so, he would not care at all. Like, if there's one person who especially doesn't care about Kemen, then it's for sure his father. But... it seems a bit strange to be sent alone into the Southlands to do some kind of outpost stuff. The actor of Kemen is actually very capable, to be honest. Like, I like his acting, well, the expressions he gives. He has a tough job. He also kind of is really good at having this character here. Like his face, it's hard to catch his face expression. And then, yeah, Isildur also looks at him. Kemen, what are you doing there? Sorry for typing here. And yeah, he thinks, what the fuck? Kemen's surprised. And you have to kind of make this work, because he of course he knows that Isildur doesn't know what is going on in Numenor. Isildur then is shortly briefed in a moment, but yeah, the expression was really like his face for a moment thought, okay, I don't even know what to say or what to look. Isildur laughs. Interestingly, he makes a good point. Isildur has saved the life of Kemen once. Maybe Isildur's biggest mistake in his life. I would assume he later thinks will definitely get this sword. I think, oh boy, if I just let Cayman drown. I call this Cayman has no idea what to do with this situation. Like he hugs Isildur and thinks, okay, what am I going to do? Your sister will be so happy to see you. And he definitely knows that a lot of his girlfriends, his like Iarian's motivation is based upon that she thinks Isildur is dead. He's not dead. What will this do? And so on. He definitely thinks, oh god, this now, things will get very complicated now. Also, his father is considered a traitor, and Miriel is not queen anymore, but his father, and so on and so on. It's Kim is from the house of the mole, of the weasel. But then, it changed 3 times in 1 second, yes. But then they ruined it by rushing Kemen and making him a bastard into another. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, Kemen's expression when it's like the actor, fantastic job. Fantastic job. When he sees, he thinks, what? I like how he blinks 3 times to just make sure that he's not hallucinating here. Like, fantastic. Like, I love it. He thinks, what am I... I should stop taking these pills. I'm seeing stuff. He thinks, oh god, that will be a complicated mess now. Love it. And then, yeah, Isildur tries to get Estrid on the boat, and he says, no, there is no space here, and so on. And your father's a traitor, and stuff like that. And Isildur was not happy to hear all of that. And even says, I saved your life, dude. Come on. There's also a short shot of Beric somewhere, which I missed. The best actor in the show. No, also a fantastic actor in the show. The other actors are also pretty great. So Beric is still alive, and he potentially also comes to Numenor, so maybe he plays a role there later. It's hard to tell. Hagen, Estrid, Isildur. Interesting situation. Yeah, let's call it an interesting situation. Then I have to jump back. We will complete the Southland. There's, I think, another scene where we see Isildur on the boat. And Estrid and friends not. Astrid stays in Middle-earth with Hagen, and they will get a lot of trouble because of the timber. Because for getting help by the Númenóreans, they need to deliver timber. And since they said basically, yeah, the Ents would not like that, so that will be definitely potential for trouble in the future, as it holds hands with Pagan. Isildur really is not working for him. Finally, like, he falls in love, which usually results in some happiness, and it doesn't work out for him at all. Like the classic. Isildur sailed to Middle-earth. And yeah, to Middle-earth. That is wrong. Not to Middle-earth, to Númenor. It's getting too early, chat. I'm starting to lose a bit my focus. But we're almost done, chat. That's a good thing about it. So, cool scene. That was the Southlands. Basically what happens there. I don't have much to say about this. Like, I kind of understand. I think the conflict would not be for me completely like this love story and oh, he has a man already. Not that interested in this, but at least, I don't know. This arc could have needed a bit more time, to be honest. It feels very undercooked, underdeveloped. For that, though, we have kind of a decent overview of the characters, considering how rushed everything had to be with this little screen time these people got. Very unfortunate for them, because I like at least some of the actors here. And yeah. I also want the Elendil-Isildur reunion. If Isildur would have left when Elendil left, nothing would have changed. I mean, from the learning perspective of Isildur, yeah, I guess it makes complete sense that Isildur stayed there and made also his character development a bit in Middle-earth and so on. Yeah, it's a good point why he goes back, but it feels like he only has, I don't know. I think in a way he also likes his family, and in a way, I mean, he's a Númenórean. He knows how awesome Númenor can be and how rough the life in Middle-earth can be in contrast. And he knows that his family, especially his father, might be like worrying about him a lot. And they even had a good father-son moment at I think in episode 6, before the volcano broke out. And as a result, I don't know, he might want to see his father again. So he has some business there, even though everything... Isildur doesn't know what a faithful is. Yeah, potentially, that also comes to that. But he will learn soon enough. I think he has learned quite a few things. I still wish, like, this is a plot line. On one way, it would be better if it didn't even exist, to be honest, the whole Southland stuff, because it takes away from the other more important lines. On the other way, I don't think it's... I don't think it's... what do I want to say, chat? I forgot my point. It's a good thing that he's... yeah, it has potential for interesting plot lines, and I think this is an important part for Isildur's character development, but I would have wished they would have given Isildur a bit more time for character development. I like the scene, by the way, with Arondir killing this nameless thing, as he calls it, and said, we call it supper. That was, in my opinion, a good line. It was a stupid line, to be honest, but I laughed, so that's kind of the stuff that can work, I guess, but even though it was not important for Isildur's character development there, but yeah. it felt very meaningless than the stranger ones, even though I mightily enjoyed it. Yeah, kind of like this. It had potential, they didn't really use it because they give it too little time. It's completely undercooked. Considering how little time, though, they got, it feels like I kind of understand the character Isildur now quite a bit better. That they definitely achieved. So that works. I have no idea where they want to go with Estrid in the show, if she plays a role next season as well, I would assume. Where they go with Pelargir. Well, I assume there will be an end Pelargir conflict and the people there chopping wood again and so on. Yeah, his sister's also not. Like, considering that his sister is the girlfriend of Kemen, maybe they can make an exception for him or something. He might be also somewhat neutral in this whole conflict thing. I don't know. The question, I'm definitely looking forward to the reunion between Isildur and Elendil, but also, what will Eärien say? What will happen with the character Eärien when she reunites with Isildur? So from this perspective, I find it very interesting that we might get this reunion in the future. Because that has, season 3 might be interesting in this regard, if they have enough time for these plots, though. I felt like, despite all, they added much more positive and interesting aspects to Isildur. He's not that well described in the lore than bad ones. Yeah, he has an interesting development. We already showed you in this scene that with his new sword also, I didn't notice that, but Elendil with his new sword, Elendil with Narsil and horse rides to the west. That would be the next scene after this here, Chad. And now I have to skip back in the video. Southland plot ends, and then we have the Adar Galadriel dialogue. That's an interesting one. And classic Dutch angles without end. So Galadriel meets Adar with Nenya. Yeah, I'm curious what is going on there. Let me just drink something really quick. I can't believe that I'm streaming for 6.5 hours already. Fortunately, my bottle is now empty. That will be fun. Maybe we'll make a short break in a moment or so. I'm not sure. I can get a new water bottle at least. So in the next scene we see Adar and like healed Adar with Nenya and Galadriel talking. What is interesting is that Adar now looks, as Rosemary, shoutouts to her, predicted that the ring actually might heal her. Him. In the interview, the showrunner said that they planned to kill him off earlier, but felt like, I don't know, Simon Tolkien or whatever was credited for this character, to develop this character a bit further, which I think is not a bad idea, because he is an interesting character, I feel. Was definitely a highlight in the first season. Have you talked about Arondir surviving yet? No, I think we come there to that in a moment when we talk about the thing. I kind of assumed that he would survive, to be honest. It seems strange that he's not injured in any way. I'm sorry for thinking here for a moment. Like I said, slowly running out of steam. The healed Adar, interesting idea. What I find very strange though is as soon as he puts away the ring, he slowly turns back again. That I find strange, to be honest. Like, this is, in a strange way, like a classic thing the show has trouble with. Its consequences. You know, sometimes you do things and they have no consequences. Like, Farazon, I don't know, says, yeah, let's make the sea trial here. And then Miriel survives it and say, oh, the Valar saved Miriel and she's chosen by the Valar. She's innocent. We should totally trust Miriel now. Cut, and Farazon Miriel's in chains and so on. It has no consequences, the sea trial in the show. They just say, yeah, it's like that. Elrond basically not obeying the king. Jumping with the 3 rings of power, even though I can totally understand Elrond and his character here. Jumping down the waterfall cliff thing into the water and hiding for days from the king and so on. And then, Elrond, maybe you jumped off with the rings and so on, but you had good intentions. You become now the leader of this expedition. You're now promoted. Congratulations. Like, nothing has really consequences in this show. And even though, like I said, I totally understand why Elrond did not want them to use, the others not want to use the rings. It's just about that he disobeyed the king and the king promoted him afterwards. Like, it should have some consequence for Elrond, if that makes sense. He just rose up in the ranks, now leading the army of Gil-galad and so on afterwards. It was very interesting to see this. And yeah, for whatever reason, Adar thought it makes sense to use the Nenya, and then he gets healed. And it should be the consequence that he is healed now. But he is not. As soon as he turns it off, he turns back to how he was before. And this makes this not healing, but an illusion. Like, if he puts on the ring makes the illusion that he's healed, but he's not actually healed. As soon as he puts it away, his old self is restored. And that makes little sense. Either the ring heals him or not. That's a very binary state. Healed, not healed. It's not like I turn off the healing ring and then my healing also goes back. Like, that's not how healing works. Usually, if you are healed, you stay healthy until something new happens to you. That's how healing works. And I find that very strange. It's a bit nitpicky, I know, but it feels like, but what happens if now when he's healed, the orcs don't see him as Uruk anymore? That can't be. As a result, he has to turn back, else the Uruks won't listen to him. Maybe. Or think, oh no, he's now an elf again, or something. Which would be an interesting conflict, but using the ring has a consequence, and the show does say, no, it does not have. He could just put off the ring, and then he starts turning back to old Adar, if that makes sense. The ring also repairs armor. Arondir has to be healed off screen. Yeah, that you could make this explanation for sure. How's Arondir still alive? I don't know. Maybe he got healed with the Ring of Gil-galad. Maybe he wasn't that wounded. I'm not sure. I like how Adar looked as an elf. He looked actually kind of ancient in a way. Yeah, he looked like a really classic elf. I know what you mean. But I also kind of like the look here. It's too bad Galadriel and Adar didn't. Like when he started healing using the ring, and I think that is a cool idea to explore, though they explored it without consequences as always. I think what I found very interesting is that Adar, not found interesting, but there was a theory, let's call it interesting, that Adar is Celeborn. And that I would have literally stopped the show right now and said no stream today. I'm off for 2 weeks. You know, like that would have completely killed me. Multiple times by an area. I mean, we analyzed the scene. He I forgot how many arrows he was stabbed Arondir with. I think it was only one, right? And then, like Adar caught the arrow, stabbed Arondir with it. Then Arondir pulled an arrow, stabbed Adar with it. Maybe not even fully piercing the armor, who knows? And then they wrestled a bit for a moment, and then Adar used his sword to basically hurt him in some way. Hard to tell how deep the cut was, where he was wounded. I don't know. Yeah, it is possible that you might be right that he stabbed him 2 times or so, but maybe it didn't get deep through the armor that he wears or whatever. Hard to tell. Like I felt like this scene was so short, it was very difficult to tell how wounded Arondir really was in the end. And also, I don't know, he's a main character. At that moment, when he was about to say his name, I paused. It was tense. Yeah, I really hoped it's not Celeborn. That would be like the worst. I felt like, oh god, please, no. Guy said, hey, what was your name? Maybe we have to look into the dialogue a bit, unfortunately, because I don't fully remember everything. Also, I kind of skipped a little detail scene here. So yeah, the Adar was kneeling at the beginning, turned away. We see the crown here. And so the orcs maybe can't see his face or so, because the ring kind of healed him there, if that makes sense. But yeah. That scene I just want to mention. It sends basically the orcs away. I have what Sauron seeks, Galadriel says. Galadriel also, like, Dutch angle usage a lot. Like, every scene is, like, the camera is always slightly rotated to the side, if that makes sense. I really like the Dutch angle. I like the usage of it. I would agree, though, by now it's maybe a bit overused. Because here, Galadriel almost comes as an ally of Adar and tries to convince him. So I feel like this scene doesn't need this additional tension by shooting it like this. In the season 1, where they first meet, it made a lot of sense. And I feel like it gave these scenes this uneasy tension due to this weird angle that they use all the time. Here I felt like for the first time it made very little sense. Maybe, though, they sometimes use the Dutch angles elsewhere, but I feel especially when Adar and Galadriel interact, or Adar interacts, you often see this angle. As a result, maybe it's like a stylistic choice specific for the conversations for Galadriel and Adar in the show, to maybe make them pop out a little bit compared to the others. Very curious what the cinematographer's intention here, or the camera people's intention here was exactly. Next, it's after midnight. Must go to sleep now. Good night. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for staying so long, Joe. Much appreciated. Sleep well. And maybe you can catch up to the rest in the VOD or so if you're interested. I heard a rumor Theo might be the future king of the dead from Return of the King. It's an interesting theory. Theory. It's an interesting theory for sure, because those people also have to exist at some point. It could be, kind of. Because we need, like, leaders of the hillmen or something. Maybe they have to leave Pelargir at some point and then go to the hills, and then Theo basically becomes the leader of these hillmen or something like that. I could imagine that it might work. Maybe the show must have uneven tripods for their cameras. That would also be an explanation, but... How many minutes of the episodes are left? Let's not talk about this, crafty spirit. Midnight, it's only 6 AM here, yeah, in the UK. For me it's 7. And I still need to sleep, so it's a problem, I think. Oh, Schnake is also on the Discord. Unfortunately, I haven't looked at Twitch chat for some time. Schnake, sorry. Yeah, the dead people, like these hillmen, are cursed by Isildur later, because when he summons, like, there was a time they worshipped Sauron. There's even a mention in a very obscure note, like in the Vineyard Tengwa, I think, in one issue of those. There's a note that they even had, like, temples or something like this in the hills, and Isildur kind of convinced them to let go of Sauron and help him when he calls them. And then Isildur called them for help when for the last alliance, so when they had to fight Sauron, and they did not answer and breaking their promise. And then Isildur cursed those hillmen, and then they became the oath breakers, because they did not fulfill their oath to Isildur, and as a result, they were not allowed to, their spirits were allowed to basically wander in these hills as undead forever. Until the king of Gondor sees their promise as fulfilled. That's what we see then with Aragorn later. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to this. 10 p.m. here. Okay, so for Liana we also have to make haste slowly. End the slaughter and I will do as you ask. So Galadriel is, by this point here, she-elf turned herself in. Interesting, Adar says, leave us, the orcs don't listen, and say, leave us, and then the orcs go. I accept your terms, Uruk. I have what Sauron seeks. And this slaughter, and I will do as you asked. I will help you destroy him. She has now seen what Sauron does in Eregion, the slaughter, the killing, the death, potential death of Celebrimbor. She has not seen, though, but everything that comes with this. And usually elves would not negotiate with an orc or work together, but especially in this situation with the healing, it might work. How do you expect to destroy Sauron without your ring? And then he shows that he has Nenya now. It would seem, even wounds that have endured an age can sometimes yet be healed. When I looked like this, I was known by another name. What was it? A meaningless name, a name I was given. Ada is the name I earned, he says. Help me earn it back. And he even gives then Nenya to Galadriel, interestingly. He still has this weird gauntlet, which we still have no idea what the deal with that was. Help me vanquish Sauron with it. And I swear to you, I will recall my children to Mordor. And he turns back slowly into his old, never to make war in Middle-earth again. I slay more of your children than any elf alive. I forgive you. No more flames and no more darkness. Let this ring heal the rift between Elf and Uruk. And he gives them the ring back. Let me just give you the fitting screenshot for what I'm just reading here. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this scene. I think it's an interesting thing to explore. There is too much plot armor for my liking, that for sure, Aiden. I think people here are from all over the world. Yeah, that is true. A nice all-around world. Chris has community. Nice all-around community. Chris has attracted. Love it. Yeah, it's pretty awesome to have so many different people. Like, I'm also from Germany, so as a result, I'm also bound to the German time zone. I think it's good the ring changes, Ada. I would agree on that. The question is, did it also heal his mind in a way? Because previously he was just entering Eregion and basically killing everybody. He needs to find Sauron and needs to get a ring. And like I said, the reason why Adar is basically here, I don't fully understand. Because if you think about it, Adar has a potential ring bearer, Gil-galad, at his hand. Like when he entered, he fought Elrond and defeated Elrond kind of, and got his ring, or got Nenya from Elrond. Because Galadriel, of course, told Adar that Elrond would have the ring. He could have guessed that Gil-galad, the High King of the Noldor elves, maybe you've heard about him, also has a ring. But he didn't check too much, and he could say, yeah, I kill Elrond, give me the ring or something, but he didn't do that. He could have had, by now he could have had 2 rings, I guess. Australia. Okay, then it's already late for you. Pretty cool. My dad lives in Groningen, the Netherlands. Oh, awesome. 6 p.m. here. Babylon 5 convention at the end of the 90s. That sounds awesome. I haven't heard Babylon 5 as the show in ages as well. Was never too deep into it, to be honest, but also watched it a bit. Can we talk a bit about Nenya in the books? Is the only elven ring that didn't change possession. It only was ever Galadriel's, and yeah, that's also a good point by Beligor. In the books, of course, as you pointed out already, the Nenya is that basically Celebrimbor in secret made the 3 rings in the books, Nenya, Narya, Vilya, and while Sauron was not in Eregion anymore and was to Mordor to make the 1 ring, in the meantime he made the 3 rings. And then when the 1 ring was created, he noticed, oh no, we got betrayed. Anatar was Sauron all the time. I have to do something. I have to at least give the 3 rings of power, magnum opus, the wings that are most important to me, away. That they can't be found, that they are not here. So he journeyed to Lothlorien and counseled with Galadriel in the one Unfinished Tales version at least, and there they decided to give the rings away. So one he left with Galadriel in Lothlorien, or Lorinand, or whatever it was called at this time, and gave it to her there. And then the other 2 he sent to Gil-galad, and he gave one to Círdan, and later his ring he gave to Elrond. That's kind of the story. However, as pointed out, Círdan then, in the Third Age, 1000 years into it, when Gandalf and Radagast arrive, potentially also Saruman, he gives his ring, Narya, to Gandalf. So the rings of power, Vilya and Narya, switched their owner, who possessed those rings. The only ring that stayed with one character all the time was the one of Galadriel, Nenya. And here in the show, it's a ring that gets swapped around all the time. Like, the question in the show is, who did not possess Nenya for a time? That's kind of strange. Yeah, it's a good point by Beligor. Definitely. Another thing I wondered about, did Galadriel ever met with Sauron Anatar in person in the books, or was already in Lorien at the time Anatar showed up in Ostinithil? Interestingly, there is a version where they definitely met. Like in Unfinished Tales. Now we come again to the problem that my Unfinished Tales book doesn't want to load as fast as I would hope. In the chapter The History of Galadriel and Celeborn, there's an interesting version. And there, to be fair, there are several versions Tolkien wrote of this. Of the story of Galadriel, what Galadriel did in the Second Age. This, though, is the most complete in my opinion, though it has some strange details like Galadriel having a son named Amros, but whatever, it doesn't matter too much. In this version, Let me just see if I find it. Galadriel and Celeborn had in their company a Noldorin craftsman named Celebrimbor. He is here said to have been one of the survivors of Gondolin, who had been among Turgon's greatest artificers, and so on and so forth. There's a long note here. Let me just skip through it a little bit. Celebrimbor had an almost dwarvish obsession with crafts, and he soon became the chief artificer of Eregion. So in this version, basically Celebrimbor and Galadriel found Eregion. And basically, in their company, Celebrimbor was. And he became, the chief artificers, however it's pronounced. I think I pronounced it wrong. Let me just look up the word really quick, because my English is sometimes terrible with words I rarely use. Artificer. It's almost correct. The building of the chief city of Eregion, Ostinithil, was begun in about the year 750 of the Second Age. The date is given in the Tale of Years, blah blah blah. News of these things came to the ears of Sauron and increased the fears, blah blah, and so on. So, in this version, Galadriel, Celeborn, and Celebrimbor lived in Eregion together. They were kind of the founders. At least Galadriel and Celeborn founded it, and Celebrimbor was basically their companion. There's a version where Celebrimbor is the founder of Eregion, so this changes a little bit. But Sauron had better fortune with the Noldor of Eregion, and especially with Celebrimbor, who desired in his heart to rival the skill and fame of Feanor. There's always these long notes here. In Eregion, Sauron posed as an emissary of the Valar, sent by them to Middle-earth, thus anticipating the Istari, or ordered by them to remain there to give aid to the elves. He perceived at once that Galadriel would be his chief adversary and obstacle, and he endeavored, therefore, to placate her, bearing her scorn with outward patience and courtesy. And here it's also noted that no explanation is offered in this rapid outline of Galadriel's scorn, why Galadriel scorned Sauron. So it's not explained where this came from, really. Sauron used all his arts upon Celebrimbor and his fellow smiths, who had formed a society or brotherhood very powerful in Eregion, the Gwais y Myrdain. But he worked in secret, unknown to Galadriel and Celeborn. Before long, Sauron had the Gwais y Myrdain under his influence, and at first they had great profit from his instruction in secret matters of their craft. So great became his hold on the Myrdain that at length he pursued them to revolt against Galadriel and Celeborn to seize power in Eregion. And that was at some time between 1350 and 1400 of the Second Age. Galadriel thereupon left Eregion and passed through Khazad-dûm to Lorinan, taking with her Amros and Celebrian. In this version, Amros and Celebrian are both their children, like Amros is also her son. But Celeborn would not enter the mansions of the dwarfs, because he is a Sindar elf and he don't like the dwarfs, and he remained behind in Eregion, disregarded by Celebrimbor. In Lorinan, Galadriel took up rule and defense against Sauron, and so on and so forth. So in this version, yes, they actually met, and Sauron had to endure Galadriel's scorn, because Galadriel knew something was wrong about this Anatar dude. She did not know that he was Sauron, because it would be strange if she knew and said nothing. But she just knew something is wrong. She felt something is fishy there, and then he sees power and secret, work together with the Gwais y Myrdain in secret and so on. So, kind of an interesting story here. That must be Maglor. That's an interesting idea, but it can't be of, like, in the show everything can be lore-wise. There is a letter of Tolkien where he mentioned that Maglor potentially drowned. And the Silmarillion version we have is maybe a very legendary version of this. I'm not sure if I found this though. Yeah, here it is. The jewels, the Silmarilli, are recovered by the final intervention of the gods, only to be lost forever to the elves. One is in the sea, one in the deeps of earth. So one is Maglor throws into the sea, one is the fiery pit where Maedhros jumps into, and one as a star of heaven. So that is the Star of Eärendil. This legendarian ends with a vision of the end of the world. Okay, now I'm a bit disappointed by this quote. Here, this is the wrong line. This is the summary. It's the same letter, but it's a bit further down the passage. Sorry, read the wrong line. The remaining 2 Silmarils are regained from the Iron Crown, only to be lost. The last 2 sons of Feanor, Maglor and Maedhros, I will add here, or Maedhros the firstborn and Maglor the secondborn, compelled by their oaths, steal them and are destroyed by them, casting themselves into the sea and the pits of the earth. So in this letter 131, I'm not sure if I read it here in the extended edition of the letters. I'm not sure if this. I know this letter was extended, I think, at some point in this version. So it could be not in the, if you have an old version of this letter that it might miss, but I think it's also in the old version. Doesn't matter, just as a side note. And yeah, this indicates that also Maglor cast himself into the sea, dying there. Like in the Silmarillion, it said he's wandering the shores, forever lamenting his deeds and so on. So interestingly, you could also see it as also Maglor killed himself by drowning into the sea at some point. So there's that. Also, Maglor was never captured by Sauron very early on. You could even argue Maglor is too young. So I'm not sure when Maglor was actually born. Let's look up what Tolkien Gateway says to Maglor's birth date, because I'm not sure. It's not sure when he was born. Maglor was present in the kinslaying. He was present in Alqualonde, but that doesn't mean anything. He is suspected that he is born in the time Fingolfin was also born. Interesting. It doesn't matter too much. I think I know the interview, but I have to admit I don't fully recall its contents, to be honest. But that's an interesting question, maybe for another stream to discuss. And I could maybe reread it again, but to be fair, I expected a lot of changes. I did not expect that some of the changes they did would hurt me personally so much as a book fan. Especially like the changing of the smithing of the rings. Like some of the, I don't mind changes, like Peter Jackson also did tons of changes to these films, but there, most of the time I can kind of understand why Peter Jackson made those changes. And this is unfortunately very different for this show, sadly. I feel like things could have been easier, if that makes that makes sense if they just stick to the books. Though the massive time compression they have to do, this I kind of can understand though. I can also understand that changing the idea that all the 16 or 19 rings of power were Eregion elf rings, so basically all were elvish rings in their origin, and then collecting them and then giving them away is a step too much for a show this much compressed, so that I can understand that they forge the 7 directly for the dwarves and the 9 directly for men. That's also a change I can kind of understand. I just would have wished they stick to the actual order, but yeah, whatever. I can understand though Tom Shippey's... I understand that the interview hinted at that Tom Shippey was kind of frustrated a bit with what they did. And I can totally understand what he thinks about this. The most interesting thing was that there seems to have been 20 episodes per season planned in the beginning. That's really interesting. I guess, yeah, it depends on how many episodes. Like, let's say half an hour episodes, then it would be 10 episodes, 1 hour. We currently have 8. I also heard that the first season has 8 episodes, the second season 9, and then 10 and so on. They get a total of whatever the correct amount there then is. Yeah, 50 episodes I think was for 5 seasons, right? Did I do the math right? The interview was a year before the writing even began. Interesting. But yeah, usually you need a lot of prep time for stuff like this, I think. Has anyone heard if there will be a season 3? I think, Aiden, that is very likely because I think there is like in there, if I'm not 100% sure about the contract details, but what I heard is they are kind of legally, what is this, verpflichtet in English? Obliged. That's the word I was looking for. Legally obliged to make 5 seasons, I think. So before they cancel the show, they might kick out the showrunners. So I assume there will be a 3rd season, yes. But it's nowhere stated anywhere. It seems like it's very likely. Else maybe they have to pay some fee or whatever for breaking the contract. I have no idea. That's just, and this is not a fact. This is just what I heard, a rumor. Like maybe potentially have to ask somebody who is deeper into the topic. Note about no explanation regarding Galadriel's inaction. If you read it after watching episode 8 of season 1, it becomes hilarious. I mean, in what I just read, that she doesn't know about. Like, there's several notes about this, right? No explanation is offered in this rapid outline of why Galadriel scorned Sauron, unless she saw through his disguise, or of why. If she did perceive his true nature, she permitted him to remain in Eregion. Then there's note 7 to this. In an isolated, undateable note, it is said that although the name Sauron is used in Tale of Years, that seems wrong. I think there was a longer note about this. I could swear there was some longer note about this particular thing. Oh, whatever, chat. I'm just tired right now. Maybe you know what I mean. But it says 7 if I read this right. Am I stupid? I could swear there's a very long note about why she about some speculation why she's inactive. Can't fully remember, chat. But I hope this kind of answers the question. So yeah, they met at least in the Second Age. Potentially met in the Second Age in Eregion, because Galadriel, in all versions, Galadriel lived in Eregion. So the arrival of Anatar, Galadriel must have noticed there and maybe have met him. Season 2, Episode 3 has Shelob, which I thought was insane to include. Yeah, kind of, I think. But to be fair, Shelob was in Mordor before Sauron was, so in a strange way would even fit. But I guess it's mostly for the effect. Yeah, I also agree with you, annoying critic. The version I said is far easier, obliged, or obligated. Can you change the picture, please? Yeah, I know why, because it burns into the screen. Galadriel has her ring back. Sorry, chat. So, finally the picture changed. Thank you for addressing point. No problem. Like, that's what we usually do here, and that's why the stream takes so long, because I usually try to answer as much as possible and look into the details, especially sometimes I also have to reread stuff and so on. Basically, this note is, as Tolkien wrote, a similar scenario to Season 1, Episode 8. Yeah, Jake, it's very late. Catch up tomorrow. Yeah, we will also this evening in about 12 hours, which is kind of ridiculous. 12 plus hours. There will be a watch party of this episode. So if you want to watch with me this episode together, feel free to join. I can't stream the episode, of course, so we have to find other means to run the episode, watch it, and at the same time watch the stream. So it's basically like audio commentary with chat or something. Will we get a backstory to the Mouth of Sauron? I could imagine that we get something like this for sure. So far, the showrunners have included every detail and weird thing from the books that wasn't able to escape fast enough. I would be surprised if we don't see a Mouth of Sauron origin story. Nice angle that. Always seems Galadriel's a taller elf. Yeah, that's well done. And yeah, that's the Dutch angle stuff. The power of the Dutch angle. As said, the Dutch angle is Deutsch angle, the German angle actually, but whatever. And then, yeah, orcs arrive. We have to maybe make some haste. And no, Gluck is injured and carried to Adar. Like, he was messing around with Sauron in the city. He was messing around with Sauron in the city. And then his orc friends carried him all the way from the tower, down the stairs, through the secret dwarven tunnel, through the forest to Adar. Whatever. It's kind of funny in my opinion. That I also found a bit strange, to be honest, but yeah. Of course, Adar is worried about one of his favorite people. Let us create a lasting peace in Middle-earth, now and forever. To get the ring back, then the orcs appear. Like I said, I find the idea, again, to come back to Adar for a moment, interesting here, that they are both elves in a way, or Adar once was an elf. The ring shows him that there might be possible for healing or for peace, and both agree on that Sauron is a problem. If you take Sauron out of the equation, then things would be good. And in a way, they are not wrong, but in a way, they are wrong. Because, especially in... let me just think. I think it's the end of the Silmarillion. Tolkien writes something very interesting. Maybe I don't find it. Okay, now my memory is really messed up, chat. Maybe I've dreamed this line. No, I dreamed the line. Where was it, chat? There was like an interesting conclusion of the Silmarillion. About the author? Was it... Was it in Lord of the Rings? But basically, the line I'm out for currently, I can't think, chat. Sorry, my brain is a bit dead after so many hours of streaming and not sleeping. Basically, there's a line that basically says, after Fall of Sauron, the end of Lord of the Rings is different in this regard. But it basically says that even though you destroy things, you destroy Morgoth and so on, the evil will always be there. Like, there will always be another evil. Let me just see. Color base. Yeah, here it is. Here ends the Silmarillion. If it has passed from the high and beautiful to darkness and ruin, that was of old the fate of Arda marred. And if any change shall come, and the marring be amended, Manwë and Varda may know, but they have not revealed it. And it is not declared in the dooms of Mandos. And if any change shall come to the marring, be amended, Manwë and Varda may know, but they have not revealed it. So the world Arda is damaged, and it has an interesting dialogue in season 1, episode 6. That's actually the dialogue with Adar. One of the best things actually of season 1, in my opinion. The dialogue between Adar and Galadriel. Let me see if I can maybe Power of the Unseen World. Or the first orcs, Uruk, I seek yours. Let me just see if I find the thing. Also longer dialogue. We are creations of the One, master of the secret fire, the same as you. There's a secret fire mentioned, by the way, as worthy of breath of life. And just as worthy of a home. Sorry, just listening here to stuff. A bit difficult to find this. It takes too long to find the exact wording, but maybe it's easier to read it directly from Morgoth's Ring, because it was kind of referencing this all along. But it's kind of an interesting discussion we also had previously in the stream. So let us see here. Confirmed by the existence of inevitable, blah, 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 dealing them with physical force or fear of it. His sole ultimate object was the destruction of elves and still more men he despised because of their weakness, that is, their lack of physical force or power over matter. But he was also afraid of them. He was aware, at any rate originally, when still capable of rational thought, that he could not annihilate them, that is, destroy their being, but their physical life and incarnate form became increasingly, to his mind, the only thing that was worth considering. And there's like a note, bracket, note inserted. Melkor could not, of course, annihilate anything of matter. He could only ruin or destroy or corrupt the forms given to matter or other minds in their subcreative activities. So even matter itself he could not destroy. Something would always be left. And then Tolkien writes in this context, he became so far advanced in lying that he lied even to himself and pretended that he could destroy them and rid Arda of them altogether. Though this was a lie, he could not. And then there's the concept of Arda healed. But even the elves had the notion that this would not be so, that the end of men would somehow be bound up with the end of history, as they called it, Arda Mad. And the achievement of Arda healed. Now comes a longer note. Yes, it's too long. They do not seem to clear precise how to... Okay, I have to skip a bit. Arda healed is thus both the completion of the tale of Arda, which has taken up all the deeds of Melkor, but must, according to the promise of Ilúvatar, be seen to be good, and also a state of redress and bliss beyond the circles of the world. It was like the note here for this. The second is the unmarred that shall be, that is, to speak according to time in which they have their being, the Arda healed, which shall be greater and more fair than the first, because of the marring. This is a hope and that sustaineth. It cometh not only from the yearning of the will of Ilúvatar, the begetter, which by itself may lead those within time to no more than regret, but also from trust in Eru, the Lord everlasting, that he is good and that his work shall all end in good. This the Mara, Morgoth, has denied, and in his denial is and in this denial is the root of evil, and its end in despair. Okay. Let's see the other thing. Maybe that's like it. I think there's some quote here somewhere that expresses this a bit more detailed. There was of all the fate of Arda Mad. Lesson from the shadow of the mind. Dangerous Arda Mad was the father decided to begin. Oh god, it's a medial text. That's too. Yet they came to Arda Mad, destined to. I mean, maybe this is easier to read. Morgoth's power was disseminated throughout gold, if nowhere absolute, for he did not create gold. It was nowhere absent. It was this Morgoth's element in matter indeed, which was a prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced upon. And yeah, he basically talks about that Morgoth put his power into the world itself and marred it as a result. Moreover, the final eradication of Sauron as a power directing evil was achievable by the destruction of the ring. No such eradication of Morgoth was possible, since this required the complete disintegration of the matter of Arda. Then Tolkien lists a few things. So this kind of explains basically. Do you have to destroy the complete world to get rid of the evil itself? It's a complicated, like, metaphysical topic, and it's far too late for me to discuss this here without losing track too much. Didn't Sauron admit to Galadriel that all the happenings were no plan of his, but just him riding the opportunities, so to speak? Yeah, I think to some degree as well, for sure. Like, there's a scene like this. However, we have to switch scenes here. Yeah, but it's kind of interesting, this character. Even if they... So my point is basically, if they killed Sauron, other evil will come after him. You can't... The world... Exactly, Morgoth's ring. The world itself is Morgoth's ring, especially Middle-earth, as this part of the world. And as long as the world is marred, evil can't be eradicated. There will always be a bit of Morgoth still alive in the world. Be it in the form now of Sauron, or be it in the form of whoever comes after Sauron. But the world will stay marred until it's undone and rebuilt from new as Arda healed. And that is kind of the metaphysical message of Tolkien in this context. So I find this interesting that both of them believe, and this is not a critique at them, I think it makes sense to believe that killing Sauron might solve a lot of problems, and they're absolutely right about this, but it won't solve the problem completely on a metaphysical level. So there was a very long debate here. Sorry for that. And then, yeah, we have to hasten it a little bit, because we still have a few scenes to discuss. And, yeah, Adar checks what's wrong with Gluk. So we make some progress here. And Gluk, it was kind of interesting because he was set up as a character who is deeply unhappy with Adar. He basically is warned of Sauron, but Adar is like, he does not know Sauron. He does not know that Adar is actually much better than Sauron in comparison for the orcs, and he decides they need a new master. He thinks that Adar has become like a Dark Lord, which in a way is true because of the senseless slaughtering and war they are doing here from the perspective of Gluk and maybe some other orcs. And in this regard, they think it is... the last battle is potentially where this is going to, exactly. Gluk pulls dagger to kill Adar. Of course, I need to change this. Okay, so he pulls a dagger, and then, yeah, we basically have the orcs stab Adar, and the orcs kill Adar, and now we have Sauron getting the crown of Morgoth. As said earlier, the crown of Morgoth is not existent anymore. that it makes no sense. Even though you could say it's just a legend in the Silmarillion, this crown does not have the Silmarilli anymore. As a result, the only logical conclusion is that the Valar must have gotten this crown and taken the Silmarilli out of it. As a result, it is very unlikely that the story that they did this and formed this crown into, like, not a chain, like Angainor, I think is the chain, into a collar for Morgoth and kicked him into the void, is very likely that this is true. It was such a more cruel way to die than for Sauron. Yeah, it is true, because what is interesting in this context here Adar killed by orcs. Here we have the scene. It is insanely similar to how Sauron died at the beginning of the first episode. The funny thing is I don't have a screenshot of him getting killed. Like, the camera angles are kind of corresponding. Let me just switch the thing, and I have to make a new screenshot of this other scene. Like, here you see the orcs. Even Halbrand dreamed from this unpleasant experience, so to say. Sauron is killed by orcs. Here's the Sauron is killed by orcs scene. Also, we have the same angle here, the orcs like looking up and so on. He gets stabbed multiple times. It says that twice in this season. Well, they're very good at this, it seems. Here we have the other scene. Sauron is killed by orcs. We see it from above. We have also this scene. It shows here a different angle and multiple of those. Don't want to show the stuff too much, but yeah, it reflects this as definitely. I think that similarity was Sauron's Uno reverse. Kind of. Red power. I think the difference is that Adar does not have the red power. That's his biggest weakness, I would assume. So yeah, they kill Adar, and then Adar's dead, and the orcs might learn that, yeah, Sauron, their new boss, is now the new ruler of the orcs. Yeah, he's a very different boss from Adar, with far less patience, and he doesn't care about the orcs at all. So the orcs did kind of a mistake there, in my opinion. And then they say, "Hail Sauron," and so on. And what is very strange, I just have to watch this again in the show really quick, because I'm not 100% sure how this actually works in the show out. And then he asks what to do. Okay. And he basically says, go to Eregion, raise Eregion, leave no elf alive. But bring me their leaders, because they have the rings he wants, so... And then the orcs leave, and we have the final confrontation between Galadriel and Sauron in this context. And they talk a bit. And he says, was it your design from the beginning? Please, you think too much of me. Sauron would usually not be so patient, but yeah, that's the line we also was asked in chat. The road goes ever winding, he says. Not even I can see all its paths. And then, yeah, Galadriel, he turns around, his back to Galadriel, and Galadriel sees her chance to attack Sauron. And Sauron blocks with crown. Oh, sorry. And then we have a long duel. I think we can maybe skip a bit through the duel. The next scene, Galadriel even gets like a wound. So, and Sauron uses a sword of Adar now. Galadriel slightly wounded by Sauron. There we have the scene. And then we are back in Eregion, which is in a terrible state. Alad and Elrond. Cool scene here with Elrond, in my opinion, again. Elrond also, I really like the actor and so on. Why Galadriel didn't make a run at this point is also anybody's guess. No guards with her there. Yeah, I don't know why she didn't run. She had so many opportunities to just run away with the rings. But I guess she decides to fight Sauron and see if she can really beat him in a duel. One of her ancestors, no, it's her uncle, Fingolfin. He managed to wound Morgoth in single combat 7 times, I think. And after that, Morgoth would limp, so she maybe hoped she had the same in her. Gil-galad and Elrond Oh, good morning, Desazu, nice to see you. No, I didn't sleep. Gilgalad and Elrond. Prisoners. Fëanor statue pulled down, which I can kind of understand, to be honest. There would be many elves that would... There would even be some elves that would pull down a Fëanor statue, I think. I mean, Elrond was already kind of defeated in a way by Adar, so there I can kind of see it, and the others were outnumbered quite a bit. Awesome scene in the Silmarillion with Fingolfin. Yeah, exactly. That was a pretty cool one. I also like the description. Like, he had the light of the two trees. I think they wrote still in his eyes, and he appeared like one of the Maya or something like that. Yeah, the Fëanor statue looks a bit strange, I have to agree. Like, the statue, he looks a bit old in the statue, and also the gem he holds. Like, this is supposed to be one of the Silmarilli. I mean, I don't know. It looks a bit cheap, maybe. But since it gets destroyed anyway, so whatever. Orc wants to burn. I find it a bit strange that the orcs collect all the writings. I think that was not a direct command of Sauron. The writings of... the orc wants to burn the writings of Eregion. What is kind of interesting in this context is, of course, that Elrond reacts heavily to it and says, no, just kill me instead. Like, that's a very typical Elrond thing to do. I like that. I like that scene a lot, I have to admit. It's maybe a bit over the top that the orcs collect all the writings and burn them. But yeah. I guess we have seen this in history as well, that stuff like this happens. So I'm not sure if that makes sense. They have won at this point. They have no resistance, it seems, at this point, so they can now go over and do terrible other things. Yeah, oh, that's a good point, Billy Go. If Gilgalad lost Aeglos, potentially he did. But to be fair, when they free themselves when they free themselves when they when the dwarves arrive. What's interesting detail I can't show you on a screenshot though, but you can hear like somebody saw, I think at least, say something in Dwarvish in the background, I think, when you listen to this particular scene here. And also, like, not only Elrond reacts to this, also Gilgalad reacts to that and says, "You cowardly traitors." Gil-galad not amused. It was a cool scene in my opinion. I like that. Who did the orcs betray here? Well, they betrayed Adar. They betrayed Sauron before. Then they betrayed Adar now recently. And in the origin they are elves. So we could argue they also betrayed elf-kind, maybe. Because they were always the greatest foes. Let's double check something really quick. Okay, we have some gigabytes I have left on this hard drive. So yeah, I don't know, did you like this scene, but how did Gil-galad know of Adar and the orcs betraying him? Yeah, that he has not known yet, to be fair. But he could have known that they betrayed Sauron at some point. Because he definitely knew that at some point Sauron was kind of their master. Hard to tell. Orcs threaten Gil-galad, and yeah, stuff happens. I think Elrond kind of pushes it. One moment, chat. Sorry. So Elrond frees himself, kicks this dude in the face and frees himself, and then even manages to So let me see, chat. Screenshots. Yeah, he frees himself. And even managed to burn one of the elves here. Elrond burns an orc. With a torch. Also, again, are now every elf the orc capture leaders now? We see two random soldiers in the background, not that as Sauron ordered. Yeah, maybe the command has to reach these orcs still. Elrond has a bad day, potentially. It's potentially a good way to describe this scene here, as he sees the scrolls burning. Next scene, yeah, we have Galadriel and Sauron fight. Sauron kicks Galadriel. One moment, chat. I have to really get something to drink. Sorry for the interruption. Be right back. Excuse me. My voice is slowly stopping to work. So yeah, let's just try to get through this here. We're almost done. It's not much happening. So both we're cutting back to Galadriel, and as you can see, they are fighting. And yeah, we have this infamous scene that we also knew already from trailer stuff. Galadriel fighting Sauron. And let me just see the scene here. Adar is definitely most elf-like. Like Eol. Maybe Eol is a bad example for an elf. For a classical elf-like elf, in my opinion. When I kill the elf, take the rings. When does Sauron think that they won't give the rings to the people who aren't the leader? Information. That's a new one. I don't have a good explanation for this, to be honest. With the why didn't they kill the orcs? I don't know. I really don't know. Like, it's sometimes difficult to see what is going on. I have to say, I kind of like the scene here. And now Galadriel kicks back. Like, that is... I don't know. I have to say, the kicking I kind of liked. Was kind of a cool scene. That's the best I can make shot-wise. I think the fighting choreography was not the best I've ever seen, but in my opinion, it had its moments. Like, the kicks were pretty cool. Some cool scenes here and there. And then Sauron gets up and is Halbrand again. So he also changes forms and we have these mind shenanigans going on. So feel the hate, use the rings. At least the scene was in a daylight. Yeah, that also helps quite a bit. I would say, besides Adar being quite, like, I don't know, just from the looks you mean Adar is very elf-like. I think Arondir is the most elf-like elf in the show for the most part. Not always, but very often. Not because he has cool fighting scenes, but he has kind of from his character, how he behaves. He has a bow, you know, he... I don't know, reads tracks, he respects nature and so on. Like, just some of his... there's a lot of classic elven traits that you have, especially for a wood elf and so on. So I've kind of like Arondir in the show as a result. He feels also... like, most other elves in the show to this point feel also like humans for the most part, just with pointy ears. And Arondir feels definitely a bit superhuman, like elves kind of are, I guess. And then, yeah, we have a very cool scene I did not see coming. This I found very cool, to be honest. Galadriel fights Sauron as Galadriel. So Sauron basically turns into Galadriel. That was a cool scene, I have to admit. Is he not supposed to lose his ability to change appearance now? Like, on paper, Sauron never lost his ability to change his appearance. At some point after the fall of Numenor, Sauron lost the ability to change into a fair form, but this doesn't exclude him from changing into other forms. However, after the fall of Numenor, Sauron's power was more in terror and torment. And as a result, he would not be a deceiver that much anymore, because to be a deceiver it helps if you not get recognized, and if you can't take a fair form anymore, it becomes difficult to deceive. So for Sauron, he had to change his approaches quite a bit after that event. It would be interesting if he changed into Celeborn. I also thought about taking this as a thumbnail image, to be honest, because I think it's kind of cool. But it would be too much of a spoiler. And then, yeah, also, he turns into Celebrimbor. He has some lines he says to her at times. Then Sauron makes a stomp as Celebrimbor, and the rock collapses, and then they both fall down. I also don't know what the setting here is. You know, these stones and so on reminds us a bit of the Peter Jackson location, where the people split, where the Fellowship split. I really have trouble finding words right now. It's so yeah, Amon Hen, Stonehenge. No, Amon Hen. I mean, reminds me a bit of this. This can't be Amon Hen though. The Seed of Seeing, yeah. But I'm glad he didn't turn into a Finrod again. Yeah, never liked the casted actor. And then, yeah, Galadriel does another kick to Sauron when she gets up and so on. Like, the kicking part, this kick I found very cool. It was like a cool rotation. It had something. I like that little elf henge. It's also not bad. To reach the light, you have to touch the darkness thing in season 1, yeah. But whatever. She kicked him. That's good enough for that. The ruin is some sort of elven version of Stonehenge. Yeah, it is kind of, right? Why did they show Galadriel falling for the illusion? Do the writers think we are slow? I don't know. Depending on the illusion, it might make you hesitant for a time, and so on. We definitely know that Sauron has some tricks here regarding Osanwa and stuff. And then, yeah, Galadriel hits Sauron. Cut in face. Can't really see this here. Some scenes. I guess it's not that important. You can watch the fighting choreography here and there. We don't have to watch them every scene. Sauron, black blood. So yeah, seems Galadriel is quite a capable fighter. It's not a surprise because she definitely is. We see the black blood coming out again. So Galadriel, before getting stepped by the crown scene, she blocks the crown still. I didn't press OK. And yeah, we now slowly coming to an end. Galadriel stepped by Crown of Morgoth. And she has like her line, of course. Let me just think for a moment about the line. The free peoples of Middle-earth. Yeah, they come up back with this worship at the cream, worship queen thing. Resist you, exactly. Galadriel. Step by crown, free. Free peoples of Middle-earth will always resist you, she says, with tears in her eyes. Kind of a cool scene, I have to admit. And that is the same spot she is stabbed as Frodo by the Witch King, potentially. I mean, doesn't she have 2 steps, or is it just 1? I think she has a double step, to be honest. One is up in the shoulder, one is a bit lower. Looks very unpleasant, to be honest. Or maybe the other crown thing doesn't hit. It's hard to tell. No, it's just 1 step only. Like when Galadriel goes to the ground, you only see, I think, 1 step. So I only see one step. It seems like the other spike of the crown didn't step her as well. I thought it was a double step, actually. It is a double step. Crown has blood on two spikes. You see this? Double step, interestingly. But I only see one step. Maybe the other missed slightly or so. Yeah, the photography or the cinematography is really good. And of course, Galadriel loses her pouch, I think you call it, with the 9 rings. I think it would have been interesting if Sauron did not get the 9 rings at all, and then has an incentive to maybe attack Eregion to get these rings, but or not Eregion, Lindon or something. But I don't know. Sauron has the 9 rings now. What's interesting though is he gets those rings instead of the other ring, Nenya, as we see here in the other scene. There it is. Like we can read that Sauron desired from all the rings of power the 3 rings of Celebrimbor the most. It's a bit strange that he doesn't go straight to get Nenya here first and then takes the pouch, but whatever. I feel like Galadriel will become more wise from now on. Yeah, I could also think that. Could Sauron use this for what? Would Sauron use this for E-powers to spin Galadriel like a top? I don't get the sentence, but I don't know. Why didn't Sauron just aim for her heart? Maybe she managed to block enough that he couldn't hit that. In the case of, like, there's a reason, for example, why Frodo was not stabbed in the heart directly, and that is that in the books, it's not in the Peter Jackson films though, in the books, Frodo resisted. He called for Elbereth, and he pulled his sword and attacked the Witch King, and his sword basically was repelled by the leg armor part of, like, he had some armor. I forgot what the name currently is. But yeah, the leg armor repelled it basically, the sword, because the sword Frodo was using was of course a barrow blade that would be definitely hurtful for the Witch King. And as a result, because he was kind of shocked, because usually people are terrified in front of a Nazgul and don't dare to do anything, but Frodo resisted. He called for Elbereth, he attacked him with a barrow blade, almost wounding him. So the Witch King was actually impressed with Frodo quite a bit, and as a result, when he tried to stab him, he missed his heart because of Frodo's resilience in this situation, and only hit his shoulder, else Frodo would have been instantly dead. I think though the 9 rings and also the 7 rings look cooler than the 3 rings, so can kind of understand Sauron there. But yeah, the 3 rings are more powerful though. Nervous Nazgul, exactly. Frodo's getting turned, and Elrond's healing saves him. Yes, exactly. Frodo, like a part of the Morgul blade had to be removed from Frodo's body. It was hard to find for Elrond, and then he removed it and Frodo could kind of recover from it. Else, if he would have died due to the cause of the Morgul blade, he would have been turned into a wraith. Clark doesn't look ridiculous. I'm not sure. I don't think the actress looks ridiculous. Why would she? I think the actress has a really hard time because she has one of the worst written scripts in the history of TV shows on this scale, I think. And then, yeah, in the city, though, Sauron sees, I think, the dwarves coming. He basically has now everything. And yeah, I don't know, the dwarves feel pretty overpowered, to be honest. Now let me just see the scene, because I'm very curious. Also, when Sauron, it's an interesting scene as well, I liked. When Sauron gets a pouch with the 9 rings, Galadriel still tries to prevent him from getting him, like reaching out her hand to stop it, but she's too weak and she can't do it. Yeah, Frodo's wound was I'm not sure how great his wound was. I think the problem was that a Morgul blade, the blade dissolves after you get stabbed, and a part of the blade stays in your body and searches or tries to reach the heart. And if that happens, you are turned into a wraith. That's, I think, how it's described or hinted at in the books. Yeah, to be fair, Sauron doesn't know the powers of the Elven Rings yet because he misses out on the Mastering. I think he helped creating those, so in theory, he should know about those. What is interesting is that he says basically when he sees Nenya for the first time, Sauron says it's even more beautiful than Celebrimbor has told him or something like this. And in the books, of course, Celebrimbor does not tell him about the rings. Yeah, when he blocks the weapon with a crown, the first attack. It is even more beautiful than Celebrimbor led me to believe. But in theory, Sauron only finds out about these rings, I assume, when stuff happens. There was like another scene. I've forgotten which scene it was, chat. We hear the horns of the dwarves. They come down some magic stair. I could swear, chat, there was a scene where you could hear like a dwarven thing in the background. But I can't remember where it was, chat. Now I'm kind of sad. Dwarves kill the orcs. It was actually somewhat impressive, I have to admit. And there's also a scene like where Gil-galad says dwarves. I like how he opens his eyes. Like it's a very strange looking scene. But whatever. Gil-galad notices the dwarves. Good scene. I'm so like, where was this scene? I could swear there was like some silent, like there was some dwarf shouting you heard in the background for a moment. The One Ring Morgul Blade. I think the use for the crown will be definitely, like, I think Sauron will use it as a crown, and a part of it he will use for the One Ring. I'm pretty sure about that. Wasn't it the movie Arwen called him out to stay in the light too? Yes. And then we had this absolutely wild white fade to white, and then Elrond faded in at times talking to him or something. It can't be that I dreamed this dwarven sound that appears there somewhere. I just don't understand where it was. Yeah, there's a sound. There is actually, I found it, chat. It is after the orc burns, when Elrond basically puts him on fire. And then he says, Lord Sauron wanted their leaders unharmed, so the message, I was wrong. I said maybe the message didn't arrive. It arrived. But maybe they have trouble finding out who's the leader and who not. They might decide this later. They have full control anyway. It is 44 minutes 37 or something. It sounds like some dwarf shout. Maybe it's orcish or something, but it sounds like a dwarf. Maybe somebody, if he has still energy left, can maybe confirm it. But at 44 minutes 37 or something on the Amazon Prime thing. That was the other scene where Elrond is basically threatened with a knife. It looks something like that, and then it continues. So now the dwarves though arrive. You just check the scene here. Just imagine these dwarves would have been in the battlefield. Oh boy, the poor orcs. It would have been a slaughtering. And we see the bolts of their crossbows or whatever that is. Get killed by a dwarven bolt. If they are Morgul blades, they could. Why couldn't Gil-galad heal the wound? What is Morgul blades? I mean this thing. I mean the Morgul blades dissolve, so I think it's not Morgul blades, but I think they might reference to this. Yeah, I don't know. Dwarves just destroy the elves. The dwarves just destroy the orcs, not the elves. Crossbows from above. So we have some scenes here. The cavalry is here. And then Arondir takes a dagger, pulls out... I can't show you this scene. He stabs one of the orcs with like... with like he pulls out an orc, a bolt, or maybe catches it in the air, I don't know, and just stabs one orc directly into the eye, and then another one, and Arondir just does Arondir things. So this move, catching arrows and using them as weapons, what Arondir used quite extensively here in this thing. He gets like he grabs one dagger, kills the other dude, steps into the gut, throws. Still not sure what he's even throwing there. Hä? I don't get it. He either he catches another arrow or something. Arondir saves Gil-galad. That will definitely give him a promotion, maybe. Then Gil-galad also kills some orcs with some black blood flying around. It's kind of fitting that orcs have black blood and so on. Trolls also have that. Elrond also kills an orc. with his bare hands. And then, yeah, the dwarves just kill everything else, it seems. Oh no. Missed the button. Then he sees like a dwarf and talks to him. I think it's Durin, but it's not Durin. It's Navi in armor on the battlefield. Looks pretty cool. He also has this, yeah, the helmet kind that you can see his face. I like how he looked at it. Oh, wrong dwarf. And yeah, Narvi basically tells him that oh, it's too loud. The prince is in mourning, he says, because his father died. And then, yeah, we cut back to Sauron, I think. Yes. And then Galadriel manages, maybe because the ring heals her. I think what Galadriel also mentions that the door is closed. Now, I'm not sure if in this scene here, but just listen to it again for a moment. The door is closed thing we talked about this in previous streams already, to the Osanwe, so basically this mind ability. Also, if you see Sauron talking now to Galadriel, you definitely notice that he's not moving his mouth. So he does this with like Osanwe, like the telepathic ability that Maya and elves have. I like the dwarven armor design though. Like little iron golems. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Silmarillion, where also it's described that the dwarves had these, were kind of fire resistant and had these hideous masks that they were wearing. So this kind of fits perfectly, I think. The beard armor, yeah, exactly. Navi is leading the army because the show has established only 4 dwarves so far. With the 2 Durins, these are Navi. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. We have seen some side dwarves like the merchant or the mining dwarves that were what do you call it, harassing Prince Durin as a mine worker. Oh, by the way, I forgot to switch here the zoom in. Sorry for that. Sauron tries to force Galadriel to give him the ring. I should write Nenya. So that's the next, not directly the next scene. Like in this scene here, Sauron uses Osanwe communicate with Galadriel. Basically, thinking he has now Galadriel's mind under his complete control and can force her to give the ring. Like Galadriel is wounded and so on. She's kind of almost like in a fever dream or something. But Galadriel would rather die. What does Nen mean? What do you mean with Nen? From Nenya. I think that should be water. In case you mean that. Yeah, Nen is water. Ja, it's a suffix for, I guess, something like ring. I think it's just a very specific case. It has simply to do with the translation has. I mean, it's usually called Nenya, the ring of water. Potentially, they just use the adjective suffix for it. That's a bit complicated. So let's not go into Elven grammar. Sunway, by the way, means interchange of thought, in case people wonder about that as well. If the series had more simple battles like this, it would be far more watchable. Yeah, maybe. The name is derived from Quenya Nen, meaning water. Nenya is adjective, means watery. Yeah, something like this, right? Like water from some side in the intent. Yeah, makes sense. The ya is like an adjective, suffix, whatever. It doesn't. Elf case in there. Elf dict is a pretty good site for stuff like that. But I'm not too deep into Elven grammar. Where did Círdan go? He's holding position in Lindon. Somebody needs to be in charge there, and that's then Círdan, I guess. We see massive elven cavalry charging in an actual fight. We see how many, maybe 30. Yeah, it's strange. He plays with fishes, potentially. The point is, he uses Osanwe. I found this a little cool touch because we see, and it seems like Galadriel repeats some words and says, "You want to heal Middle Earth?" And Sauron says, "Yes, Sauron wants to heal Middle Earth." He's even happy. Yeah, she finally understands me, he thinks. But Galadriel says, "Heal yourself," which means, translated, screw you. And Galadriel falls no, not falls, prefers jumping down the cliff. Instead of giving Sauron the ring. Ninja. Sauron sees Galadriel falling. And of course, Sauron is surprised by Galadriel's response. I like the face expression here. And then, yeah, he sees her falling down the cliff. And we see it's a massive cliff. Like, look at this. There's another screenshot. Like, look at this shot. Like, Galadriel is this little dot here. There we see the tree she later lands on. And if you look at the tree, like if the tree is 15 meters or something, the cliff is at least 30, if not more. Like, that's an absurd fall there. Then Luke comes and reports back to Sauron. That the dwarves are too powerful. And Sauron's mood is definitely not there because he just lost a winning condition. And then Sauron just kills Gluk. And yeah, the orcs then notice orc notices new new leading style. And he just turns around and basically thinks, well, I'm nothing. Well, I might go back. Galadriel definitely hits the tree there. You see it from the scene. The tree shakes a little bit. I think I don't need to show you the scene there. Galadriel lies on the ground. I mean, of course, elves are more powerful than humans and so on, but I think even for an elf, this jump could have proved deadly, to be honest. Gandalf did die and was sent back by the Valar because death is no excuse to not finish the job. Yeah, they saw the fall from the city and then you're right, they both teleported immediately like Arondir and like you need one more teleport in the show. Gilgalad teleported to Galadriel instantly. Oh, I just muted myself. Good morning. Elden Ring. Yeah, good morning, Mark. Nice to see you. So, Gilgalad heals Galadriel with Vilya. So there's that. Eyesight has no trouble seeing through smoke. Welcome back, Revolverator. What I found interesting though is the turning around here of the ring. Like he has his ring, turns it around. So maybe he hid it this way, I assume, and then he basically calls for the light of the Eldar King Manwë and tries to heal Galadriel with Vilya. Here we can see him turning around the ring, you know what I mean? And then Elrond picks up Nenya and has to make a very difficult decision. Let me just watch this scene here really quick. So Gilgalad basically says these are not merely wounds of the body, but her very immortal spirit is being drawn into the Shadow Realm. That's a strange line in my opinion, because the Shadow Realm is basically the unseen, and basically if your spirit leaves the body, of course you are in the unseen then. So yeah, in this context, like, the difficulty is it would always be in the unseen. I mean, I think this, and the idea that this crown is maybe like a proto version, as somebody already suggested in chat, of a Morgul blade. I think it's not a Morgul blade, but maybe this gives the idea later for Sauron to creating these blades, that they can maybe draw the spirit into the, basically transform somebody into a race. I think that's what Gilgalad might imply here. That's not just like a physical wound, but if this works with elves is always a bit debatable, but in theory there are some theories of that in the First Age there might have existed elf race to some degree. There are these weird phantoms, for example, that can even strangle you in this one forest in Beleriand, if you remember, from the Silmarillion, I think. I'm not even sure if it's in the Silmarillion, to be honest, but yeah, in some of Tolkien's texts definitely. And thus, Elrond basically says, I can, we can. What is interesting in this context, Tolkien wrote in Morgoth, like in a text published in Morgoth's Ring, that the dealing of death, at least the elves believe that, diminishes your power to heal. That's why often because even though they were capable, elven females rarely went to war. As a result, they were often healers, but it had not to do with them. Tolkien writes, like, because they were weaker than men. That's not the case, at least not much weaker than men. That's at least the case for the elves here in Tolkien's world. But because they would not go to war as a result, or not go hunting as a result, they would not deal death and then would be better healers as a result. Well, it's kind of a very small detail here, I think. And then, yeah, Elrond has to use Nenya to help heal his friend. Very tough decision for Elrond. I kind of like the scene that he was very hesitant, but he knew he had basically no choice if he wanted to heal. I mean, he could have tried giving it to Arondir and saying, hey, maybe try your best luck here. But you have to consider Elrond is a powerful elf. He might not look like it, but yeah, just from his family's legacy. And now, yeah, you have to kind of force himself. It's hard to tell if he now accepts that you can do something good with the elves. Yeah, maybe he kind of does here in this moment, but I also feel like he's for now not that happy, but he simply sees now that, yeah, it's a very forced situation when you want to help your friend. And like I said, transforming, seeing your friend being transformed into a race is definitely not a good outcome for an elf. So this is like a really tough choice for him. I'm awake. So Sauron goes to Numenor next season, maybe. There's still some stuff. We need 9 characters that we kind of know. For this, you know. For the 9 ring race, of course. So they need to be introduced. I assume the Gaudrim, there will be one. We have some Numenorians, and then like 3 Numenorians we know were of Numenorian race, as Tolkien writes in the Silmarillion. Yeah, it's hard to tell if they will show us all of them, but they will at least show us some of the 9 for sure. Like who gets those rings. I mean, who knows what they do. It's sometimes this stuff is really tough to predict in the show because the writers do whatever they want. Then we cut to the Harfoots. We already discussed this. Then we cut to Numenor. We already got this. Then Sauron has now the hammer of Celebrimbor. Of Feanor, I should say. I think Sauron will use this hammer of Feanor to create the One Ring later. Just curious if there's a stone missing in this thing, or if you can't even see it, but it's a bit too small, I think. I think there are no jewels on it. It at least looks like it. I think the one is at least missing in the middle of this thing. There should be a red ruby in the middle, and it's not. So maybe it's missing. Who knows? Yeah, I think also Kemen will get the ring. Like there's too much foreshadowing for this. I would be surprised if he would not get a ring. I could imagine some of the Gaudrim or whatever they were called, that the Dark Wizard kind of killed their leader. And they said we were once kings, something like that. That would kind of make sense as well, even though the leader that always talked to the Dark Wizard was killed here. So it would be very weird in my opinion, if that's the case. But I could imagine that Sauron wanders around and tries to find basically interesting people. Like what Sauron wants is to give this ring to people who are influential. Like Kemen is influential, so it would make sense. Pharazôn would be an interesting object as well. Do you all think Halbrand prompted Pharazôn while in jail during the Galadriel escape? What do you mean with prompted? But yeah, it would be interesting if Eärien gets a ring. Maybe, or Estrid or something. There are a lot of characters where I feel like, okay, there could be a ring. And Galadriel, of course, is saved now. Galadriel is saved and wakes up into be Rivendell. So yeah, it's kind of a classic scene. Kind of interesting. Also, So, yes. Do you think Hammer influenced Farazon early during the events of Season 1? I don't think so. I mean, it's possible in the show. You never know, but I don't think so. I think that was kind of an accident, if that makes sense. Though, yeah, it might be possible in the prison because they had contact there for a moment. But I don't know. I don't think so. And then Gilgalad basically, yeah, what do you call it, burns Galadriel quite hard when she wakes up. And basically says to her, I've never known you to be such peaceable company. When you're unconscious and don't talk and don't do anything, you're actually quite peaceable. Every other elf is dirty as hell still, that is true. I guess it makes sense that Galadriel is kind of clean when she's... Sorry. They washed her. Yeah, it makes sense if you have like wounds and so on, you have to heal them, that you have to clean the wounds and so on, so that he wakes up kind of more clean than the others. Makes sense. Elrond with Nenya. We have this scene, chat, and we are slowly going to an end. Coming to the end, finally. I'm looking forward to that because I'm really tired, chat. I'm losing it here slowly. And yeah. God, why do I do so stupid things? I just pressed the button and completely... I have to find the scene again. Sorry, chat. Just want to make a screenshot and press the wrong button. Oh man, I'm really slowly losing it. Elrond gives back Nenya to Galadriel. Looks almost like a wedding ring or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I would not interpret too much into this. Arondir greets Galadriel as well. I just remembered this horrible montage. Characters can always show how much pain the traveling is. I fell asleep for 7 hours, back now. Did I miss anything? Well, we came to the end of the episode. You won't believe it. Galadriel is kind of healed. Arondir says, hey, Commander, you are back. Welcome. And then, yeah. There are important decisions to be made. Gil-galad has to make a decision. The sword or the shield? Shall they be defensive or shall they meet Elrond because he might... Sauron, he might continue. The ring might help heal Galadriel further, I guess. The biggest surprise for me is that the companion of Elrond survived. Vorohil is his name, and he survived actually. Vorohil survived. That makes, unfortunately, my call that all the companions of Elrond might die wrong. But it was almost right. Here we have Vorohil. He survived. Very impressive. Gil-galad, Elrond, Arondir, Galadriel. Stand then on top. And people are cheering. And yeah. Gil-galad lifts his sword, and we see in the background what I think will become Rivendell. That I think I called this in my video as well. Gil-galad lifts his sword in Rivendell. It's kind of cool, to be honest. Cool shot, kind of works. We have the elves standing down there. I have to admit, the sword from Gil-galad looks pretty cool, to be honest. Not gonna lie. Gil-galad draws his sword. I think we soon have it. That looks pretty cool, that weapon, I have to admit. The Hidden Valley, yes. Galadriel reached the mage spec. Yeah, Galadriel now maybe found her new clothing style and becomes now, I don't know, more wise, maybe more like the Galadriel we know in her white robes and so on. Vorohil, I was curious what the name would mean. Voro in Voronwe, but this is all that comes to mind. I think I looked into this and I forgot it again. I'm very bad with my elf vocabulary, to be honest. But Voronwe might be a good starting point for the name. So Voronwe means steadfast or steadfast. fastness. I would expect a Sindarin name. The problem is the age. From Vodo only exists in Quenya here in the Elf Dictionary. Could be some weird form though. I'm not sure. I don't find it in Sindarin. In Quenya, Vodo would mean ever, continually. Unfortunately, I can't find... Hina would mean child. I mean, there's a weird form of this in going Vodohin. Would then mean continuous child or something like that. Vodohen. Vodohin. Probably could be in a death trap of Sindarin grammar, and that is always like it's very complicated. Let me try with a long I. Heel, air. Okay, that would work. Heel could mean air. Voron word steadfast loyalty. Ever. I assume it could maybe, like, I don't know. I think they really want to go with the working rights and some used of Vodo. Ever continuously. It's like a mix. There's some names where Quenya and Sindarin is mixed. Like, continuing air or something would be a weird translation for the name, to be honest. But maybe somebody of you can make more sense out of that. I unfortunately currently can't, because my brain is just mashed potatoes by now. Arondia, I want a ring too. But yeah, this is the end of the episode. Vorohil feels it. Where is my thing here? Here's Vorohil feels it. So the elves are cheering the survivors, and then, yeah, he pulls up the sword. That's a cool scene in my opinion, I have to admit. Thanks, Chris. No problem. This is very rare. I think there are some examples for the mixed Sindarin Quenya stuff, but yeah, sometimes I think, like, I know some people that are very deep into Sindarin, and they would just correct me here potentially. So take what I'm saying here with a grain of salt. Like, I'm not that deep into Sindarin and Quenya. I know a bit at least, but it's not like I can give you like a very detailed answer to this, unfortunately. Yeah, like Sindarin, I just know Sindarin is so complicated as a language. A mix of German and English, I guess. Yeah, maybe. They don't have a good example for this, but sometimes there are some examples for that. It's too late for me. I would not. No, I think I stumbled upon some very rare cases where this might be the case. I also want to sleep eventually. Okay. So I think that's basically the end of the episode, chat. Isn't it? I think that's it, chat. I think we made it. I did not expect that. Did I forget anything, chat? Like, I don't have much to tell. Like, we know, like, just regarding the healing, maybe I can just read. We have read it multiple times, I guess, in the previous streams. But just when it comes to what do these rings actually do? What are their powers? Tolkien, always mix up names now. I'm in this state of mind. My program today is sometimes giving me trouble, chat. Many meetings. That's the wrong chapter, though. The chapter is the Council of Elrond. That is. So what Elrond basically says about the three rings of power. But they were not made as weapons of war or conquest. That is not their power. Those who made them did not desire strength or domination or hoarded wealth, but understanding, making, and healing, to preserve all things unstained. These things the elves of Middle-earth have in some measure gained, though with sorrow. So here he mentions this aspect again in letter 131. Tolkien also mentions mostly the removal of decay. Tolkien describes that elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings almost solely of their own imagination and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. Then Tolkien, the chief power of all the rings alike was the preservation or slowing of decay. For example, change viewed as a regrettable thing. The preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motive. So there are some ideas. Who is the dark wizard? We discussed this earlier. I know you're just joking. I'm also curious. I still hope it's not Saruman, because it would make no sense. It would be cool if it's a blue wizard, if I'm honest. And if it's true that they really negotiated rights for blue wizards, then it would make sense, I guess. But maybe it's just a rumor they spread to make keep us book fans guessing or something. I don't know. Relic languages and Indo-European ones share no common lineage it is known of. Yeah, that is true. Like, there is a theory that the Relic languages, like the Finnish language, could be related to the Indo, like over the next step in the family tree, basically, could be connected to the Indo-European languages. I think they also, I forgot which other language was. I guess just speculation that some people say, well, that might be possible. The Semitic languages like Hebrew and something like this, I think it was. They also suspected that the next largest step, like you have the proto version of that, and which languages could this be related to, it becomes then, yeah, kind of difficult. It might be wrong, though. We don't have proof for that. Can we all just go to sleep? Like, for me, it's for me, it's 10 o'clock in the morning and I haven't slept, so I think you are right. But I also think, yeah, we made it through the episode in just 9 hours again. I hoped I would be faster, but yeah, I love Loin Own. His casting is amazing, and I can't think of a better Elendil. Yeah, I also like him. I didn't know Farazon was also played by a Welsh actor. That's very cool. Yeah, that's true. I heard that on set. The actor of Farazon and Morpeth Clark always speak English, Welsh. Not always, but sometimes. Included in this group would be Japanese, Korean, linguistic, Mongolic. It's interesting, though. Is this a correct location for Rivendell? That's a good question, though. There was also another montage scene. There's a screenshot I missed, to be honest, that we have to discuss because I liked it. Yeah, we have the conflict of the dwarves. We have just a few more things to discuss, I think. We're almost done. We have Narvi telling and Disa telling him that the brother of Durin is making claims to the throne. I'm not sure if we discussed this already, but I think that's an interesting setup for the conflict for Khazad-dûm. So now Prince Durin the Fourth might become King Durin, but it is not that easy for him to become king. Further, they also have to give out these rings and think what to do with this. Seven rings of power. Like, Durin promised Disa that he would not use those rings, but they, the other dwarven kingdoms come and want to collect after giving massive amounts of resources to Khazad-dûm. So there's that. And then he also says, I want to offer help to the people there. Yeah, there's this one scene here that I found kind of cute. Like, the elves have to flee from Eregion, and somebody falls over. Like a woman, an elf woman or whatever, falls over, and Elrond comes to the woman and helps her up, kind of. Like, she would stumble or something, and he would help her up. And would go with the elves and look after these people. And also, very nice catch there in the background. It seems like, of course, it wouldn't be Elrond if that wouldn't be the case. Elrond guides people to Rivendell. Elf with scrolls in the background. There are scrolls. See here? Some of the scrolls of Eregion were saved and brought to Rivendell then later. I think that's a fantastic idea, in my opinion. I've just woken. Let's go another 5 hours. I to be honest, I wouldn't be able to go another 5 hours. Like, I really need to read. I really need to sleep. I can't even talk straight sentences anymore. Place looks beautiful. I agree. I just want to point out, though, that was a very cool scene. I think it's an elvish woman. And yeah, the elves are not happy with the situation for sure, but I think this showing this compassion and helping, even though Elrond had a really terrible day, to be honest. Like, I don't know what he had to endure. He had to stop his charge against Adar, which basically would have been a huge advantage for the elves, because here on the field, meeting the orcs, like, they would completely have demolished the orcs there in this scene, I think. And then he has to negotiate with Adar. And then he has to give up, basically, Galadriel, his best friend, potentially to death. Then he has to defend Eregion against the orcs, and Galadriel also said, yeah, Elrond has a ring. Cool, thank you for marking me as a high-value target for the orcs then. And considering that Adar wanted the ring. That happened. Then his horse gets killed. I forgot about that. And then, I don't know, after defeating the troll, the siege machine, hundreds of orcs, and fighting all night, and so on, his best friend, who he, one of his friends, Prince Durin, said he would send troops, and they don't appear when he needed them, when he basically said, at tomorrow, when the sun rises, be there, please. And the dwarves weren't there. And then he has to fight, basically, completely outnumbered against by the orcs, and gets captured. Then he has to watch how the books are. Then he loses the ring to Adar, which is basically the worst case scenario. He basically failed protecting the ring, which Galadriel gave him to kind of, for the ring to be safe and not to fall into the hand of the enemy. He failed at that. Then the wall was breached. He failed at that. And then they were captured. Then the scrolls were burned, and so on. Then Galadriel almost died, and he had to say, oh god, now I have to use a stupid ring I said I wouldn't ever use just to save Galadriel. He had to do that. Like, he had the most terrible day. in existence. Like, Eregion fell, the elves have to flee, the orcs are still a problem, and so on. And then at the end of the day, he still helps this woman when she falls fleeing from Eregion. I think that's a very, I don't know, nice gesture, considering that he had all the reason, or basically to have no energy left for the next 500 years, basically. He spent it all in one day, I would say. But it's kind of, I think, one of the cool character traits of Elrond that he never grows bitter, if that makes sense. That's also why Elrond is one of my favorite characters. Beric is secretly Shadowfax. That would be also a strange reveal, but a funny one. No, hard to say what happens with the horses. There was a scene where the horses sunk into the mud. I would assume that this means they can't use the horses and had to basically say, horse, go back to, I don't know, somewhere. Come back later. We have to fight without horses. We're reshaping for all of them, the characters. Also, is this a correct location? That was also asked in chat. So, Ost-Inithil, like, the problem is, we of course have to do some map stuff. It can't go without it. In the show, Ost-Inithil is somewhere here. Or the Eregion capital. Usually Eregion is a region, yes, you potentially are aware. And Ost-Inithil is the capital. I think they don't have the rights to use the name Ost-Inithil for whatever reason. So they just call... Maybe it's also easier to call it Eregion and then it's just a city or something instead of a region, and then to have different cities there, especially like Ost-Inithil. However, they moved this place, because the battle happens in Ost-Inithil, to somewhere here. Also, this is the Glanduin. It continues here. This is, I assume, the Cyrano. I guess it's a bit debatable if it exists and so on and so forth. Doesn't matter too much, but they moved it south of the river instead of being north of the river in this place here. I don't know why. They just moved it around. As a result, Adar had to attack from the north to south. Don't ask me why, even though he came from the south up to the north. We never will know why they did this. What is most important, where is Rivendell? And it's here. Here in this region, that's Rivendell. You have to consider, though, that this here are already, I don't know, 100 miles or something like this, so it's not a short distance. I think 50, 70 miles. Let's say 50 plus miles. So you can imagine this here are a couple of 100 miles, actually. So it's not like right around the corner that you can just walk there. It's a distance, to be fair. But that scene I also wanted to talk about briefly, because I felt that was a cool scene here. And I think this brings us to the end of the stream, chat. Finally. Are you still thinking doing more of your Brilliant Elrond series? Yes, I still plan. I wanted to originally do this before the show comes out, but then other things got in the way and I couldn't do this. Ost-Inithil would be difficult, yeah, maybe. It's not easier, but there are still 1 or 2 videos left for my Who's Elrond, and then I edit everything together in a 12-hour edit of all the videos together. And this will be then called the, I don't know, Who is Elrond, everything there is, basically. I'm really going to miss the streams. I haven't seen the episode yet. Oh, I hope I didn't spoil you then too much. But yeah, we discussed everything. Oh, congratulations. Great work this season. Thank you. Much appreciated, Stanley. Tomorrow is like today is watch party in, let us say, I almost said 12 hours. It's too late for me, I think, for watch party tomorrow. I would prefer if we start in let's say round about 10 hours from now. Be worried though, I'm too lazy right now to schedule the stream right after I end this one. So it's Friday, what is it? 4th of October, 2024. 20 p.m. my time zone. So in 10 hours from now, we might do the watch party where we watch episode 8 together. Here on stream will be a different URL, of course, and so on. I hope you get notified, but at least you know that stuff is coming and is happening. And yeah, then I might work on a final conclusion for the season, maybe a critique or something. I'm not sure yet what I will do. Maybe I also put out some lore highlights or whatever, or lowlights in the show. I'm not sure yet. I feel like there is some potential still left here and there for the show and stuff. I love chatting here most. Yeah, that's awesome. We might also do other streams. Maybe we do, and I could suggest that next week, because let me just get the watch party done today. Then Sunday I will be invited again by the I'm invited again by the German Tolkien Society. I will discuss episode 8 there in German then on their channel on YouTube, not here though. And then maybe next week, I don't know, Tuesday or something. I have to see. Monday is not ideal, to be honest. So maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, Thursday, whenever people might like. Maybe I make a poll here on the channel. Speaking of the poll, we might also solve it now. So if you haven't voted for if you liked the episode or not, you have like a minute or so to do so. Then I will end the poll. And long story short, yeah, maybe next week at some point, maybe I make a poll asking you which time you would prefer, but I think maybe it will be Tuesday or so. Then we might have the show has concluded stream or something like that. And then we can discuss this like a little Q&A, and we then just discuss the episode here just to have another thing. The results shifted again. Yeah, they shift quite a bit here. So 37% currently say I liked it. 27 say it was okay. 37 say I did not like it. I would still say that's overall relatively positive. Like most people think at least the episode was okay. I can kind of dig that, because in my opinion it was a decent episode. But for example, episode 7 I liked more in direct comparison, because it was more focused. That was definitely the thing to go. Thanks, Chris, great as always. Yeah, I'm just a bit sorry for sometimes stopping to talk for a moment or so, because I have to drink something, because my voice is slowly stopping to work. The problem with these streams is always if you have to talk for 10 hours straight. And I just want to point this out. I think I just did one small break today where I got a new bottle of water. That's basically all. Like, I think I did not a break in this stream today. Except for like, I don't know, a minute or something. You should be a writer on the show. I think I'm too bad at writing. I'm a good analyst. I can tell you why your writing is not good, maybe, and express this to some degree, or can tell you, like it's easy. It's always easy to nitpick and say, well, this could be better. You know, I think I'm good at this, but I'm not always. I think I would not be good at writing. Like good dialogue and so on. My dialogue would, I guess, also be very clunky. Oh, thank you so much, the amazing bad boy, for your generosity here at the end of the stream. Much, much appreciated. Let's celebrate the third super on live stream. Okay. I hope you didn't. You rock, Chris. Thank you. I hope you didn't by accident send it twice, but much, much appreciated. Or maybe it was just a mistake by the YouTube chat thing here. I can't tell anymore. But thank you, the amazing bad boy. Much, much appreciated. Thank you for that. So I would say I close the poll. And then we have also the final result at the end of the stream. Numbers changed a bit, but yeah, I liked it. 36%. I did not like it. Also 36%, and 26% said it was okay. No idea, not a problem either way. Okay. But yeah, thank you so much. You also rock, the amazing bad boy. Thank you for your generosity. Much appreciated. You could use the YouTube community post feature for time announcements. Yeah, I could do this. The problem is always a bit... I'm so bad with scheduling, like, especially here these days when I do this analysis stream. I work on my video and then I have never idea when I can start the stream. So it's a bit difficult for me to announce the time. Just think, well, just go online. People will find the stream anyway. It has worked in the past. But yeah. And now I just want to sleep, and you people, I think, hopefully know there will be watch party later. I didn't like the episode like the last one. This one was very disappointing, very poor finale. Yeah, I would say it was okay considering how busy it was, if that makes sense. Maybe do a weekly regular show. Yeah, maybe I should kind of do that, I think. Maybe not in this absurd length, but I can definitely, like, if we just would aim for like 3 to 4 hours, maybe, that would be awesome. My phone autocorrected. Autocorrect's not happy, I can imagine. But yeah, overall, I would say I like... I found the episode was at least decent, so I was more in the neutral way here as well. Decent to good, maybe, because it had strong moments, in my opinion. It had a lot of nonsense also, especially the teleporting. Numenor was a complete dumpster fire this time. So unfortunate for like the amazing actors there. But like, yeah, it felt like, oh no, we have to rush through Numenor plot and bring it into a direction. Though to be fair, from all the things we have seen so far, I like the setup. The Khazad-dûm setup with there's a brother of Durin. There was mentioned in season 1, I think, at least. So it's not coming out of nowhere completely. It's just strange we haven't seen him before, but whatever. The show was busy enough, I think. I hope next season the busyness is reduced a bit. So that kind of works. Then dealing with the other dwarves kingdoms will be interesting. It's kind of implied that the Blue Mountains might send somebody and so on. Other also might want to claim kingship. I don't know. We will see how this works out here for Durin, and if he can stay in power. Yeah, the Half-Foot Stranger part. I like the Half-Foot and the Strangers, the actors and so on. And I also like the rune setting. This desert setting was kind of unusual. You don't see that many desert settings in fantasy, I feel. I mean, yeah, in science fiction, Dune, for example, of course, but you know what I mean? It was kind of nice looking. I kind of liked the looks of that. And beyond that, I don't know, Chad. The stranger part was just a non-story. It's just unfortunate. They did not manage to tell us that much, and they took them 2 seasons to dare to tell us that the stranger's Gandalf. That's not ideal. Sauron's not going to have anything to corrupt in Numenor. Yeah, they already corrupted enough. Like, what does Sauron even want to do in Numenor? They kind of demolish themselves. That's actually true. Yeah, the stranger story felt abandoned. Yeah, in a strange way, I think. I just think it was not a smart idea to just focus too much on this mystery box, keeping it up so long. Just do something with the characters, use their full potential, and then let them do something that I hope they will do in the third season. There's still, I see, potential in this show. I think second season overall was an improvement. I liked episode 8 of season 1 far less, even though I think I have like lore complaints. I didn't like that they forged the 3 rings there. That made me really angry. I remember when this came out. It made no sense to me. It still makes no sense in my opinion, but whatever. The idea of that I dislike. Though I think overall episode 8 was actually a really good episode in season 1. Like just looking at the episode, how it was paced, how it worked and so on. I think it was a decent episode in season 1. I just didn't like the lore changes they threw into the room. And this season I was a bit more relaxed when it came to the lore because I knew it was fan fiction anyway. Like they changed so many things and that was just unfortunate. So I could deal with season 2 a lot better, even though there are also tons of strange lore changes. But overall I felt more episodes had a better pacing. The story went or moved on in at least some plot segments quite a bit better than previously. Like in season 1 there were so many nonsensical episodes, it's mind-boggling. Like so much setup, nothing happens, nothing really works, nothing goes anywhere. And this season stuff just worked somewhere because we had this huge Eregon plot and the other plot lines kind of worked, or there was a lot of focus on this and worked into this direction. I think it worked for the most part, even though the Half-Foot Stranger plotline went nowhere, and the Southlands also kind of went nowhere to some degree, but it was okay, because I feel like the Southlands were pretty well a topic in this season. Yeah, they have to make a Temple of Morgoth. Maybe Earian as an architect makes a temple or something, I don't know. Start sacrificing faithful there. They still have to amp up their anti-faithful ideas for some time to get when Sauron is there. So there's still potential, but it will be easy for Sauron to convince them, I think. Yeah, either it's season 4 or... I think season 3 could be like an setup season to set up Numenor for season 4, and then season 5 will be the foundation of Gondor and Arnor and the Battle of the Last Alliance. I think that's the thing. And season 3 will be then the Nazgul, the conflict in Khazad-dûm, setting the stuff there up, who becomes the next king, stuff like that. Then also, maybe in this season, at the end or so, Sauron is taken prisoner by the Numenorians, the rise of power of the Numenorians in Middle-earth, and so on. Stuff like that I could imagine. We'll catch up with the VOD tomorrow. Thanks, Chris. Thank you for doing that also, and welcome, Asteroid TV. Nice to see you. Just finished watching the episode. Did you like it? Like, we're a bit, let's say, indecisive. I would say it was still decent, but it was not the best episode in the show so far for me. Yeah, Gondor Arnor season 5. I think Gondor Arnor season 5 has a lot of potential because people know Minas Tirith, people know Isildur, Elendil, and so on. So Rivendell is already there. Lindon, Gil-galad, all the stuff connecting together has, in my opinion, quite a bit of potential. So I hope season 5 will be awesome. The potential is there. The Moss Girls will probably appear as priestesses in the temples of Morgoth. Maybe. That I found still strange. Like, previously in season 1 I had the impression that these acolytes of the Dark Wizard were actually on the side of Sauron. And also doing, I don't know, dark magic stuff, I don't know what. And now the Dark Wizard is consistently talking about, yeah, this won't help you destroy Sauron and so on. Either he just pretends, if that makes sense, or he is his very strange means of facing Sauron and ideas how to do that. In this case, it would kind of fit Saruman, I guess. But whatever, chat. Let me just run the credits. I'm not even sure if this is the correct credits or not. I hope all the people that needs to be in the credits are in there. And also, if you haven't pressed the like button yet, feel free to do so. Maybe if you watch the VOD or so, leave a comment and so on. Would be much appreciated. If you haven't subscribed yet, press the subscribe button. I said in around about 10-ish hours, 9 to 10 hours, I will be here already again, which even surprises myself saying just this number out aloud. But I will be back, like the Terminator, kind of. And then we will have the watch party and watch episode 8 together. I still have to make a thumbnail for that and so on. So I might schedule... Let me just sleep and then schedule the stream. And then you will see, hopefully, maybe check the channel. If I already scheduled it, I will post it, I guess, on Twitter or at least on Discord for sure. And there then things kind of are. I hope, like I said, that the credits are correct. And yeah, shoutouts to and huge thank you again to all the supporters, people with memberships, subscriptions, and also pressing the like button always helps, of course, and writing comments on my videos. Watching my stuff also is appreciated, of course. Thank you for that. Thank you again, the amazing Bad Boy, for your generosity also today. And I'm not sure if I forgot anything. I think no. Have a great day or night, people, and those who are going to sleep. Let's all have pleasant dreams. Yeah, we should have. This was then the last episode of Season 2 of the Rings of Power. And there will be a little bit more content. Then we continue to classic book lore content here on this channel as well. And there will be normal lore Q&A streams, as you kind of know from this channel. In the meantime, there will also be some stuff on the games channel, of course. And some streams here and there for the German viewers. I often stream currently Elden Ring on my German Twitch channel that I enjoy quite a bit. So if you're interested in that, feel free to check that as well. There's a lot of stuff I'm doing currently. But yeah, I'm also kind of happy that it's over, but I will definitely miss also these discussions and looking forward to the next episode and nitpicking a little bit, looking out for the details. It's always amazing. Okay, I stopped talking. Liana is falling asleep. So thank you people for watching. Sleep well, or a fantastic rest of the day, morning, or whenever you watch this. And I would say, see you people next time. Goodbye.